Just getting a little jolt. Got to take care of some business first. Little jolt of coffee. This is leftover from this morning. Don't worry, it wasn't left over from my first cup. It was left over from my second cup because I have 2 cups every morning, it seems. Hi, guys. Oh, duh. No, I'm good. Like, oh, I forgot to set that part up. It just hasn't started yet. Hello, everyone. Happy Saturday afternoon and happy part 2 of our all-day celebration. Hang on one sec. One sec. I have to make sure I can see us. There we are. All right, friends. So welcome back. And if you didn't catch us for the morning session, then welcome, not welcome back. If you are not sure what I'm talking about, today we are celebrating all day long here on my YouTube channel, morning session, afternoon session. Today we will go until about 5:36-ish Pacific time. We'll see. I will tell you, though, that the wine will come out later because it's a celebration. So, or I don't know, I think I've got some Prosecco. Might even have to bring out a little Prosecco. If we were all together, I would offer you a beverage, whatever your beverage of choice was, adult beverage, water, tea, coffee, soda, whatever you'd like, I would offer you. But unfortunately, we're not together. So you'll just have to have whatever kind of beverage of your choice with me, theoretically. Anyhow, so we are here celebrating all day. Today marks we're celebrating the 3-year anniversary. The 3-year anniversary was March 21st, 1100 days ago, exactly, when I did my first kind of listing Traveler's Notebook session here on YouTube. So it was 1100 days ago. Some many millions of minutes ago. I don't know. We figured out what that was. Nick did. But that is number 1 reason why we're celebrating here today. Number 2 is that on April 1st, no April Fool's joke, April 1st will be the 4-year anniversary where I left my job working full-time in the scrapbooking industry to go out on my own and kind of build and grow my mail by mail business. So this time of year has become a super important part of my life, and we're celebrating, and I am thanking you guys because I would not at all. I have absolutely no disillusions, I don't know, that I would not be here without you guys because you guys make it possible for me to be here. So thank you. Very much this day, part of the celebration is thanking you guys for being with me and joining in and showing up and shopping for my website and being so supportive and in always in showing up on Saturdays or when we do Wednesdays, in sending me emails, in posting pics in the Facebook group of silly squirrel things that you see. All the ways that you guys show up in my life, I just want to say thank you. I just appreciate it more than you know, and Nick appreciates it's more than you know as well, because it's probably makes it so I don't bug him as much. I don't know. Who knows? So if you missed the morning session, there's something really important you want to know about the morning session. I did lots of giveaways during the morning session, but then there are also giveaways that happen after that morning session. And the way you participate in those giveaways is you go to that video, whether you watch or not, leave a comment on that first session. And next Saturday, before we get going again, I will pick a bunch of random prizes. Well, the prizes aren't random. The people that win will be random. They're picked 100% random. So leave a comment, and even if you participated live before, still go leave a comment, because there's a lot of good prizes that I did not give away in the last session, because many of those were for after the fact. We're starting off this afternoon with 2 live prizes, and guess what? They're already picked. Nick came in and said, I think you should give a prize to Tammy Higgins. Tammy Higgins was the very first person who popped into the chat, and she was here like 10 minutes before it started. So Tammy Higgins, you are our first winner this afternoon. Tammy, send me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, please put the Click Art Dark retractable markers. We looked at those this morning. Click Art Dark retractable markers. Tammy wins those. Thank you, Tammy. You guys, there are 2 sets of those. The other one was in this morning's post giveaway, meaning leave a comment on that video and those could be yours from this morning. But those are well, not those are mine, but Tammy. So Tammy is the first winner today. The second winner, The second winner is Tracy's Treasures, because I just happened to see that Tracy left a comment here in the chat before we got started. Tracy said she is working right now, or was this morning, on her first ever list. And I thought, oh, Tracy needs a prize. So Tracy, you will also email me, laelbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put plan on it bag. Put that little bag. That is a bag that way pre-pandemic, probably like 5 years, 3 years, I don't know, 3 years pandemic. I was doing a planner meetup at a store in Northern California, Creative Escape. And that whole day was a huge planner meetup, and we did all kinds of things, but everyone that came to that got one of those bags. So I actually have 3 of those to give away. So Tracy's Treasures gets one of those. Congratulations, Tracy. We'll do another one, will be post. So on this video, all the post prizes are you leave a comment on the video once it's over. And there's another one of those on the morning post video. All right. So 3 of those. And I had to do a little assessment, just so you know. See all of those green highlighted ones? All those green highlighted ones are prizes I need to give this afternoon. And all of the pink ones are the live ones this afternoon. So lots of good prizes coming our way still, friends. All right, so let me, before I jump in the chat, probably should have started out with this. I don't even think I said this in the first one. People could stumble on. They're like, what the heck is going on? What's this lady talking about? Hello, friends. My name is Lael Kankar, and I have a business. No. If we haven't met before, my name's Lael Kankar, and I have a business. It's called Lael by Mail. It totally changed when the pandemic started 3 years ago. This week. It totally changed. It changed my whole world. Pandemic changed all of our worlds, but it totally changed the course of my business. And for that, I'm eternally grateful to you all. When I'm not traveling, we're here on Saturdays on my YouTube channel, and I like to do what I call creative listing. So I provide a couple of topics, and some of you list with me, some of you are working, some of you are cleaning your house, some of you are driving, you're doing all different kinds of things. But especially during the pandemic, this was very much a lifeline for me. Because it gave me something to do. It gave me something to focus on. It gave me planned time to be creative. And for a lot of you, it gave us a time to be social when the pandemic was crazy and we were all locked away and not being social or having a life or anything. So this very much was a safe haven for me. And I know for a lot of you, because you've told me that, which I just love that this positive came out of that whole crazy pandemic. But we're still here. We are still here 1,100 days later. If you had told me back then, that very first week of the pandemic, that video I was thinking about doing, that we'd be here 1,100 days later, I would just tell you you're crazy. But we are. We're here 1,100 days later. And we keep doing this. Like I said, when I'm not traveling, we're here on Saturdays we play. I get out different product, we laugh, we get silly, we're creative, we make mistakes. And when we make mistakes, we learn from them. We play with different tools and techniques, and we talk about why maybe this worked and this didn't, and so forth. So we have a lot of fun. Yeah, that's why we're here. Now I'm going to check on the chat. So if you are watching live, there's a live chat that takes place, and I can see lots and lots and lots of things scrolling, but I can only see them scroll. I can't really look at them until I look over and see. So when I look over, I'm not ignoring you. I'm just trying to interact with you, even though it looks like I'm ignoring you because I'm not looking you in the eye. But that way I can see. So in that chat, that's a great place, especially when I flip the camera and we start kind of talking and working and so forth. Then I can really see the chat because it's really easy for me to glance up and just kind of look at what's up, look at what's over there. If you have a question that I missed in a day like today, you guys, there's so much going on in the chat that I missed. There's a question that you asked that I missed. Number one, there's some people that have been here since day one that are super friendly and super nice and super helpful. Excuse me. So if they know the answer, they will probably answer for you. If I missed it. If you put your question or comment in all uppercase, then I tend to see it just because it stands out a little bit more, unless everybody does that. If everybody does it, then I don't see it. So just know if I don't answer or don't comment, it's not you, it's me, right? Remember that, like breaking up, it's not you, it's me. It's just, I didn't see it, or I saw it and went, oh yeah, that's great. I'll bring that up in a minute, and then out of sight, out of mind. All right. So don't be afraid to ask twice. That's the other thing. So I'm going to look at the comments here really quick, or the chat, so we can just chat for a sec. Hi, Ginger. Ginger says she's back for more fun. I've missed some conversations that started earlier, so I will not comment on those because I don't know what we're talking about. Jennifer said she wishes she would have found me at the beginning. That is very nice, Jennifer. You guys, all the videos are out there and you can watch them on replay. It's just, I know that doesn't really help you back in the crazy hard time of the pandemic. Denise, I love it. She said, this is a great place to learn. I learn something new every week. I love that. I love to learn. And sometimes the things that we do, I'm learning right along with you, right? Like at the end of the last session where I'm like, oh my gosh, why is that off? What's going on? Oh, there's a little extra material there, right? Mimi, can we do the listing stats as one of our lists? Absolutely. So Mimi, I have that planned for the first Saturday in May. That will tie in really well with the release of my idea book, my Traveler's Notebook kind of list with me idea book. So I have it planned for that. It's just, I need to go do a lot of calculations to get all that data together. But yeah, that'll be one that we do together for sure. I love that idea. I actually thought about it yesterday, but I knew there was no way, and you know what, that I would be able to get all that data together beforehand because it's a lot of going through videos and calculating and all that. So we will for sure do that. Nancy, I love it. Nancy said, I turned 65 in February, one of my first layouts with the new stamps. I'm assuming you mean the This Is Me stamp set. Yes. Let's see. Yes, dear. Oh, you want to come and say hello? I'm like, I already did some prizes. What are you talking about? Okay, so Nick's back. Nick showered.
I showered.
Nick showered now, so that's good. You guys, this is Nick. If you haven't met Nick, you haven't seen Nick before, this is my husband, Nick, that he is awesome. He's awesome. I would not be doing this if it weren't for him, because, I mean, he has a full-time job and helps me very much as needed, like feeding me, because I don't cook at all. I don't cook at all, so yes.
Hey, everyone.
Yeah, you can look up here. They see you up here, not down there.
Well, I know, but it's confusing. It's behind. And...
Thank you, honey. He's also going to try.
And even worse, I can hear you talking in my hearing aids because it's up to my phone.
Oh, okay, all right. All right, anyhow, he is watching golf today, not golfing. Too much snow. Oh, it's starting to snow. Too much snow, so he can't golf today. So he's just watching golf, and he's going to try to help with prizes. He's a little lacking in the last session. Yes, he is awesome. He is very much awesome. Debbie said, hi, Nick, nice to see you and not just hear you. Well, hear him, right? You guys hear him you hear him in the chat, right? Yeah, Carmen, watching golf equals nap time. I agree. Unless it's like the 3-day tournament and then it's the very end and there's like the top guys and it's like the 18th hole and then I can watch. Shay said, good looking couple. You both look too young for your children. Oh, Shay, you are too sweet. We're actually older, especially in our state, in Utah. I think, let's see, Jack is 25. So I was 29. I was 29 when I had Jack. And Nick was like, I don't know, 31. Yeah, so we're not maybe as young as you think. But guess what? There can be no filters here. It's live. There's no filters. But I will tell you, I learned after maybe a couple months of doing these during the pandemic that you need a lot more makeup on camera like this than you would need in real life. And you have to be careful about leaving the house when you have this because it's in person, it's a lot. It just maybe doesn't look as much here. I don't know. Okay, let's see. I'm just trying to catch up. Okay, guys, I think we're good. I think we're good. So our plan for this afternoon, we have, let's see, I'm going to talk about a little something first. I'll show you something and talk about it. And then I'm going to use one of the new stamp sets to start a new Traveler's Notebook insert. And then we will do a list. Then we'll talk about layering. Lots of questions about how to layer and why maybe sometimes things don't look right when you're layering and you get afraid to layer so you don't do it. So we'll talk about layering and go through some examples there. We will do another list and then another list. So that is our plan. And like I said, there'll be some kind of adult beverage sometime later in the afternoon, after 5 Mountain Time, although it's 5 o'clock somewhere they say, so you know. Oh, Gerda, please smile. And because I do this all the time. That's one of the things I noticed as I was having to rewatch all the videos to look for timing for the videos. My hands are all over the place because I talk with my hands. All right, I will try to, we got to get the hair since now it's so much shorter, my stupid hair lady. I will try to, because I don't like the poses, so let's try to do a little, just a little smile. Just stand here, say nothing. I'll have Nick come back too, okay? Because then I would love that, because then you guys do snapshot or whatever, screenshot, and then let's see if he'll come back. Because I have one of those from last year too. Hey, honey, Nick, could you come back in a minute so we could get a picture? Will you come back so we can get a picture? Oh my gosh, he's reading and watching golf at the same time. Maybe that means golf's too boring. Multitasking or something, huh? Okay, he's coming back. He is coming back.
You're gonna have to pay me for this.
Oh, I hope, stupid hair lady. Oh no, stupid hair lady. She knows. I told her I was mad. What do you do? Stop that. What are you doing?
Get a picture.
Honey. You are such a spaz.
Okay, let's get a close up.
No, that's not. You're such a dork. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's give away another prize.
Oh, you want another prize? Okay.
I think we should
Okay,
give away
stop.
another prize.
Stop right there. JK, you were the one. When he said, let's give away another prize, JK, you were the prize. Okay, really quick, honey. Oh, I forgot my water, I think.
I'll bring it back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, sorry guys. Okay. Oh yes, another prize. JK, I am going to, the top of the list. JK, the way you claim your prize is to, not just kidding, our acronyms JK a lot of times is just kidding, or Jack Conkar, our older son. The way you claim your prize, JK, send me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. This is for anyone that wins a prize. In the subject line, tell me what the prize is. That makes it so much easier for me. Okay, this is another prize from our amazing anonymous donor. You guys, what I want to say about that is she not only, when she did this, right, is doing something for you guys, but she's also doing it for me because she bought all of these things from my website and then told me to give them to you. So it's just wonderful. This one, JK, this one is yours. That is a Buffalo Check Scallop Traveler's Notebook. So very, very, very kind and generous of our anonymous donor that I met in the middle of a big shopping warehouse in the middle of COVID with a mask on, and she recognized my voice because she'd been watching me on YouTube during the pandemic. She heard my voice and went, Lael? And I'm like, who are you? And yes, but it was so much fun. So thank you again, my friend. Okay, wait, Jack. No, is Jack here? No, Jack's not here. I don't think Jack's here, is he? Did I miss it? Jane. Okay, Jane is asking, can you show that this is me kit? Jane, not kind of, but not really. I think I can only show you part of it, so I will show that on What's New Wednesday. So this Wednesday night at 6:30 Pacific. And then if you can't be there, that you can watch the replay, but it's in a bag over on the floor because it's being worked on. So yes. There's Jack. Wait. Oh, there he is. Hi, Jack. Jack's YouTube is Blood Golem. I don't know. He told me something about that before, where that came from. But hi, Jack. Thank you. Thanks for coming, bud. I didn't know you were coming. And Jack's girlfriend said hello as well. That's so funny because I said JK because JK won. And then I said, oh, also Jack Conkar. I thought you guys were confused. It's me that's confused. All right. Hi, Jack. That's so fun. And Kat. Yes, Jack and Kat. Gotta go. If you guys could tell her I'm here, I'd appreciate it. I heard you, bud. Thank you. Have fun. I'm sure you're going to work. Okay. That's so nice. He's here. He's like, I'm in and out. I'm in and out. Yeah, they're sweet boys. They are sweet boys. I mean, gosh, the first anniversary, second anniversary, I guess. They both were in town. I'm confused. There was a time during the pandemic when they both were in town. Well, Sam lives here, but Jack doesn't. And Jack came home for an extended period of time because He could do nothing up where he was living because of the pandemic. So he came here and did construction and lived with us for a while. So it was fun because there was one of these and all four of us were here, which was kind of fun. Ginger said that anonymous donor is a very special person. Huge thanks to them. I agree, Ginger. Huge thanks. All right, guys. So lots more prizes to come. So, and remember, if you can't be here the whole time, I totally get it. I can be here and poor Nick can be here in the other room. But there's opportunities to win prizes after the fact too. So just come back and leave a comment on the video when it's over, anytime between now and next Saturday morning, and you might win. Okay, so what I wanted to do really quickly is just kind of rewind a bit. And this is going to have to do with another prize I'm going to give live. If you happen to have watched that very first video I did back on March 21st, that Intro to Traveler's Notebook video, I don't know, you guys, it has like 50,000 views or something on it, which I know for a lot of people that's nothing, but for little old me, that is a heck of a lot of views. And I just love that that people maybe that didn't know about Traveler's Notebooks before now know about them because I love them. But one of the things I talk about in that video, and maybe you wonder, why are we here making lists? I mean, what the heck is with that? Why do you make lists? This is a very special, I don't know, project to me, I guess. I guess it's a project. This project right here, this is a project that I made back in, this is why you always date your things, because look at, this tells me, back in August of 2009 is when I made this project. This is a book of lists. Look at book of lists. It says there's lists in here. This whole thing talks about what is in here. You guys, August 15th, 2009, I wrote, I am a list maker, no doubt about it. I'm constantly making lists, checking things off. Sometimes I even add things to my to-do list. Sometimes I even add things to my list that I've already done just so I can mark them off, right? You guys know, you know what I'm saying there. Anyhow, so this is a book that I made that I put a whole bunch of lists in. So not only do I make lists, a lot of times I've kept them over the years. So it is like little home decor lists. Oh, look, Weight Watcher food lists. To a list from 2006 of something I needed to do. I needed to email all these projects to Paper Crafts magazines. That was a list that I needed to do. But just as we get going through here, you guys, this list, January 17th, 1997. Nick and I were thinking about starting to get pregnant. And I started making a list of boy names, baby boy names. This is the actual list where I wrote those down. Those were the list of baby names. Look it. Interesting. I also had girl because we didn't know. We weren't pregnant yet. The number one list name on my boy list was Max. The number two was Sam. You guys know Sam. Interesting. Jack was not on that list. Jack was our first child, and that's my grandpa's name. But anyhow, so to me, I say this a lot, our lists are like little time capsules. So when we see these kind of things, these are little time capsules. This is another one. Don't even ask me why I keep these, you guys, why I've kept them. This one. This is a list that Nick and his very dear friend at the time, still dear friend, these are dear friends of ours, and Sherry, very dear friend of mine, my maid of honor. We were two couples we were dating. They took us on this adventure, and it was August 12th through the 14th. I need to go back and find the year. This exclusive weekend is brought to you by Nick and Scott Travel Services and promises to be absolutely enjoyable, relaxing, fun, and exciting. Your satisfaction is guaranteed throughout every aspect of this premier adventure. The reason? Look at this. Here is the list of things that they told us to bring. They were trying to make it so we had no clue what we were doing, because we didn't. So there's like picnic basket. It says here thongs. Those back then we called thongs flip-flops. Swimsuit, hiking boots, raincoat, sleeping bag, dog treats. I mean, there were so many fun things. But anyhow, that's why I list you guys. All of these things are little time capsules. So what we are doing when we are together here on Saturdays, we're creating little time capsules because as I look back at this book where I just bound all those lists together, and none of them were pretty. Here's the other thing, you guys. None of those things were pretty. They didn't have to be pretty to be lists, right? They didn't have to be pretty. But it's all about what's on those lists. So that is, I don't know. I get too distracted when I look at this because there's a lot of really fun memories in here. But that's why I like to list. That's why I encourage you guys to list, because as much joy as I get out of looking at these things, these that we've been doing for the last 3 years, all of that joy. So it's never too late to start. If you haven't started yet, that's okay. Start now, because why not? Okay. So that's where it started. Then back in, this is also one of my most prized possessions. That is a traveler's notebook cover, you guys. And it is so full of lists. This one started back in 2015, okay? These are all very much lists, kind of like what we do today, but different, okay? All different lists. This all started with, back then she wasn't my friend, but she turned into my friend, Corey Speaker, the Reset Girl. Some of you guys know of Corey, the Reset Girl. But back then she was doing something called Lister's Got a List, and she put out on a once a month a list, like 30 different list topics, and just people could do them when they wanted. She just would email them out, and people could do them when they wanted. And I just had so much fun in putting all of these lists together. So when the pandemic started, and I did the video about that very first video about traveler's notebooks. I did maybe like 10 or 12 sessions where I'm just talking about what they are, how to set one up, different things they could be used for, how to do tip-ins and how to create dividers and clips and all kinds of things like that. And then one day we made some lists, and you guys really loved it. You guys said, oh my gosh, we love making all of these lists. So we kept doing that. And that's where we are today. So what I thought would be fun, as I was going through a bunch of my stash and old products, I found, and these have not been used. They've just fallen out. They're at the bottom in the packaging. This is a little bundle of Reset Girl products. And the way that I really got to know Corey was when I worked at Simple Stories. We did a collaboration. So Simple Stories did a collaboration with Corey, the Reset Girl. So these are, you cannot find these anymore, for sure. This was 2016. So this was, oh my gosh, 7 years ago, you guys. So this is another live giveaway. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to scroll up. My finger stops right there. Guess what? Terry Leto. Terry, my finger, I just scroll and where my finger stops. So Terry, congratulations. And Terry, you know the drill. You know to email me, and I will get that to you. Congratulations. Okay, friends. So I did a little something while during our break, because you know I can't sit still for long at all. Amy the other day said to me, she's like, "Do you ever sleep?" And I'm like, "Yes, but not much else besides work other than sleep. That's just me." So I have a hard time sitting still. Someone asked a question when we were talking about swatching. And the whole swatching your inks thing came up because I was talking about how to clean your stamps and how to dry your stamps based on a post that Marilee had left earlier this week in the Lail by Mail Facebook group. She was struggling with her, after a little bit, she did great at first and then started struggling a little bit with her Swatch This Inks stamp. Oh, hold on. I need to scroll back up because I see some all capitals. Did I notice the Franklin Mint page in the junk journal? Carmen. Franklin Mint. Franklin Planner? In mine? I'm not sure what we're talking about. Carmen, give me a little bit more information there. Okay. So, and now you're going to tell me and then I won't see it. All right. So someone had asked what would happen. Let me back up. My ink swatches, okay? My ink swatches. I use my Swatch This Inks stamp set. This is one of my Lail by Mail stamp sets that's on sale this through end of today, midnight, the 25th. I use these. These are specially designed to swatch your inks. So that's what I do. This is my ink swatch, my little ink swatches, right? And somebody said, what would happen if you laminated them? And I said, you know what? That's a great question. I said, I have the laminator plugged in because I was using the laminate, not plugged in. I started the laminator out. It wasn't plugged in. I said, I have the laminator out because I was laminating earlier this week. And I said, during the break, I will plug it in and I'll try and see what happens. So that's what we're going to start out with. I'm going to flip the camera and I'm going to show you how it looks, but I'm also going to stamp it one more time because I want you to be able to compare maybe after about an hour after it truly dries what it looks like laminated and then not laminated. Okay, so let's go ahead and flip the camera. Yes, Nancy, Marilee was. She was, oopsie, wrong one. Marilee was having some issues. And there, you guys piped in. I was so crazy busy this week, shipping orders and working on the idea book and then getting ready for this weekend. Marilee and I had talked about it, I think a little bit on email, but then I loved it because everyone was piping in. So we'll talk about a couple of those things. And this really is for all of your stamps as you're kind of working. So let me move this out of the way. Do this, get this in here. There's the stamp, there's that. There's my 3x3 square. What did I do with picked raspberry? Did I put it away? Yes, I did. All right, so I have used my Misty during the break. I used my Misty to swatch that little, my mind is not working. I used the Misty to swatch picked raspberry, even though I'd already done it. So as I was looking at this, this is the laminated version. Look at that. I mean, oh my gosh, look how bright and vibrant. Okay. And then this is my version. This is the one that I've had, I don't know, maybe probably a year and a half. Look at the difference. So I thought, well, you know what? Maybe we're not really comparing apples and oranges here because this is a bright, nice, fresh one. This is definitely dried and it's been, you know, I've had it for a year and a half. So I thought if we want to compare, really, if we want to compare, we should compare apples to apples. So what I'm going to do is I'll swatch it again and it won't be laminated, but I left this one dirty. So I probably swatched this, I don't know, maybe about an hour ago. I left this dirty for a couple of reasons. Number one, we need to talk about the importance of cleaning your stamps really, really well. And so here I'm just using that, the chamois that I was talking about this morning, that Lawn Fawn little chamois there. So I'm cleaning with that. Ooh, that's a bright pink, isn't it? So you want to, especially if you are using different colors on your stamps, one after another, you definitely want to get that super clean. And I've linked to this in the description box of the video, the chamois. Then what you want to do, this is super important, and I think this is what Marilee was running into. You really, really, really need to dry that. Okay, you really need to dry it, especially when you are stamping with distress oxides. Distress oxides will react with water. So Marilee was getting some really interesting results because I don't think that her stamps were dry enough before she re-inked again. So she had stamped and it wasn't like quite full, like she didn't get ink everywhere. So she re-inked and stamped again. And then something was still going on. So she cleaned it. She cleaned it with the baby wipe, which is okay. But I don't know if there was something in either the baby wipe or the, or it was just still too wet. It had not dried yet. It had not dried enough, okay? So that should be super dry. I just used a microfiber cloth to dry that. Microfiber, and I just brought these in on the website. This is a 12 by 12 microfiber cloth, but any microfiber cloth. If you have one at home, you could certainly use that, but I would not like use your microfiber cloth to like clean your bathtub with all the chemicals and then use it to dry your stamps, all right? So you want a nice clean microfiber cloth. Then the benefit of a microfiber cloth is that it's not leaving you any little threads or little fuzz or lint or anything. And that's big on your stamps. You don't want to have any kind of fuzz or lint because that totally affects your stamped image. Okay, so I'm going to show you how I started off when I did this. This is my little 3x3 square. Let's see, you guys are talking about re-inkers. Yes, you can get re-inkers for both the oxides and the inks, but that's really, really important. You have to pay attention. Your oxides are in a gray tin, and your inks, your regular distress inks, are in a black. If you've ever wondered why there's two different colors, this is a distress ink, this is a distress oxide. Oxide is a pigment-based ink. Distress ink is a dye-based ink. They have very different properties when it comes to blending and working with water and different things like that. I can't really tell you what those properties are because I don't use inks for that. I don't use either of these inks for mixed media or blending or anything. There are actually two links at the bottom of the description of this video. Both are amazing articles at scrapbook.com. One, it tells you the difference kind of between all different kinds of inks, distress inks, hybrid inks, pigment-based inks, dye-based inks, hybrid inks, which is a mix of the two, and their different properties and why you might use one versus another in certain situations. So that's one article. The other article, it's Tim, and he is talking about the difference between the distress inks and the oxides. And he does side-by-side examples showing you kind of different results. But it's really important, I bring this up, if you're talking about re-inkers and you have an oxide, make sure you get an oxide re-inker. Okay, you want an oxide re-inker. You don't want the distress ink re-inker, or else you will be really messing with properties that you don't want to mess with, okay? And I can't tell you what those are because, again, I don't, that's not what I use the inks for, but that's very important. Creative Cindy, I do not sell empty cube ink pads. I don't. Priming stamps. Isanmia. I probably just totally butchered that. Isanmia 34. I talked about priming stamps in this morning's video. Oh, thank you, Colleen. Again, resident mom, thank you. Plug in. I also have a video coming out where I will talk about different tips and tricks when it comes to stamping. So very specific, and I'll talk about priming in there. So watch for that. Okay, let's see. Oh, do they sell empty cube ink pads? And it sounds like Sheila said they do. I did not know that. Okay, so I talked about this a little bit this morning. Or this afternoon right before we ended. The easiest way for me to figure out where this should go, like where does this go over here? If I want it exactly in the center of this, I might as well put my stamp exactly on the center of this. Obviously, I put the stamp side down, not the back. And I just put that right where I want it. And let the lid pick it up. Now it's exactly where it needs to be. All right, there we go. So that's the first step. My little swatch pieces that I do are 3x3 because that stamp is meant a little bit smaller than 3x3. So that's what that is. I would suggest if you use a certain kind of cardstock for your stamping, like I use a Nina Bright White, that's what you do your swatching with. That's really important because if you're swatching with an entirely different cardstock than you normally use in your projects, well, you can't expect this to look like this if you're using different cardstock. So good to use same and same. So there we go. Now I am going to ink this up. And you don't have to have a MISTI to do this, okay? It just makes it a little bit easier. You could just use your stamping block and do this. I'll show you how it makes it easier in a sec. Now remember, that's been thoroughly cleaned and dried. It's interesting, when I did this one during the break, there were actually a couple spots that almost like little flecks, and I did have a little bit of dust in there, little pieces of lint. So I had to pull them off, and I just used little tweezers to pull them off, and then I re-stamped, which is one of the benefits of using a stamping platform like this. It's really easy to re-stamp if you need to. So there we go. I am using this little tool. my friend Angie Blom's sister, and I hate it every time I talked about this. I never remember Angie Blom's sister's name, but she's Canadian and she makes these awesome little, basically, you just rub that across the top and that's going to make sure that I get a nice, even, like pressure, right? We want even pressure because that's a pretty solid stamp right there. Now, you can use that part of your hand. There are some other companies that make them, but I thought this was such a fun, pretty one. That's just that company's Stamptabulous. I think she has an Etsy store. Joe Disney fan said, when I was swatching, my kids kept saying, what is that noise? It was me tapping the ink pad on the stamp for hours. So that's fun. All right, so here we go. Now, the nice thing about using a stamping platform like this is if I feel like I didn't quite get the coverage I wanted, you know what all I'm going to do? I can come back in and re-ink this a little bit more. One of the keys to getting a really good impression, well, all the keys, making sure your stamp is primed or conditioned first, making sure it's clean, making sure it is dry. Even when, well, I didn't do all of my swatches. I had Lily do my swatches, but I instructed her in the middle as she was like inking, swatching, cleaning, right? I said, you need to clean really well between each color and then you need to dry really well. So I had a little fan there that she could basically take the little swatch and dry it really well, and then dry the stamp as well too. Because again, if your stamp is wet, it is going to interact with the ink. And usually you don't want that. Yay, Tracy just finished her first list. I love it. All right, so look at that. That looks pretty good, except for, you can see there's that one little splotch right there. That means I have a nice little piece of lint right in there, and that's why that didn't go. So what I want to do, this is wet. Pigment inks take a little bit of time to dry, so this is nice and juicy and wet right now. So I'm going to set this off to the side. I want this to fully dry, and then we'll come back and kind of look at our comparison between the laminated version, between the stamped version, and then between the version that is about 1.5 years old. So a little bit of difference. I'm very curious to see what happens to this guy. By the time we're done today, we'll see what happens. Yeah, that one's picked raspberry. Isn't that a fun color? All right. Right now, it's pretty close though. So the whole thing we're trying to test here, if you're just tuning in, is if you laminate these, if that will affect the color. And really, the only reason why we're wondering if it's going to affect the color is that if down the line I'm stamping and I'm looking for this beautiful bright pink and then I stamp and it doesn't look anything like that, it's probably because it's been laminated. All right, so really quickly, I'm going to just grab my little chamois out. I think so, Denise, it seals the color in, right? It's going to seal the coloring and the air is not getting to it and stuff, which, I mean, if you're sealing your projects, then and air is not getting to it, then you keep that color, but really that's not reality, right? That's not reality. So clean that off really well. Someone was asking about the chamois earlier. Yeah, you just wet it. It's just like a car chamois, right? You wet it because it's really strong and stiff when it is dry, and then you just wet it and you just re-wet it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's kind of a fun little science experiment. If I can, if you guys ask a question like that and it works for me to test for everyone, then we might as well all learn together. Denise said, now I will need to redo my swatches over, but I love to make swatches. This is a project, you guys. If you are swatching your inks and you have 50 inks, that's obviously going to take you a little bit of time, but it is something that you don't want to rush. You need to make sure that everything is dry. And if you are doing picked raspberry and then you're moving to fossilized amber, or scattered straw, you really want to make sure clean, 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 and dry, 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 or else you're going to end up with a mixture of probably orange, right? Picked raspberry and scattered straw if it's not totally clean. Or if it's not totally dry, you're going to get some really weird kind of swirly things in here. I'm trying to see if I have any of those. It's probably going to be too hard for you to see on camera. Yeah, no, you won't be able to see it. All right. It's definitely a production line thing. So let me just put these right over to the side, and we will remember to come back to those. And if we forget, then you guys remind me. Should you go light to dark? You could. I mean, you totally could. If you are really cleaning in between, though, it shouldn't make any difference. One thing I will tell you is expect this to happen. There's nothing wrong with the stamp. And right now, if I stamped like scattered straw, it would look like scattered straw. It's just your polymer over time will stain. And that's just what it does. Lily used that one stamp probably for like 5 hours as she was over and over and over doing all of my swatches. So it gets stained, but it's not going to affect your outcome at all. At all. Okay, there's our little experiment. That was not part of the plan, but I love that because somebody asked it that in the morning session. I thought, well, why not? The laminator's out. I might as well give it a shot and see what happens. Okay, and if there are things like that, you guys, if you're curious about, shoot me an email and say, hey, on one of your Saturday sessions, will you try this, or will you do this, or will you show this? Because my time is your time. We're just here to play. Okay, so next thing we're going to do is I need to have another sip of coffee now that it's lukewarm. Debbie said, I really should have left that swatch stamp set in my cart this morning when I ordered. I mentioned this morning, and I will mention it again this afternoon. Oh, I wondered where my dog washi was. There's the dog washi. Yeah, let me just put it off to the side. I was going to put it away. And this is the case anytime, you guys. If you place an order and you want to add to that order, you can add to it. You just need to send me an email. So a couple of you did that this morning and during the break. I think I got all of those taken care of. So if you ever want to add to your order, you can just email and say, hey, will you add this to my order? I can do that on the back end and then send you or email you an invoice with a button to click to pay. So super easy. Some of you didn't wait for that. You just went ahead and placed another order, which is absolutely okay. If you place multiple orders, just send me an email and let me know and ask to have them shipped together. Times like right now when there's so many orders coming through, I have no idea if you placed 1 or 2 or 10, unless you place them one after another, and then I would see them. But I can ship everything together and then refund all the shipping except for one, obviously. I can handle all that on the back end, but only if I know. If I don't know that you've done them, then I can't help you. Denise said her basket is full. Oh, Denise, that's the best thing about shopping online. There's no such thing as a full basket. It's not like when you go to Target and have to get another cart and getting fuller. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. Yes, everyone take a drink break. We all need hydration. Okay. Oh, yes, Martine did. Martine is from the Netherlands. And she has added to her order several times over the last month, I think, because she was waiting for the new stamps. Okay, so let me look at my little schedule here. Yes, I know what I was saying. I was saying I need to start a new insert because, well, for a couple of reasons. Number one, the insert that I was working on is in Arizona being photographed. Actually, it's somewhere probably over, somewhere over Nevada right now. It's being sent back. Nevada, tomato. But the other reason is it was almost full. And the 2 lists we did this morning, Love My Dog and Love My Cat, will then go into and complete that last insert, which means I need to start a new one. So what I thought would be fun to do, one of the questions I get all the time is, Some of you will just roll right into a brand new insert and just start your first list there. Others of you do mostly 2-page inserts, so you want something here. You don't want to put a list here. So this year you'll see a number of different stamps come out that are for that kind of intro page. And this is the first of them. Terry said, so let's review while on break. Lael filled orders, stamped, and laminated. Oh, I didn't fill any orders. Oh, no, I didn't fill any orders. Absolutely not. All I did was some people that said, can you add to cart? I did that. And laminated it. So what did I eat? I ate a salad very quickly. So I'm going to start this. I wasn't super hungry, but Nick was lovely because he made me a salad. All right. Karen said I have a few blank starting pages to do. So some ideas. This one, I used the Right Here, WRITEHERE, the Right Here stamp set. And I put a little quote here. So you can put quotes at the beginning. You could put date information at the beginning. I know someone told me they do kind of an index at the beginning. So this would be an index of all the lists that you have inside. Lots of different things. So I am going to use one of the brand new stamp sets, Listing with Lael, to kind of just decorate that page. And what I'm going to use is Stargazer. Karen said, love the quote idea. There is a quote that I used in that first video, 1,100 days ago, a quote by Jack London. And I don't know it by heart, but it talks about writing things down. And it is a great quote. So if you look for Jack London, or this is what I do. I'll post in the Facebook group tonight. I'll post that quote. But in the meantime, if you're looking for it, if you go Google Jack London, like notebook quote, I think you'll find it. But it's pretty fabulous. It is pretty fabulous. All right, but I'm going to use Stargazer. So Stargazer, it's been out. It came out in the fall, but I held on to it and I showed it to you guys and put it on the website maybe 2 months ago because it just seemed like it shouldn't be out around fall to me. So I hung on to it. But I pulled out, I loved this paper. That color combination, I have a couple of shirts that are that exact same color combination. I love kind of that. I don't know if you'd call it like a burnt amber, or I don't even know what that color is, that orangey tan color, and then the pink, but I love those two together. So I'm going to use that, and that will be the base of my little page here. So as I find what I did with my trimmer, all right, I don't see it, which I'm not sure how that's even possible. No clue. No one else came in here. Nick is not borrowing my crafting supplies. I know that. All right, we'll do this. I'll just use this one. Terry said that's me. That is, I think that is totally me. This piece of paper, I would agree, Terry. Oh my goodness. You guys. Is anyone like looking at my desk here and seeing what's over here to the left? Like this gray thing with the blade that would be called a trimmer? Wow. Sherry, thank you. Sherry found it. Oh, so did Denise. You see it in the chat. It says, keep a notebook, travel with it, eat with it, sleep with it. Slap into it every stray thought that flutters up in your brain. That is it. There's more to it. There's a little bit more to it, but yet, yes, that is it. And that's Jack London, and it was, I think, 1903, I want to say. But it is like such an amazing quote that it exemplifies so much this. Like, write it all down. It's like perfect for traveler's notebooks because that's what a traveler's notebook is. It's keep a notebook. Travel with it, eat with it, sleep with it. Put everything in it that's in your brain. Put it in it. That's what a traveler's notebook is. That's what it is to me. Because this is only one of the things that I use them for. And that one is not the new trimmer. This one is not the new trimmer. This is a newer trimmer that I got, I don't know, maybe like a year ago. I don't know. It's constantly trying to find, it's one of those tools that you have to have. And yeah, like I said, I love my Caterpillar, my big green one. It's just so bulky to bring in and out. It's too hard. This one, I detest. Can't do it. I detest that one because the arm is uneven. And so it makes things uneven. We're back to this one. We're back to this one. Okay, 4 3/4. There we go. That's the base for my list. A great book to read is Write It Down, Make It Happen. It's so good. Ooh, Terry. Okay, hang on. I need to do that. Write it down, make it happen. Because guess what? I need to write it down or it will not happen. Write it down or it will not happen. Write it down, make it happen. So I will tell you, there is another quote that is in the video. It's Erica Badu, and she's basically talking about the same thing. There's a little swear word in there, but basically, if you want to make it real, write it down. Because if you don't write it down, it's not going to be real. So it's a good one. It is also a good one. Yes, there's the rest of the quote. Cheap paper is less perishable than gray matter, and lead pencil markings endure longer than memory. Yes, it's the best. I love it, love it, love it. Okay, so here we go. There's this. It is a right-facing page, so I will round the outer corners. I would have a whole dress in this. I would love this as a dress. It would be so fun. Okay. Because I was going to say I'd love a shirt in it, but I have shirts that are similar, I mean color-wise, but not with that pattern. Not with the pattern. Yes, everyone with the Traveler's Notebook needs that quote. Absolutely. So I think we could make this one, I bet, about 4. We'd be pretty skinny with it. So if this is 4, 5, this would then be 7 3/4. This is, I think, always I end up with this. 4 by 7 3/4. No, 7 1/4. 4 by 7 1/4. Because that gives me lots of that awesome pattern. And then let's see that in the center. I think we're actually going to do something really different on this one. We're going to go skinny. We're going to go skinny. And I am going to, let's see, what if we go... I'll tell you what this measurement ends up being in a minute. Because this could just be right there. And then we'll do a little something something around it. So this guy ended up being 3.5 by 4.5. 3.5 by 4.5. Get this little guy. This one reminds me of something from Star Wars. Like these things. There's something like this ship that goes like this. Doesn't this one of these things remind me of the Star Wars ship? I don't know. I am not a Star Wars person. But then it would have to have them on this end too, right? Yes. Aye. Yes, Terry, it does definitely show more of the pattern paper that way, doesn't it? I tell you guys, if it comes in my head, it pops out. It's coming out. I have very few like inside conversations with myself. Everything tends to just come out. If I think it, it comes out my mouth. All right, there we go. So if you missed out earlier this morning, this stamp set is one of the new stamp sets. It is called Listing with Lael. It's a collaboration with my friend Christine. Company called Pop Daisy Art. And so, where is it? This is these are all of my samples. Packaging. Oh, there we go. So that is just a little example of how I used it. And that I stamped it on pattern paper. It was just kind of a grid pattern paper. This is from Flea Market. This is from Flea Market. And then I just stamped all those little hearts all around it to kind of make my little background. So we will do that. Now, I stamped, what I'm curious about, should we try something? What if we try, I haven't tried this yet. So this is where we're all going down the path together. I have only used this stamp because it's brand new. I've only used it with black ink. What if we use it with, oh, I don't know. That's not spice marmalade. No. So what I was thinking is, what if we used it with a different color ink and then colored in with a different color. But no, I won't do that yet. I need to plan a little bit more. Millennium Falcon. Thank you, Joe, Disney fan. Of course you would know that because now it's Disney. But in my mind, Star Wars should never be Disney. That makes no sense to me, but that's okay. Anyhow, I will, next time we're together, I will experiment a little bit with different colors here. But I'm not going to do that today. So we are going to do this with our black and then we'll color it in. I know. Sarah said, yes, be daring. And Terry is very good. Terry just knows me. I don't know how, but she just knows me. She's like, now you know you won't like that. So I have an agenda today. We've got lots of stuff to get done. So I better just, keep it easy. Better keep it easy today. You need to psych yourself up. I need to psych myself up. Sometimes you guys know I'm all for experimenting with you guys. I'm all for experimenting with you guys and be like, ooh, that didn't turn out. Ooh, why didn't that work? Or, oh, hey, that's kind of cool. Should we try it this way or try it that way? Or I'm all for that, but not right now. So what did I do here? I think what I probably did there, I probably was not paying attention enough to getting my ink on there. I think. So guess what we're going to do? We are going to, I'm going to take this off. I'm going to take it off and we're going to do it again. Okay. I have plugged in my phone and thank you. Yes. I'm pulling it off. We're going to do it again. I don't think I was paying enough attention. So we're going to see if that's the case. And this is good. I like it sometimes when this happens, you guys, because this happens to you, right? It happens to all of us. And you're like, oh no, what did I do wrong? Learning from our mistakes. Exactly, Dora. Exactly. 3.5. Did we say it was 3.5 by 4? Ooh, that's not right. Is that 3.5? What did I just do? Wow. I promised you I didn't have an adult beverage yet. I promise. Thank you, Nancy. Yeah, thumbs up, you guys. If you are here hanging out, that's a super easy way to support. Just thumbs up. I mean, you can do this right now if you want, but better is to click the button. Yeah. All right. So there we go. Now, if you're worried about stamping, it's not a bad idea before you ever adhere anything on here. Do it here first, okay? Do it there first, and then anything like that happens, then you don't have to take it off. So let's go ahead and try that again. Let's get this nice and inked up, even in the center. This is just personal preference, but I prefer to adhere the ink to the stamp like this, as opposed to the stamp to the ink. I feel like it just gives me a lot more control. So if you're just starting out stamping, you could try it both ways, but I prefer, especially the smaller stamp you have, it is, you have way more control that way. All right, let's try this again. Let's try this again. Lisa America said, I love stamping and coloring them in. I can do it all day, every day. And this brings up a really good point. So if you, let's say you buy this stamp and you're like, yes, I'm going to use this quite a bit. Well, you might as well get out all your white cardstock and just start stamping, right? Just start stamping, because then you've done kind of assembly line or production stamping. Then later when you want to use your stamp, there we go. I just don't think I had inked it up well enough. Later, when you want that stamp, it's already done for you. Oh, I just thought of something. I know what we need. Dies. Well, dies are coming. No ETA yet. Dies are coming for some of my stamps. But this would be a great stamp to have a die with, because guess what? Ooh, what did I just do there? That would be a great stamp to have a die with, because then you'd have that fun little outside circle. Because I was just thinking, hey, it could be fun. Might be kind of fun just to fussy cut around there, but we won't do that. All right, there we go. Better. That will go there. And then we'll do our little outlining. Outlining. Oh, I should probably talk about something. If you're in the Facebook group, or even if you follow my Layout by Mail Facebook page, I had shown a little sneak peek that I was, when I was working on samples last weekend, and I posted those. I posted one little sneak peek. And I said, here, I'm working on samples with the new stamps. Tell me what you see. What do you think's coming? I can't tell you how many people said, you're coming out with stamps that have boxes around them with numbers. No, I did not do that. I came out with number stamps, Christine's number stamps. But I will tell you what is on the docket for this year. Double outline boxes like that you can.
Price time.
Prize time. Ashley Arnold. You just won a prize, dear. Nick just walked in and said prize time, and Ashley Arnold was the person that had just left the most recent comment. So Ashley Arnold, let's talk about what your prize is. Ashley, next up on my list. Okay. This is another one. I need to write her down right here. This is another from our anonymous donor. Ashley gets the Black Traveler's Notebook Starter Kit. This is a big prize, you guys. The Black Traveler's Notebook, and then that starter kit that has the zipper pouch, the numbers sticker tablet, the weekly and the monthly insert. So congratulations, Ashley. Send an email to lailbymail@gmail.com and put Black Starter Kit in the subject line, and we'll get that out to you this week or next. We'll see. We'll see what happens. And again, thank you. You guys, there's one more prize from our anonymous donor. One more. Isn't that crazy? One more. Okay. Done. Next one. Oh, okay. Okay, so I just did a little double outline. That is what I did here, friends. I just did double outlines on some boxes. But there's a stamp set coming out later this year that will have different shapes, squares, rectangles, and I don't know, maybe a circle. I'm not sure. But squares and rectangles for sure. Because this is very much my style. I do this a lot when I'm making my lists. I draw little boxes like that. So there'll be little boxes like that. And then I'll teach you a really fun technique on how you can add, like what I did here. Your boxes will be entirely outlined, but I'll teach you how to mask if you don't know how to mask, so you could make something like that. Yes, coming. Joe Disney fan, on this one, I used a ruler for the inside and then just drew on my own around the outside. So it makes it look a little bit more, it's a little bit more, I don't know, hand-drawn look. Ruler for the inside and then just hand drew around the outside. Okay, here we go. Oh, stencils for the boxes. So Debbie, that is a good thought. I don't currently do stencils, so but I can look into it and see. Oh, Ashley, you just placed an order. Will you do me a favor? Will you actually, let me go to my little spreadsheet and let me just write on here to add to your order, because that's easy. I'm not sure if you said something before that. If you did, I don't know what it was. Oh, never mind. You placed an order. We're good. Okay, so here we go. Here's the start of my intro, and then let's get rid of that. Let's look at some little maybe things that could go on here, because I left some space at the bottom on purpose, even though I'm not sure what I'm going to put there. Just throw out some things. This is Stargazer. So it is getting low on my website, but it's still around. A little bit of it's still around. I'm just pulling some things that could work. Oh, that's kind of fun. These are all die cuts from Stargazer. Sticker book, stickers. All right, let's just see what we have, because, and we'll talk a little bit, because I'm going to make a little cluster, I think. A good cluster, not a bad cluster. Oh, I like that one. That one kind of totally goes with that same little look and feel. All right, so just kind of going through things, looking for different colors, different sizes, different shapes. Let's just do that and call it good. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get there. Let's move this off to the side. All right, so lots of white space down below. I probably should have a little washi. That might be kind of fun there, especially if I chopped a little bit of that off. We could chop a little bit of that off. This flower is kind of fun. But if I did this flower would kind of need to go maybe, I don't know, about right there. I don't want it to cover up too much of that word, right? I could also have it tuck underneath, but I kind of like it on top like that, okay? Then let's see what else we have. So layering, and we'll talk a lot more about layering, but number one, I only have 2 pieces. And to me, when you're layering, super helpful to have odds, okay? Odds instead of evens. Hi, dear.
There's a lot of chat about that, the subscription kit.
Oh, creating a monthly subscription kit. Oh, sorry, I missed that. So it'd be interesting to know, what are you thinking? Like, what are you thinking about a monthly subscription kit? Like, for what? So Terry said, am I going to stamp the little hearts first? I could stamp hearts. I don't have to though, right? I could stamp hearts. I don't know. Maybe this one doesn't have any hearts on it. I don't know, right? Let's see what else we have. We could stamp hearts. Similar, so just product, yes, product. I have not really thought about it. I could think about it. I could think about it. It is, while I'm looking at stamping hearts, I'll tell you guys a little bit about, Lael, if you didn't know. It's me. It's pretty much me. Lily, I hired a year and a half ago. She was our old nanny. Many moons ago. She worked for us for 15 years. I kind of like this here, maybe. She worked for us for 15 years. And a year and a half ago, I called her. I'm like, hey, what are you doing? And she ended up coming to work for me, which was super awesome. So right now, she works for me part-time. I'm moving her to full-time. I've been training her how to pick orders. You guys, she is not a scrapbooker or a crafter. So she is learning all the product, and I'm getting very good at knowing what's what. So she's starting to pick orders. As soon as she gets that down, then I'll have her handle the shipping and all that of the orders. Right now, that's me. It is just me, just me. So that's a little hard. And then everything else, traveling and teaching and designing kits and buying product and designing product and doing idea books and all that. So right now it is a lot. That is why I don't have a life. That's why I don't. Ashley said she could help from Canada. Yes, that would be awesome. So I just have to slow. Now I have Amy that does a lot of work for me and all kinds of things, but more product development and stuff like that. And she lives out of state. And then I have 3 different designers that I work with in product. And then also one kind of production person that I write my instructions, she puts them together, makes them look all pretty. And then she's also doing all of the design work behind the idea book. So, but it's kind of just me. I have no staff really, except for Lily. So anyhow, yes, I will consider it. How about that? But I will ask a lot of questions first. I will ask a lot of questions because what I don't want to do is, Cocoa Daisy's out there, Studio Calico's out there, Citrus Twist is out there. There are a number of subscription clubs out there. And I wouldn't want to do, I just don't want to be another one. I would want to do something that would be good, that would be helpful, that you guys would be like, oh, this is amazing. Yes, I need that. So I will ask a lot of questions. Anna Fernandez. Anna Fernandez, I have to say hello because Anna said, hi, I'm a lurker. And I love that you are popping in and saying hello, Anna. Thank you for doing that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Do I have a downloadable, undated calendar for sale? The weekly planning printable. That is the one, Lisa. That's the one that I have. The weekly planning printable is the undated. It's undated. Beverly. Hi, Beverly from sunny Sydney, Australia. It's great to see you as well. It is 8:13 a.m. Oh, I love that. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, okay, Nick. All right, Nick. Nick said, wait a minute. What about all my contributions to this business? Yes, dear. Yes, dear. Thank you. I already said I couldn't do it without you. Yes. All right, so let's see. I don't know. I'm not quite too sure about, well, let's just do some hearts. Let's just do it. Let's just do a few hearts. We'll just scatter hearts. How about that? We'll just have a few scattered hearts. You know how this is when you try to make things look random? It's very difficult to make things look random if you've ever tried. You know, we'll put those two close together. Whoopsie, got a little overzealous with that one. This is another example. We were talking this morning about if you press your pressure, if you apply too much pressure or not enough pressure, different things are going to happen. Where would my little stamping, oh, here we go, like this. So, ooh, okay. Let's come over here to the side and see if I can, no, I better not do this. I'll do this in a minute, okay? I'll do this in a minute. Stylus, so Denise, this guy, I think this guy is, you know what, it might be okay. It might be okay. Oh yeah, I can fake it. It'll work on the stylus. It's almost a little bit too big though. Almost, oh, that was almost bad. Now I'm getting ink all over my hands. All right, let's clean those off. Clean those off. I need to, let's see if we can get Nick to come back in. Nick. So I do not have a design team. I do not as of yet, I should say. I do not. JK said, stamping while people are watching me is always nerve-wracking. Huge props. Oh, I've mastered nothing. But that's, I mean, you know, that's how you know it's real, because I drop things and make mistakes and, right? We all do it. Scrapbook Sister. Hello and welcome to all leakers. I think you meant lurkers. Scrapbook Sister. What did I? Oh, I know. Will you do me a favor? Will you please rinse that out?
Oh, good Lord.
Honey, good Lord. Hey, wasn't he just saying his contributions? Like, I need to recognize his contributions?
The real stuff I do.
The real stuff you do? What? Oh, don't mind us. We're just bickering. We've been married 28 years. It happens. All right, so there we go. That's a good start. I have this cluster going here. I'm not done with it, but I need to deal with it. And the way I need to deal with it, those are all die cuts, okay? Those are all die cuts. In comes the like most incredible product ever that's not meant for this. This is highlighter tape. It is meant for highlighting things like in a book. So if you're, thank you, honey. If you're reading and you want to highlight something, you put highlighting tape over the words. Like if I needed to highlight this little part here, right in my list, I would put that right there and it highlights it. The beauty of it is it comes right back off again. Okay. It does not tear the paper. It does not leave any residue on the tape. It's reusable. I reuse it by just putting it on the little tape dispenser. It comes in very handy when you are trying to do your layers. I know we're not talking about layering, but we're just doing a little bit right now because I have those kind of where I want them. I'll add a little bit more, but I need to start adhering those down or else I'm going to lose my placement. And if I try to pick those up and then get it exactly how I had it before, it never works, right? Sometimes I even try to take a picture so I can get them in the right place. If I take this tape and I come in, that's a sticker. Well, it's kind of stuck on, so let's just try that. But we'll put a little there too. So if I take this tape and do that, now that's one piece. Okay, it's one piece. Now I can come in and apply my adhesive to that one piece. Everything is where I wanted it, right? Everything's where I wanted it. And then I come back in and adhere this down right about there. Everything is right where I want it. And then I just pull these little pieces back up. So highlighter tape, it's pretty awesome for this. You can use washi. It depends. We've tried it. I used to do it washi before Amy introduced me to this. Sometimes washi will pull up some of the ink or pull up part of the paper from your die cut. So this is designed to be repositionable. So there we go. Nice and nice. Except not quite, that's a little bit too high. Oh, well, it is what it is. So this is bleeding a little bit off the edge. So I want to come in and just cut part of this off right there. And I need one more thing here, evens. So as I was layering, actually in here, I kind of started with the big one first, and then I tucked something little underneath it. I have different shapes. I have different sizes. I have different colors. That's part of what's making that work, that little layering cluster there. That's part of what's making it work. Different shape, different size, different scale, different color. And they're all touching. Okay, so we need just a little bit more something in there, and I'm not quite sure what it is as we look. I don't know. I'm going to come back to that. I want to now start looking at coloring that in. So let me look and see what we want to do here. So we have the click art pens that we looked at this morning. And we also have the pencils. Now, some of the color here, let's look. I have not swatched these pens yet, so we're all going to kind of look at them together. I've used them before, but I haven't swatched them yet. So let's look at this little guy. I'm working in like a 12 inch by 12 inch space here. This is also why you want to swatch your pens. So it kind of works for those colors-ish, right? It's pretty neutral. Let's just do it. Okay, I'll start coloring in that. Super subtle. I will show you, I'll color this in, this word, and then I'll bring it up to the camera so you can see. Sorry that you're looking at my head. Sorry that you're looking at my head as we're working there, because it's just, I got to get a little bit close so I can see what I'm doing. So, all hand drawn by my friend Christine, Pop Daisy Art. Super subtle, right? Super subtle. I think I want to find a yellow now, maybe. Ooh, I need to keep this guy out because I might use it for a few of my hearts. I need a yellow. So that first one was out of the darks pack. This one I'm going to try is out of the lights pack. Oh, that yellow is perfect for this. So where it gets a little rough, where it gets a little bit harder is the pinks. I want like a super subtle pink. And I know that there is not a super subtle pink in any of these 3 marker sets. So I think what I will do is bring in a colored pencil. Okay, so here we have it so far. There we have it so far, super subtle. Now, if I was using the new Willy alphabet stamps, then and coloring in, then it would be a lot more. We'd see kind of the color quite a bit more, like in that one. That I used the markers to color in, just because the markers are or the stamps are a little bit wider there, a little bit more surface area. That one too. You can see the color a lot more there just because they are bigger. All right, so now I need let's look for a pink. Let's look for a pink pencil and see if we can find a pink pencil that kind of goes with that. And these are brand new, so I have not swatched these guys either. I tell you, that's another time investment. Ooh, I like it. That's another time investment. Oh, what am I doing? Okay. That's another time investment, is swatching your inks, your pens and pencils, even your washi. It pays off because then you know what you have. And if you know what you have, it's a lot easier when you're trying to, let's say, match this particular ink color, or not ink color, but paper color. You just go through all your swatches and go, oh, yeah, that's it. That's the one I want. Just like coloring when we were little kids, right? I'm trying to follow-ish this same path. So there's the pink. And then I can come in maybe with this guy. Oh, it's so fun coloring in. If you were not with me this morning and when we were talking about the stamps, the type of black ink that you use is super important, because you don't want something that is going to smear when you are then coloring in, right? You don't want to pick up any of that black. So that is the black that I use pretty much for all of my stamping. That's what you see me use. And that is a Sukaniko pigment. And it is VersaFine Clair, and it's Nocturne. So that is the black. We'll just do a little bit of yellow right there. Oops, I didn't want to put that away yet. A little bit of yellow. And then let's color in some of these little hearts. Maybe we just color all the hearts yellow. Sure, let's just do it. So yes, on my website. Now, one more thing that I can do is I did that double outline. That double outline now gives me a place that I can color. So let's just color in with that too. I know, Terry, if you're still here, you're shocked that I'm using this yellow, aren't you? Yellow is such a go-to color for me. I don't know why, but it's such a go-to color. So this one, this Listing with Lael stamp set, that's one of the 6 new stamp sets that I just came out with in collaboration with my friend Christine. But they're all about that. They're all about, oh, that doesn't go there. They're all about coloring in if you want to, but you don't have to. But they're all about coloring in. So isn't that kind of fun? Kind of fun. All right, I think we'll leave that one at that, just so that we can continue to move on. But now I have that first page in my insert all ready to go. Remember, I already gave away live one of those those zebra retractable markers, but there's another one in the giveaway post. So after the video is over, when I have you leave a comment on the video, not in the chat, but on the video itself. All right, so there's a couple things I didn't do here. I definitely need to date this because I always say you should date your things. Remember that list of lists book that I showed you at the very beginning? That all of those lists I had dated when I made them. What color were those markers? So the 2 that I ended up using one from the darks. So I ended up using that one from the darks. And I ended up using, sorry, that one. It was that little guy, I think. This, and they're not named. The individual colors are not named. So what I'm going to end up having to do, well, actually they probably are named, but these are Japanese pens. So they're probably named in a little Japanese right there. So I cannot read that. So I will somehow name these. Probably what I will do is I will just number them. So I'll use my little label maker and I'll put a number on each of these. So I'll have the dark sets 1 through 12, and then I'll know, oh, this is number 1. I'll know what that color is, but it's that kind of, I don't know, flesh looking color. That's a horrible, I don't know, that just sounds weird, flesh looking. And then I used the lights. So it was this yellow color out of the lights. All right. Yeah, Christy said she loves the zebra click art markers. They're so nice to use. They are. They're just really fun. They're just so handy. I think that they're the clickables. All right, so there we go. There's the start of my new traveler's notebook insert. So it doesn't have to be fancy. I mean, I don't know, if I wasn't talking to you guys, it would probably take me, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 minutes to do that. But even if I wanted to do a quote, instead of a little stamp like that, I could just do my quote right there and then add a little bit of product around it. And I know a lot of you don't like your own handwriting, although I say, well, I don't know, some of you even list with the computer, which is totally okay, and then print it out. But you could print out a quote and then put it right there at the beginning of your insert. All right, there we go. Oh, I know what I need to do. So I won't do it now, but I need to pull in a little mint, right? Because look at that little guy, looks totally out of place right now because it's mint. So I need to pull that in somehow. We'll do that later. I will do that later. All right, so that is, and I will do it, I promise, before we are together next Saturday. You guys, as of now, we are together every Saturday in April. There's 5 Saturdays in April. Did you know that? That means we could be together 5 times in April, unless Nick and I go out in Harvey. But even if we go out in Harvey, we'll do like we'll leave like Saturday afternoon, and we'll do like Saturday to Monday or something like that. Creative Cindy, I dislike my handwriting, so I practice a bunch of times beforehand. That is a great idea, Cindy. That is a great idea. Here's the other thing, that while I'm putting this away, I will say to all of you that dislike your handwriting, I will ask you a couple of questions. The first question is, do you happen to have a recipe card of your mother's, your grandmother's, a family friend, someone that's passed away, someone that you cherish? Yes. When you look at that recipe card, is it done on a computer? More often than not, no, right? More often than not, no. It is their handwriting. And you look at that recipe card and it's maybe grandma's chocolate chip cookies and it's grease stained and it has a little bit of chocolate on it. You don't notice any of that. You notice your grandmother's handwriting because that is her, right? That is her. And you are so thankful to have that recipe card because it is a part of her. Amy said, I love recipe cards from my loved ones. Exactly, right? So think about it that way, that your handwriting is you. And if you don't like it, then practice. You can change your handwriting. It just takes some work, right? If you don't like it, practice. But what did I do with that stamp? I would highly encourage you to use your handwriting. That may be one of the reasons, if you are normally not listing, that may be a reason you've never listed, is because if you start to think about, oh my goodness, then I have to do it, then I have to, oh, that's what it, never mind. That's where the stamp went. It was behind me after I cleaned it. If you have to like figure out what you want to say and then do it on computer and then print it out and cut it out, that may definitely be preventing you from listing. Nancy, I have framed recipe cards of my mother's in my kitchen. I love that. Sarah said, I have a Post-it note of a dear friend with her Scottish shortbread recipe. Means a lot every December when I see it. That is seriously so special. I have done a couple of different recipe book, mini book classes, and 2 or 3. I'm sure in all of them, I have told the story about my friend Anne that I worked with at AT&T. She and I were good friends. We both had kids, our first within 6 months of each other. I knew her husband in college. She was shot and killed when her baby was 6 months old. And I have a recipe card of Anne's sugar cookies. And you guys, that means more to me than anything because it's in her handwriting. It is in her handwriting. So I still have a piece of her. And that was, what, 24 years ago? So even if you hate it, just step back and think, you know what? Can I get over it? Is it worth it getting over so someone will have my handwriting, or someone will have something like this to look back on when I am no longer around, right? So think about that. Think about that. I don't get on my soapbox often, but I just got on my soapbox and I will now step down from my soapbox. I will have a hydration break. I need some water. Wildflowers said she took one of my recipe book classes. Oh, I love that. Ashley Arnold. What's Ashley doing? Ashley. Um, okay, here we go. I'm going to need some more water in a minute, Nick. I don't know if you can hear me. I need one of those little bells. Ding a ding a ding a ding a ding a ding a ding. Like, hello, I need something. Ding a ling a ling a ling a ling a ling a ling. Maybe I should have Nick like install a little doorbell in here so I could go ding ding ding. And I'm pretty sure that it would always be broken. Nick would have it disconnected in about 2 minutes flat. Okay, here we go. So now we are going to go to our first list. Our first list is things I'm looking forward to this spring. This is a list, or this type of list. Oh, intercom. In our old house, Joe, we had an intercom. We totally did. Because we had, oh, there he is. Ding-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling-a-ling.
7 hours in and you're finally going to do a list? Good Lord.
Shush up. We did lists in the last one. My gosh. You guys, I tell you what, that's, Nick and I both have very dry senses of humor. So we get along well, but you could tell, yeah, he's funny, isn't he? He's funny. Yeah, could you imagine, Lisa said, could you imagine if I had a buzzer or a bell? Yeah, it'd be disconnected real quick. I know it. Oh, here's one more thing. So really quickly, Nancy said, her grandkids, hardly know how to cursive write as they are tech savvy. That's another thing, you guys. I grew up writing in cursive because that's what we learned in school. But then I'm of the age where you never really used it. My mother, everything she writes recipes, she writes a to-do list. It is in her cursive handwriting. My grandmother was the same way, my dad's mom. Thank you, dear. Someone said it's because you like the attention.
Me?
Yes.
Thinking about leaving.
Yeah, I'm thinking about leaving. Yeah, right. Yeah, Nancy said it makes a marriage work to have dry humor. But anyhow, you guys know. Think about it. This generation, I'm going to sound like I'm about 90 years old. This generation though doesn't know how to read cursive. So if you are a cursive writer, that is like, talk about a time capsule. I mean, that is totally telling a story, right? Even no matter what you're writing, maybe you're even writing your to-do list, but it's in cursive. That is a pretty cool thing. That is a pretty cool thing. Okay. Jennifer said, my 94-year-old father-in-law has the prettiest cursive handwriting. I love that. That's just wonderful. Okay. So, our list that we're going to work on right now is things I'm looking forward to this spring. I will be using the Gingham Garden collection for this. Gingham Garden. And we're going to do a couple of fun things with this list. We're going to use a couple of different stamps. We're also going to use some ink without a stamp in a really fun way. But before we start, let's get some things put away. Highlighter tape goes away and sticky notes go away. This can move off to the side. This can go back in the stamping. This can get put away. All right, this can get put away because we don't need this one right now or this one right now. All right, that gives us a little bit more room to work. All right, ouch, I just fell on my foot. 2-page list, things I'm looking forward to this spring. Hi, Rhonda Briggs. Ashley said my writing is a weird hybrid of both printing and cursive. Ashley, mine is too. Mine totally is too. It is a hybrid, and my weird cursive. All right, so 2-page list. I know that I want to have pattern paper as a base for this list. So we need to figure out what that is to start. So Gingham Garden is a beautiful collection. Linked in the description box of the video. Oh, that yellow, you know I'm drawn to. This one has gold foil accents, so you can kind of see right there. There's that mint again. Some pretty flowers. Oh, I love this one. We might have to use that. We'll see. So keeping in mind it's a spring theme. You'll see why I want to use that one in a minute. Keeping in mind it's a spring theme. Maybe, and that's really subtle, so maybe. We'll see. That could work. I don't know, maybe we should do that. Should we do that one? I'm just looking. Okay, you know, it might be that one. It's very specifically not going to be this one for a reason. Lisa, she does. Lisa said, I think Heidi Swap has a handwriting class. Absolutely, she does. She is the master. She is the master. Well, in all different kinds of things. But handwriting. Her class really goes through, and I haven't taken it, but it really goes through a whole process on how to practice your handwriting and how to like your handwriting. But a lot of it's practice, you guys. A lot of it's practice. A lot of it's practice. Judith said she never really thought about it, but her handwriting is a combination. TK and JK. JK, just kidding, Jack Concar. JK, not Jack. Oh, okay. Does not my Nick? Oh, heck no. I really wouldn't say heck no. I'd say something else. No, he does not. Nick is not a crafter. Nick likes to pretend. Nick likes to pop into the chats and say that we have amazing things planned, and he does not. At least I think you're talking to me. All right, those two or that one? I don't know. We'll see what we're gonna end up with. I'll probably cut both of them. Karen, yes, Karen, drafter by trade. So drafter, architect, in those cases, your handwriting is crucial. And architect, you know architects. Now you would think like a doctor, a physician, that their handwriting would be crucial because, hello, they're writing things that are really important, that need to be interpreted the right way. But no, not so much. Hashtag keep Lael hydrated. I love it. All right, here we go. Yes, engineer too. Engineer's another one. Yeah, that's my dad. Engineer, fighter pilot. Kind of an odd combination, but yes, very distinct handwriting. All right, so for our list, we need to have, let's say we're going to do, I think we'll do 7 inches tall. And then we'll do, oh no, 8.25. I went pretty short on that. Let's look. Oh, it's all right. So 7 inches tall and it's 8.25, so 3.75. Let's see what, I just did a little math in my head there. So let's see what we look like here. Those will be the base 2-page list. And I'm not sure yet which one of these that we're using, so I will cut both. And these I will cut to 4 3/4. So they're already 8. I will leave them at 8, but I will trim them to 4 3/4. So we'll have lots of nice pattern around there. But we'll see. I really wish this was a horizontal stripe. I really, 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 really wish. I rotated that because I like these colors over here better than I like these colors over here. So since I needed to cut some off, I just cut that off. And we can still see, see, look it. You lose it all. I hate that. I hate vertical stripes because look it, you lose all the beauty of that. We might have to go with a different piece of paper because look it, it's just not good. Meh. Just not very fun, is it? Let's go back to the drawing board for a minute and then we'll see. Cut it in half. So you mean cut it in half like this, Denise, right? And then try to use it that way? I don't know. Let's try it. Let's see what happens. I will be the guinea pig. I will be the guinea pig. So it's 8, so I'll cut it in half at 4. Let's see what we get here. I had to think about that for a minute. Let's see what we get. If we go like this, we could make that go there, right? And then, all right, I'm going to come in here and I'm going to use a little piece of this tape, except it probably will be permanent. Since I am not yet adhering it to my insert. There we go. So when I put my, oh, it won't work that way. So guess what? If I had left, would it have helped if I left that? No, it's too narrow. It's too narrow. So it won't work. But I was just, now my mind has to think, that would have gone there. No, it wouldn't have worked. If I was working with a 12 by 12 piece of paper, it would have worked, but if I'm at 8 and I cut it in half in 4, it's too small. So, I wish that would have worked, but it does not work, so that's okay. Let's find another paper that will work in here. I really wanted all those colors in there. I know I'm just struggling because I wanted that to work. And that's just too, just do it. Lil, move on, move on, move on, move on. I'll do those two, okay? Let's get all this away. See, sometimes I'm just as indecisive as you guys are. Sometimes it doesn't already come, does it? Oh, I could, right. I could. So I could use this as a list to write on. That's a great idea. That is a great idea, Kelly. So I can save this. All is not lost with this. I could save this and let's pretend like it would go on here. And that could be part of my list that I could write on. Just like that. Great, great, great idea. All right. Now it's all just different. It's all different. We'll make it work. You'll see. Look it. We put that on there and it helps it. But now I think we may need to go back to this one because that's so dark. Okay, one more. One more, one more, one more. Man, I am struggle bus. That one? Or there's one more mint. One more mint. That one. Okay. It's going to be one of those. It's going to be one of those. What are we talking about with Pamela? I missed something. Yes, Tracy. What I'm looking forward to this spring. We just got a little waylaid. We just got a little bit waylaid. Just a little waylaid. That's what we're going to do. We'll use that, this mint gingham color. All right. We're back on track now. These two pieces are the base of this list. Okay, let me move all of these papers out of the way now. But I'm going to still need some of the die cuts. So we're going to kind of let this hang out for a bit. We're going to let it hang out for a bit. All right. So let's go ahead and get these pieces down. Like that. And like, oopsie, wrong one. Ooh. What did I just do there? All right. So now what I want to do, and this could get interesting with my plan here. Where's my swatches? All right. Oh, your husband gave you lots of flowers for your birthday. That's what we're talking about. I love that, Pamela. That's so fun for you. I love that. Have fun on your date, Nancy. I will take a picture and post it in the Facebook group. How about that? I will do that. Okay, so now I need to find some colors. Now, this is where I'm a little bit... Oh, what did I do to my swatches? I think I got my... It looks like I probably got my... I think I may have gotten the... chamois on there. And we already know there's no mint because that's what happens. There's no mint. I need to be able to pull in. That's what I want. Those are the colors I'm going for. And that one is not going to work because of that. So I will use that for something else. I need something more neutral that will give me the colors. I know, Denise, I wish to. I wish to. Carmen, that quote, I do not remember it offhand. If anyone knows that Erica Badu quote, I will go find it. It is in my very first video I did, the one I did 1,100 days ago. Something about watching something get real. Watching a bad word get real. But basically about writing things down. Same thing, same concept as the Jack London one, but in a totally different way. All right, now let's go back because these are the colors we're looking for. We know there's no mint, so we will not get our hopes up high for that. We need a pink. Where's our pinks? I think we will go with spun sugar. That's the first one that we're going to go with, that guy. So let me get spun sugar out. I need 6 colors. Spun sugar. I think we'll also do speckled egg. These are the ones that I had out in the flat lay. So speckled egg, spun sugar, fossilized amber, and we need, golly, I wish we had that mint, huh? I think we might be able to do another pink as well. I think we might be able to do maybe saltwater taffy. Should we try it? Oh, saltwater taffy. I'll show you. It'll all come together, I promise. Or it's coming together in my head. I shouldn't promise because who knows if it will really come together, but what I'm thinking. Saltwater taffy, and I need one more. Well, I actually need 2 more. 2 more. I need a mint. There's no mint. So let's see if we can find something that would come even close. I mean, cracked pistachio. I guess we could fake cracked pistachio. That's probably what we'll do. Let's get cracked pistachio. And then 1 more after that. Really quick, what would salvaged patina look like in here? Ooh. Yeah, it's definitely cracked pistachio. Salvaged patina has a little bit too much blue in it. And then I need this color-ish down at the bottom. It's just kind of a, I don't know what color that is. It's just kind of a tannish color a little bit. Old paper, no. It has a little bit more of a purple hue to it maybe. What about, Victorian Velvet's going to be too purple, I think, but let's look. This is where you're so glad, I tell you, all the time that you invest in swatching. Milled lavender. Milled lavender could work. This is so worth all the time that you spend doing your swatches when you're trying to find a color. It just, yeah, saves so much time. Milled lavender, I think that's what it's going to be. Okay, milled lavender, that's the last one. And then we are going to get out, hang on, milled lavender, where are you? Huh. Hang on, friends, I'm just looking through, oh, there it is, like, it's up in the pink area. Alrighty, now that I have all of those out, here is my plan. I am also getting out these guys. These are the little daubers, okay? Little foam thingy-majiggers. The little foam thingy-majiggers. And I will show you, this is speckled egg. It's already loaded up. These store all my little foam tops. And I have organized them. That's speckled egg on top, and then you open it up, that's speckled egg right there, and that is where speckled egg goes. There's a little Velcro thing on there. This is one of the products I have on my website. Not all of this done, but the case, this, and then 42 punch circles, and then 40 little of your Velcro things, so that you can also swatch these, because when you want to use one of these, you need to know what color that is. So this is my plan. This is my thought. We're going to see how it works. Move all these out of the way. Things I'm looking forward to this spring. There are 6 on my list. 6 things I'm looking forward to. So I wanted to see if I had one of these when I was playing before. Let me look. This is the playbook. I do not think so. Okay, so let's come back here. So this is my thought. I am going to use this as a circle. Did you guys find the quote, the Erica Badu quote? I'm going to use this as a circle, almost like a circle stamp. So I take, that's the color, that is speckled egg, that's speckled egg. I come in, rub that around, and then I'm going to go like that. Okay, so you see that? I made a circle, and all I did was that. Press it down and spin. So each of my 6 things will have one of those. I will stamp a number on it, and then I will use one of the little puffy stickers to accent it. So that's my plan. That's my plan. I'm sticking to it. How did I adhere the circle? These little circles with like your red line tape. Okay, do you know what I mean with red line tape? Like, hang on, I'm just looking. Oh, like this. Red line tape. The really, really, really like sticky, sturdy tape. And I make it a little X. That's how I did that. All right, so let's come in here. Here's my 2 sides. I need to stamp my title first of all, though, don't I? So what should I stamp my title in? Probably something that's kind of neutral like that, maybe. Now we're going back to the drawing board. Scrappy Lisa, my time is 4 o'clock. Oh my goodness, it's 4 o'clock already? Oh geez, we're not going to get through. You guys, we're never going to get through everything I have planned, but that's okay. It's 4 o'clock. We'll probably go till about 7 o'clock my time. So we'll go at least a good another 3 hours. That's my plan. That's where I'll be here. If you're here with me, awesome. If you are not with me, then that's okay. You can come back and watch it anytime, or you can just be done with me. I don't mean you specifically. Scrappy Lisa. Speckled egg or weathered wood? You think for this one, for my title? Let's look, or I don't know, you may be telling me weathered wood from some time ago. Let's look for my title. Weathered wood. Weathered wood. Should we do weathered wood? Let's do weathered wood. Okay, so we need to get out a stamp set. This stamp set is all the things. That's what it's called. All the things. You guys, all of my lists are pretty much made out of necessity, right? Necessity is the mother of invention. I do lots of lists about things I'm looking forward to. Things I'm looking forward to this spring, summer, winter, fall. Things I'm looking forward to this year. It could be this month. It could be whatever it may be. This all the things stamp set works for all different kinds of things. It's called all the things because you have things I'm looking forward to, things I'd like to do over, remember, do again, things I appreciate, things I did well, my favorite things about. Then you have all the little words that can go with those. Spring, summer, fall, this year, last year, month, next, dislike, wish, forget, things I would like to forget, things I believe, things I did well. So all the things. That's that stamp set. But for this one, it is going to be things I'm looking forward to this spring. Things I'm looking forward to this spring. So it's kind of a buildable set, right? You kind of piece all of your words together to create whatever you want to say. At the end of a season, you can do my favorite things about this spring, my favorite things about last year, all the things. So weathered wood, we're thinking weathered wood. All right, let's get weathered wood for our title. Weathered wood. Oh, there it is. And I don't know, whoever suggested weathered wood, maybe you weren't even suggesting it for this. Guess what I think we need? I think it's time for a live prize. I'm scrolling up and Gerda Gray. Gerda Gray. My fingers stopped. I scrolled way up. Gerda, you are where my finger stopped in the live chat. So Gerda Gray, your prize is, ooh, okay. It is, let me grab it. I still have so many prizes to do. Dot markers, the mild smoky dot markers. So Gerda, you know what to do. Shoot me an email and in the subject line, put winner mild smoky dot markers. Gerda Gray. Should we do another one right now? Should we do another one? Let's do another one. I'm going to scroll up just a little bit and stop at Creative Cindy. Creative Cindy. You just won a $50 gift certificate to my website. So Creative Cindy, shoot me an email and in the subject line, write $50 gift card, gift certificate, whatever. I send you a coupon code for that. So, you guys, both of those things also are giveaways in the post giveaway, right? So what you do for the post giveaway, when the video is over, leave a comment on the video itself because I have another $50 gift certificate to do in the post for this PM session. And I also have not another mild smoky. Okay, anyhow, we'll keep going. Too many prizes to keep straight. But you guys, it's all the prizes are my way of saying thank you. Thank you for being here the last 3 years, 1,100 days. Maybe it's the last 5 minutes. Maybe you're brand new. Maybe you've been here a month. Maybe you've been in and out because life. Maybe whatever it is, it's just my way of saying thank you so much. Saying thank you so much for everything. Hi, Susan. Somebody just asked about the stamp set, all the things. It's called List Builder, All the Things. And this one, you can do all on the same block, but like we saw this morning, I like to do this on different, like stamp individually because I can get everything much closer together. Rhonda said, one of my markers can make small dots compared to the dot markers. Your video inspired me to try dotting. Who knew? Awesome. Yeah, those little dot markers are fun. You make different size dots. I use them for bullets based on how the pressure. All based on the pressure. Okay, where are we? I need this. What a mess. What a mess. What a mess. Okay, weathered wood. We're going to look at weathered wood. See if we like it. I think it will be nice because it will be a nice neutral. Now, even though I'll still do all my list making in black, whoops, just kind of got my tongue stuck on my teeth there. Okay, I rocked that way too much. So that was me. That was not the stamp. I think that could be fun. Let's do it. But that was totally me. Because I think I don't know what I was doing. I think I was stamping on something that got in the way underneath. I don't know what that was. That was weird. Yeah, you really should stamp on top of other things that are on your work surface because you're not going to like what happens. All right, so looking forward to. There we go. What is the name of the dauber holder? This thing? Click on the what I'm using link in the video, and this is in there. This is in there, whatever the tool is. The tool comes with some of the little heads. I'm blanking. I'm totally blanking. That's what happens after however many hours we've been here. All right, let's just clean that little guy off real quick. All right. So looking forward to, and now the reason I wanted to do that separately is that lets me get my little things it lets me get it right in there nice and tight, okay? It lets me get it right in there nice and tight. But before we do that, let's just double check. There we go. Okay. Ink blending tool. Thank you, Kathy. It's the ink blending tool. What I keep them in. Those are the ink blending foam storage something or other. Yeah, the storage container. Yes. That is also in the in the one I'm using. Look at that. Really quick, we have to talk about this. There is a big difference, my friends, in stamps manufactured in, I should say can be, stamps manufactured in the US, stamps manufactured in China. There is a big price difference from stamps manufactured in the US, stamps manufactured in China. This is not 100% across the board, but look at how fine, like, oh, Mickey, you're so fine. Look at how fine that Things I'm is. It is so fine because that is, number one, it's a photopolymer stamp. It's not an acrylic stamp. Acrylic stamps, much cheaper to make. Most of the stamps that you see coming out of China, I'm not going to say all, I'm going to say some, acrylic stamps. They won't give you that kind of fine impression. I shouldn't say they won't. The majority of them won't. They're made out of acrylic instead of photopolymer. But that little tiny stamp gave us such a nice, crisp impression. All of my stamps are made in the US because I like it that way. I wish I could make like my traveler's notebooks in the US, but that's just not possible. Okay, where? Well, I shouldn't say it's not possible because I'm sure I could, but they'd probably cost like 12 times as much. And then that price is a lot of us out of the market. A lot of us, I mean consumers. Things I'm looking forward to this summer. All right, let's see where we want this summer to go. Yes, it is a 5x7 photo organizer, Kathy. That is what it starts out with. And then it also comes with 2 pre-printed sheets and 2 because those hold up to 40. So 20 on each side. And then also holds or also includes your 42, 2 extra just in case you need them, 42 pre-punched circles, and then 40 of the little circle, 40 of the little circle Velcro pieces. All the little daubers have the opposite side of the Velcro on the back, and that's how they stick to the tool. But then they'll also stick to your little sheets there. I will soon have, hold on, I got to think about this, where this is going to go. Looking forward to this spring. I will soon have different options of that. So right now I just have Distress Oxide as an option. That's pre-printed and comes with it, but I will have more options. So basically you'll say, I need the one that's for the distress inks, or I need the one that's for the stamp market inks, or I need the one that's for the, I don't know, whatever inks you have, the Gina K inks, or the, I don't know, whichever inks that you use. So those are coming. It's coming. Denise, shoot me an email. Yes, if you've already bought it, and want to redo them, I am more than happy to send you the link to print again. But it's not something that I offer as just the printable without the whole thing, just because it's a lot of work. And I gotta pay for the people that make those for me, because those are all handmade. None of that is manufactured anywhere. That someone literally prints those out, cuts them, punches all the little circles. And it's not a child worker, it's Lily. And punches all the little circles and does all of that work. So, all right. I need to put those back on the stamp set or I will lose them. That's another thing. You should always, if you can, Well, of course you can. You need to. Oh, that's right there. Put your stamps back on the sheet so you don't lose them. Clean them right away and put them back on the sheet so you do not use them. Now, I didn't dry these because I cleaned them, but I'm not using them right away again, so I'm not worried about, making sure that they're fully dry. If I was going to stamp again with other colors, then I absolutely would. I absolutely would make sure that, that I was totally dry. With a little microfiber so I didn't get lint everywhere. One of the things that people were talking about on Marilee's thread in the Facebook group when she was asking about why she was seeing a particular result that she didn't expect to see and didn't want to see when she was swatching her inks. There was a discussion then happening about baby wipes. And baby wipes, usually what I find is like the facial cleansing wipes don't do this, but unless you can find them really cheap, you don't want to use them on your projects because they're, expensive. But the baby wipes have like little, like not little threads, but they leave like a little, I don't even know how to describe it, little like hairs from the wipe, like little cotton pieces from the wipe, which will totally like mess with your stamps. It's not going to hurt your stamps, but it is going to just make those little hair impressions in your stamp, so it won't look quite right. Fibers. Thank you, Denise. Fibers. Yes. TK, I'm working with, it's called List Builder, All the Things. So now I need to figure out what order I want to do these in. So what if we do yellow, fossilized amber, saltwater taffy, spun sugar. This is kind of my mint version, but I just wish we had a mint. Speckled egg, and then milled lavender. That. So what that means is I need to start off the bat, I need to start out with fossilized amber. Let's leave that on there because I already know I need that one. Let me see if I have a little handle handy here. A handle handy. A handy handle. Well, I know I have lots of handles, so where are they? Oh, here we go. They're just hiding. All right, fossilized amber. So here we go, fossilized amber. That one right there is fossilized amber. Put that little pad on there. And let's ink this little guy up. And let me just test it to make sure that we like what it's going to do. It's going to be a little bit brighter, but that's okay. So there we go. Isn't that fun? You guys, so easy. All you do is press down and move. That's the same exact technique that you use if you're making these. That's how you do your little circles. You put your little circle on a piece of paper, press down and swirl, and it gives you a nice circle impression. Actually, before we do that, I would like to come in and I think do this. We're just going to do our little line right here. Maybe just to separate our little separator. All right, we'll add some little things up there before we're done. So this is the thought. I don't know. We're hoping this is going to work. There's the first one. Okay. So now I need to let that dry before I do my stamping. I think I was originally going to use the focus numbers, but now that I see this, the focus numbers would be way too big. Hi, Vicki Powell. Vicki said, just able to join in now. Congratulations on both your anniversaries. I haven't been on in a while and I have missed you. Thank you, Vicki. I missed you too. It's so nice of you to pop in. Gabby, hold my order, please. Going to order more inks. Yeah. Good. Hydration break. Let's take a quick sip of water. 4 o'clock is not too early for a glass of wine, Karen Haynes. Karen said, is it too early on a day she found out that squirrels caused $500 worth of damage to the wiring in her car? Oh, I am so sorry. Oh, I am so sorry, Karen. That is such a bummer. That is such a bummer. No, 4 o'clock is not too early. You get a pass. You get a pass. Absolutely. All right. So I'm not going to use the focus numbers. The focus numbers would be way too big there because I guess I wasn't really thinking about scale. These are the numbers I was going to use. So I think they'll just be too big, right? Because that on there, too big. So instead of those, I'm going to use the new Christine numbers. I think we'll do Christine numbers small. So those would be right back in here. So you have Christine numbers small and Christine numbers medium. These are all hand drawn by my friend Christine. That is small. Those are 1 inch tall. And these are the medium. The medium are 1.5 inches. So those are also going to be too big there. But we'll use small. Small will be good. And will they fit on this little guy? Oh, they will. Okay. So now I've probably given it plenty of time to dry, but because it's a pigment ink, I want to give myself some time. Oh, I also should put the lid on that. I want to give myself some time to make sure that is dry before I then stamp on here. So in the meantime, while that's just kind of percolating over there, I can come back into my little sample and see if I like the way this is going to look. So we can come back in with the black. I think black will be okay. I could go with something a little bit lighter, like hickory smoke or something like that, but I think the black will be okay. Nice and inked up. And we'll kind of be like that, all right? So I will do that on all of the little circles, and then I will be adding a little puffy sticker. Gerda said she can't drink alcohol. She'll have a cookie as her treat. Cheers, yes. Whatever food or beverage that you want to, probably let's say 5. So let's say in about 45 minutes, we'll have our little celebratory cheers. How about that? So 4 p.m. Oh, well, it's going to be 4 p.m. Pacific because it'll be 5 p.m. Mountain and then that'll be time. So you can pretend. Or you can just say it's an excuse. Lisa pre-celebrated and ate about 25 chocolate-covered albums. Pretty sure she meant something other than albums at 3 p.m. Something other, right? Something other than albums. That's hilarious. Let's try this little guy over here. We're going to start that one right there. Now, when you're layering your ink, almonds, yes. When you're layering your ink, I layered light color and put dark on top. If I did dark below and then light color on top, it would look differently, right? Do we want to see what that looks like if we do that? I will stamp first. Oh, now, this could be interesting. So, pigment-based ink takes a little bit of time to dry. Pigment-based ink takes a little bit of time to dry. I think what I need to do, and I don't do this a lot, so I'm not quite sure what's going to happen here. I think I need to wait, because what I'm a little worried about right now, let's do this. Let's pull out one of our extras. Let's pull out an extra and try this. Because what I don't want to do is I don't want to mess this up. Like, I'm not quite sure what's going to happen when I do this. Because doing this little twisting technique, I'm not sure if I might end up with a little bit of black on there, which I do not want, right? I don't want to mess that guy up. So let's just try. See what happens. That's a brand new clean one. I know, exactly. It's exactly what I'm saying, Joanna. I might contaminate it. So I'm taking that. That's an extra one. And I'm going to see what happens. All right. Little bit. You can kind of see I got a little bit of black from that one. So what I don't know if I had waited a little while, if that would still have happened. I don't know. Basically, it really now makes that one kind of a more of like a hickory smoke after that, right? So if I come back in here, and you know what though, look it, when I'm twisting, I'm not getting any of that black in there. So this is all, you guys, this is why you test. It's why you play, because you never know what's going to happen. Much better to learn something like this as opposed to on your list. Now look at what's interesting. Do you see? After I do the first one, I keep going. There's still a lot of ink on there, but look how my color changes based on not re-inking. So that's kind of a fun, you could do a really fun list like this where you could just do your whole list, just make a whole bunch of circles and then kind of create your own background paper. All right, so I'm still not quite sure what would happen there. So we'll put that little guy off to the side, and I need to clean my fingers. Now is when it's a good time to have a baby wipe out. And I know for certain that these baby wipes leave fibers. I learned that because I was very quickly trying to clean stamps one day, and I didn't want to go get my little chamois, and I ended up with fibers all over my little stamps. No, it's fine. I just had to really clean them off. But Marilee, if you're still here, I know Marilee was saying, oh, the fiber, or maybe it was the wipes that she had and she didn't know what to do with the wipes. So you can still keep your wipes, even if if you're going to start cleaning with chamois or something, just use them to clean your hands. All right, so there we go. There's number one. Now we go to these little guys. And let's grab our tweezers. And it was one of these guys. So what if we pull the little bird? So we're doing a little bit of color blocking here, right? I'm adding like color on top of color on top of color. So there's that little yellowish bird. And maybe we could add a little heart up by it. Maybe like that a little bit. All right, it's okay. It's okay. I don't love it, but that's all right. Okay, so now this is the good guy. This is the good guy. We need to put him away. So back in our little case it goes, fossilized amber. There is a video, you guys, on this product on my website that Amy did that goes through the whole process of exactly how to do your inks, the whole process A to Z. All right, so next we have, that's interesting. I started with that one. I was going to go that way, wasn't I? Oh, well. I will not write in color, Scrappy Lisa. I won't write in color. I don't even know what I was thinking there. Why? That wasn't supposed to go there. I was supposed to do, I had them all lined up, didn't I? I don't know. Did I have them lined up that way? I did. Oh, well. So then next, I guess, let's go this one, saltwater taffy. So now we go back to the other side, and saltwater taffy. Saltwater taffy is right here. Wonder where spun sugar is. Let's come here. So these, the pigment-based inks on your daubers, it's been a long time since I've used this, so they will still retain the ink. They still will be wet. Okay, so I didn't even have to re-ink that, and it still has ink on it. So we'll just use it right here. There's my number 2. That sounded weird, sorry. There is my second one. How about that? There's my second one. And this turned out totally differently than I thought it would in my head. It looks totally different than I was thinking it was going to look, so we'll still run with it. I think I got so off when that rainbow paper wasn't what I wanted it to be, when it was the wrong direction. See that? My friend, hi Karen. My friend Karen, I was talking about Karen earlier. What was I saying about Karen? I don't even remember. Karen, you came up way earlier. Don't panic. Yes, that's a Karenism. Whoopsie. We did a list before Laelism. Don't panic is a Karenism. Yes. Christy Bailey, there is not a YouTube video yet for the This Is Me. It just went up on the website like 2 days ago. So there will be one. I'm just not ready for it yet. That's where this idea came from, you guys. That is one of the papery pieces. It's one of the paper pieces from the papery pack. So I saw that and thought, oh my gosh, we could kind of emulate that here. It's looking a little bit different than I thought it would, but it's all right. It's all right. Okay, so that's number 2. I said that again. That is the second one. That is the second one. Let's try that instead. That is the second one. Oh, Lily just texted. I bought something from Trader Joe's. Let's maybe do this too right here. And we'll have it go outside of the circle a little bit. I bought something from Trader Joe's. If you guys have a Trader Joe's in your area and you like salmon, they make these salmon pinwheels. So it's basically fresh salmon. It hasn't been cooked yet, so it's raw. And they lay it out in little strips, and then they put a mixture of like feta and a bunch of herbs and spices, and then they roll it into a pinwheel. Then you cook it that way. Oh my gosh, they're so good. But Lily just texted and asked how to cook them. And I can't answer that from a couple perspectives. Number 1, I'm doing this. Number 2, I don't cook, so I don't know how to answer her. Nick, are you there? Nick, if you're there, will you call Lily or text Lily and tell her? I'm sure she would appreciate that. All right, so that's this little guy. There's our little butterfly there. It'll all come together. It's still very raw. This whole list is still very raw. We'll get there. So I am using the little puffy stickers, but you could use the sticker book. So in the sticker book, you have kind of that same colorway. You have lots of other colors. You also have a little sheet right here. Let's see where it is. Oh, this one. See all those? You have like all the colors, almost all the colors in the butterfly, in the camera. So that could be fun to use too. All right, 1, 2, number 3, I guess. So let's get saltwater taffy put away. And we need spun sugar. So where is spun sugar? Because it is not in its little holder. There it is. Okay. Now, what some people do, and you know, different strokes for different folks. Some people have a handle for every single one of their colors, an individual handle. So then they just store them that way and they never have to pull them on and off. I don't know. That's a lot of handles. That is quite an investment. So I don't do that, but you could. Oh, we may not even need to re-ink this. We may not need to re-ink this. Let's see what happens if we still have our circle going here. We do. Very light and subtle. See, I'm just so bummed I went the wrong way here. Oh well. Maybe what I need to do, maybe I should totally mix it up now. Oh, now I'm scared. I'm going to try to mix it up. We'll see. Or wilted violet next. Yeah, Scrappy Lisa, right? Or I'm thinking, I don't know, if I need to like totally mix it up and do something over here. I don't know. It's just because I did that one in the wrong order. That was your job, you guys. You had one job. You had one job to keep me on track. Just kidding. Where's cracked pistachio? Oh, there it is. Cracked pistachio. I think we need to totally mix it up. We're just going to do cracked pistachio now. We're just going rogue. We're going rogue. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to go cracked pistachio. That's the one we're doing. Since I've totally messed things up now. There we go. I don't even need to re-ink it. There's number 3. Yeah, it's pretty subtle, but that's okay. It's pretty subtle. Now, in an example like that where I really didn't have a mint, if I didn't re-ink there, like I didn't, that will make that a lot lighter, not as pigmented. So that gives me a much lighter look. So if you're trying to find a color and you really don't have the color, that may help you kind of get there or get a little bit closer. I guess. I don't know. This one may look a little funny. We'll see. Oh, got to add the 3 first. That's why it looks so odd. We need our 3. We need our 3. I think what probably is going to happen here, friends, is that I'm probably going to need to end this list pretty soon because it's 4:30. We got to talk about our layering. We got lots to do still. Hi, Tracy. Tracy said, just jumping in to say happy anniversary. Thank you. She will enjoy the replay. Oh, family member in the hospital. I'm so sorry, Tracy. I'm so sorry. I'm glad that you were able to take a mental break, hopefully. A quick break from dealing with that because that's hard. Another hydration break. It's a lot of talking. Nancy said she does second and third generation stamping all the time and loves the variety of colors she can get from one color. That's what that is. That would be considered like a second generation stamp. Or if I did this right now, that first impression of the 3 is first generation. If I were to stamp again right now, that is, well, I let it dry. That would be considered second generation. I'm trying to see if I have anything like that I could show you here. Oh, here. So here's an example. This would be like first generation. That would be second generation, where you stamp again without re-inking. So first generation, second generation. I guess if you kept going, then third generation, fourth generation, or whatever. Okay, so now we're ready for our little guy here. Maybe this is where we bring in, see, it's a little bit of a stretch, but that's okay. I think I'll help it. I will help it trying to be closer to the same color by having a lot of black in that sticker, so that kind of helps to maybe pull it all together. I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? Let's do, well, I don't know. Let's keep going. We'll see. Okay, so now what's next? We've done cracked pistachio. Let's put that one away. It would have looked, just look how good it would have looked with this paper. Wouldn't it have been so fun with that? The colors I'm putting on the other page. Spun sugar, speckled egg, milled lavender. That is the plan right now. That is the plan. Okay, let's get that sponge. Is that spun sugar? Hang on. I'm pretty sure that's still spun sugar. Let's look. I need to stamp it next to, oh, did I stamp? I didn't stamp. I swear I did. Oh, heavens to Betsy. Heavens to Betsy. Or heavens to Murgatroyd. My mom used to say that, I think. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Let's just try it here. Oh, yeah, that's okay. Look at those together. Aren't those pretty? Look at, you could totally make your own background. You know what my friend Vicky would say? Vicky would say, do all those on a piece of cardstock and then run it through your die cut machine and create your own little die cuts. That's what Vicky would say. All right, so then I guess we could do pink up there. Oh, yeah. This will take, I can tell you guys already, this will take me some time to bring this list back together. I will do it between now and we're together again because it is just weird to me right now. It is weird. But I'll make it work. It's all art. I think that's what Denise said. It's all art, right? It is art. We'll make it work. Speckled egg and milled lavender. We need to load up milled lavender because I didn't have milled lavender loading up. The Rollins family said, I love seeing all the washi in your composition book. That is how, usually when I'm on a What's New Wednesday and I'm showing the washi, I just pull that out and put it there. I actually have an idea for a little book that I'm still mulling around in my head that I think I would like. So then I think maybe you guys would like it. We'll see. Milled lavender. That's going to be pretty. Oh, we've got total Easter egg colors going on, except for that guy. Probably do not need to ink this one up again either. Oh, yes, I do. Yes, I do. There's nothing on that one. Let's see. Let's see what that one's going to give us. Oh, yeah. There we go. It's very pastel-y on this side. Very, very pastel-y. Okay. Yeah. A book washi book. I was thinking that, Denise. That's what I'm thinking. A book washi book where I stamp a master page or a couple of master pages using my washi stamp set. And then I print them all off. And then so all of that like stamping for the washi swatches has been done for you. That's what I'm thinking. I can't show you any of those because they are with the washi swatch. My washi swatch sample book is with Amy also being photographed for the idea book. That's what I'm thinking. All right, so I'm just going to come in here. I will do the 4. I'll add the stickers for the 4, and then I'm going to finish this one later. Because sometimes when you are not liking the way something is looking, you know what the best thing to do is? To walk away and come back at it later with a fresh perspective. So that is what I am going to do. I will just add this one other guy probably right here. And then we'll come back because it's not feeling it. So I will finish that later, and I will show it to you next Saturday so you can see how I revived it from the dead. All right. So while I have these things out, and I won't do that here because it's not going to work here, I'm going to put these things off to the side to come back to later. We're going to slide right into our, yes, walk away. We're going to slide right into our layering, okay? We're going to slide right into our layering, kind of talking about different layering tips and techniques. You guys are fun. I like it. No, it's okay. Someone said, I like the idea. I love what Christina said, walk away or throw it away. Yep, and you know what? Here's the thing, guys, the other thing too. Sometimes when you're working with your stuff, if you decide you just don't like it, then you just don't like it. You just move on, right? Joe said, will you even think of the list of items for the list later too? I will not. I already have those. I will tell you what those are. Just so you know what they are if you're wondering. One of the things I was looking forward to this spring was the 3 and 4 year celebration, what we're doing today. My sister is coming to visit the end of April. Nick and I are hoping to take a trip, a short little weekend trip in Harvey in April. Hosting a neighbor party, a girls' ladies party at my house, our house in April. The National Scrapbook Day celebration that we'll be doing here the first weekend in May. And the big one, Nick and I are going to Europe in May for a long trip. It is the rebooking of our 25th anniversary trip. Our 25th anniversary was in May of 2020. So that obviously did not happen. And so we are doing that this May. So those are the 6 things I am looking forward to this April. Yes, this spring. Yes, Susan. Scotland, Ireland, Amsterdam. Yes. Big trip. It's a big trip. It is a big celebration. But now we will be celebrating 28 instead of 25. Ashley says, is it cheers time yet? We've got about 25 minutes, Ashley. So let me do this. I'm going to clean this stamp. I need to make sure Nick knows, because I'm not going to like walk out and leave. So that he knows to bring me some wine at that time. Yes, it is going to be an amazing trip. It is so much planning. Oh my goodness. I can't even tell you. It's a lot of planning because we're going to be gone for a while. All right, let me get these things put away. We'll do a couple prizes. How about that? And then we'll move on to our layering. That'll be a good one to do, to chat about while we're having some wine, maybe. Jane said when you're in Amsterdam, you can hop on a short train and see us in Brussels. Jane, we are so scheduled. We're only in Amsterdam we fly in and we're staying 2 nights, and then we leave early the next morning to go to Ireland. So we are there for a very short period of time. And Tracy, yes, it would be lovely to do a get together. However, Nick would probably, I don't even know what to say. He's like, no, you're not working. You are not working. Okay. Ashford Castle. in Ireland. If any of you guys have any, like I said, it's pretty much all scheduled out literally almost hour by hour. I mean, not that bad, but it is for sure day by day. Yes, if you have any suggestions, email me. Okay, layering. So let's talk about layering. And these techniques apply really, you guys, to any type of project that you are working on. Or if you're on a scrapbook page, if you are in a mini book, if you are working in a composition book, like bigger, if you're working in a traveler's notebook, if you're doing a card, working on a tag, same principle. So it does not matter that we are layering in a traveler's notebook. All of these things are going to apply to whatever background it is that you're using. So what I thought I'd do, I have, what I would love to do is show you one of the lists that we did 2 weeks ago, the acronym one, because I had done a couple of different layering clusters in the acronym one. But that is now somewhere over Nevada, it's flying back to me, the Postal Service. So what I'm going to do, what I did is I just looked back through the one Traveler's Notebook insert that I still have here. And we'll look at some examples, and then we'll pull out some little pieces and start layering some different things. So as we look at a couple, here is a cluster of layers over here. Okay. All of the things that we look at are going to have some things in common. The placement is the first thing. A variation of color is the second thing. A variation of scale or size is the third thing. So you have something really tall right here. You have some shorter pieces here. You have, so tall and skinny, a little bit short and wide. These two pieces you definitely have that are shorter. Different colors, different shapes, all in kind of that lower left-hand corner. So there's one example. Here's another example. Lower right-hand corner. Large shape as kind of the base, the first layer. On top of that, we have kind of a flower shape there. And then we have two smaller, different shapes, different colors. Now, looking at this again, I probably would not have done those two together because they are the same size. Okay, they're the same size. So generally, you want to start large and work in smaller. We have another piece up here and another piece up here. So we kind of have our cluster there in the lower right-hand corner. Here, we have another cluster, lower right-hand corner. Different shapes, different colors, different sizes, different heights, different scale of things. So we have really small down here, a little leaf, bigger flower, and then we start to work our way up this way. So those are a couple of examples. Now that's all I have that I could show you because it's only that one insert that I still have. So I'm going to pull out some pieces and we're going to now talk about how you would sit down and start layering. So I think what I will do, actually I won't do it in that. I will do it on a, let me just walk across the room to grab that. I'm going to do it on a piece of cardstock so that I can use this later for a list. White cardstock, so let's just do this. Since we already have a gingham garden out, we might as well continue to use that. What am I doing? Oh, all right, so if this is the base, I want this, I'm using this the wrong way that I normally use it. That's why it was weird. Normally I have those be 4 3/4 by 8. So that would be the base of my page. And then this guy will have it be 4 3/4. Let's do 4 1/4 by 7 1/2. So I don't know how long this is. Let's see. And this is not the new one. Sarah said she's really coveting this Tim Holtz trimmer. I think this is the one you mean. This isn't the new one. The new one, I don't know, it might have come today. It's either today or Monday that it'll be here. The one that I ordered for me. Now I've lost my train of thought. Let's see. 4 3/4. That's 4 3/4 by 8. Oh my heavens. This is the end of the day. I'm like, I can't even like form a sentence. There we go. So when the maths don't work, then you just get out your little thing and measure and cut. All right, so there we go, 7.5. This is 7.5 by 4 3/4. So, oh, I can't turn that upside down. So we'll do that right there. I need to just trim that little bit off because you can see my little marking. That was a misprinted piece from the ink storage containers. So I thought, well, I'm going to save it. I can still use it as a base for my list. All right, so there we go. There's the base of our list. And I won't round my corners yet because until I know where I'm going to put it, I don't know if it's going to be a right facing or a left facing. Get out my thing and do my thing. I don't know what that was all about. Okay, I know it's almost cheers time. I'm like, Nick, it's time. Bring the wine. Bring the wine. All right, so let me grab, kind of get a bunch of this stuff cleared out here. I have a mixture of papery here and the die cuts, but I think I'll probably work mostly with the papery. I don't know, we'll see. It's also far easier when you are layering. It's much easier to use die cuts or, oh boy, hang on a minute. Put user in timeout. And we also need to report. There we go. Sorry, you guys. I don't know. Every once in a while, it hasn't happened for a little while, but we get some people in here that don't maybe realize that we're like, at least me, middle-aged crafters. I don't know what wares you're trying to peddle in the chat, but it's not here. I don't know. You get weird people that are trying to do weird things where they don't belong. Trolls, that's what it is. Okay, so the papery. Oh, you know what I would like? I would like for, yes, report and block. Let me just step out really quick and tell Nick that I need some wine, but then also I need him to grab me something too. Okay, guys? So bear with me 1 minute while I do that. Nick?
Yeah.
Can you do me a favor?
What?
Will you run downstairs? I need the Gingham Garden papery pack. So you walk in the door like this, you go like this, where all the Simple Story stuff kind of used to be. Towards the back, it's the Gingham Garden papery pack. It's like a box, little thin box. Okay? And then, will you bring me some wine?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay. So at one point, you guys, believe it or not, during the pandemic, when Nick was home a lot, he would know where most of the product was because he would help me pick orders. All right. So as I start to layer, let's talk about some principles that will do you good. Now I made some notes because I really, at this point, need to look at my notes. First one is, I don't know if you've ever heard of a concept called rule of thirds. Sometimes we talk about rule of thirds, and you may use the rule of thirds without even really realizing that you're doing it. It's something that I did here. If you think about whatever it is you're working on, whether it's a 12 by 12 piece of paper, perfect, thank you. Whether it's a 12 by 12 piece of paper, whether it's your traveler's notebook insert, if you think about dividing it into thirds. So if this were my piece, let's just pretend. If this were my piece, if you think about dividing it into thirds, there, that kind of resembles. So if you think about third and third this way, 1, 2, 3. But if you also think about third and third that way, it's almost like we just drew a big tic-tac-toe. Generally, you don't see people doing any of their layering in the center. You usually see left third, right third. Oh, thank you, dear. Okay, but I have to wait 12 minutes. I forgot. I have to wait 12 minutes. Because I told you guys we would do our cheers in 12 minutes, so I won't have that quite yet. Thank you, honey. Okay. So generally, and you guys, these are all just design principles. You don't have to follow them, okay? You don't have to follow them at all. But sometimes if you put something down and it doesn't look quite right, this could be one of the reasons. So you talk rule of thirds. If you are layering things, generally you don't see people do something right in the middle. If you are going to do something in the center, this I put in the center. Did you notice? This is in the top third. Top third, bottom third, it's not centered right in the middle. If you think about a wall in your house, and if you're hanging, let's say like a picture on the wall, generally you don't hang the picture right here, right? You wouldn't hang the picture in the center of your wall. That would be weird. You normally would hang it right here. Here's your nice little picture of a person. You would hang it in the top third of the wall. So if you kind of think about that, you're already probably following the rule of thirds when it comes to hanging things on the wall. You're hanging more, well, you're probably hanging more about right there. But so generally you don't see things in the middle and you really don't see things in the bottom center. That would be like putting a photo or a frame of something in the bottom center of the wall, which would be kind of odd. Now, that's where the whole rule of thirds thing is going to go off the rails a little bit, because what I would do is I would put things over here in the third, primarily right here. This is usually, you see me either do it here or you see me do it here. And it's almost all the time you see me do it in this spot, okay? Sometimes I'll bleed over a little bit into here and bleed up into a little bit there. But I'm generally, when I'm layering in that bottom kind of third and that bottom little quadrant there. So that's one thing. If you think about the rule of thirds, if you're working with die cuts, they're not sticking. So you can move things all around, right? You can move things all around as you're trying to figure out where you want them to go, because none of them are stuck down yet, right? Christina says she likes to layer in the bottom right too. That's just generally, I don't know, that's kind of my default. That's kind of where I end up going. So if you look at something like the papery pack, I bring these up. Gingham Gardens has one. Vicky's Print Shop has one. The Brighton collection has one. Parasol has one as well. What's so cool about these is they're a heck of a lot of pieces. They're 200 pieces, and you end up with lots of different shapes and sizes and colors, right? So we have some circles, we have some rectangles, we have some squares, we have bigger pieces, smaller pieces, lots of different colors. Those top pieces are papers. These bottom pieces are stickers. So layering with stickers gets a little bit harder because you can't necessarily move things around, but we'll talk about maybe how you can. Different shapes, different sizes. So if we work with our different shapes, different colors, and different sizes, that is one of the big things, right? You don't want to use all the same color, because if you use all the same color, it's going to be really difficult to tell that you layered anything because everything's the same color. If everything is a square, it's going to look a little odd. So let's just say, let's take this guy, there's a square. And then if I put this guy here, and then if I find another square here, it's all just kind of a lot of squares, right? It doesn't really look, it just, something looks off because they're all the same shape. They're all roughly even the same size. So I probably wouldn't go with those. I wouldn't go with all squares. I want to mix things up and go with some different shapes. There's a circle. Even if, and this is where you could kind of do your layers if they're the same general color. Like all of those, they kind of all have the same general color, so that could work. It would probably be more so of not, trying to use this with this. There's not enough contrast or white in there that you'd really kind of see a difference. Next thing is if you start large and go small. So start big, and then as you start layering on, go small. Now that seems pretty obvious that you wouldn't put that guy down and then put this guy on top of it, right? That's just weird. If I put things around it, it might be okay. But I wouldn't want to start like that and then put, bigger things on top of it. That's a very much exaggeration, but I wouldn't want to do that. Now that doesn't mean I couldn't tuck something like that in after, because this is still more of like that's almost like that's my base, and then I just tucked something in after. But always start large, then go down to small. Maybe this is a better example. Big, if I did that first and then put that on top of it, that's a little odd. But if I put this down first and then put this on top of it, much better, right? Larger, smaller. Weight. So Scrappy Lisa said, or weight. Weight, that could for sure be something if we are working with something like this. So that is a piece of vellum. It is transparent. So you'll see that when I put that, well, not on top of that lail. That doesn't make sense. It's the same color. All right. When I put this on top of that, that definitely is a lighter weight. It is translucent. This is solid, right? It's opaque. So weight-wise, you'd want to put something lighter on top of something heavier, not necessarily something heavier on top of something lighter, because then you just kind of lose it. Let's see what else we have. Next thing is odds versus evens. Generally, I end up with an odd number of pieces as I'm layering. So let's say this is the start of my layer, and I start large like that, and I have the second one like that. I probably wouldn't leave just both of those pieces there. Now, I wouldn't leave this guy as it was anyway. Even if I wanted that big piece right there, I would end up cutting that off. So it was bleeding off the edge like that. And maybe I'm not going to do any writing on this side. Maybe I just want to make a bunch of layers, and this would be the second page of my list. Maybe I have another page over here. So I have cut that down a little bit because it was pretty big. Odds versus evens. Yeah, that's another thing. Odds versus evens. Generally, and sometimes you don't even have to think about it. When you look at something, and it's probably when you get to more than 2 that you'll really start to notice. Let's see what else we have here. Let's put, I don't want to do a circle. So here's an example of why I would not use that piece. Even though it's a different color, it's a different size, it's a different shape, but the reason I probably wouldn't use that is because circle, and then look at, there's all those little circles there. So in one piece, I have already covered 2 different shapes. So if I try to work this in somewhere, it kind of doesn't work because I already have the circles going on. A lot of the layering, you guys, is just trial and error. It's literally just taking your pieces, picking them up, putting them down. That's why die cuts work a little bit better than your stickers, because if you're trying to do stickers, then it's hard to pick things up and put them back. So that guy I just picked out, I think that guy works there, right? It works there because what it's doing, it is now bringing these 2 pieces together. So as 2 single pieces, they're just it just kind of looks like I put 2 single pieces out there, right? It looks like I just threw them down. They don't really, the only thing they have in common really is that they're both rectangles, and a little bit they kind of have the same color. But once I take this guy, it's also a different weight. This is a thicker die cut. Once I take this guy and put it right there, I've now kind of brought all of that together. So I've done a couple things. I have now made all of those pieces, even though those were touching, that really kind of helps to join them together. I've brought in a different shape. I've brought in, you may not even think about this, the outline, kind of that cream that's all around that really helps to kind of ground that, and you really notice it. But it's also a different size, right? It's totally a different size than the things that I had worked with before. So there's 3, there's an even. Now what happens if I bring in, let's grab this guy. What happens if I bring in a 4? What happens if I bring in a 4, let's say right there? Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad, but if I move things around a little bit, it's not bad. I'm not wrong. It's not bad, but it's just not, I don't know. It just doesn't seem to quite work. To me, this whole space right now down here is like screaming for something. It's like, wait a minute, there's that blank space. Now, part of the reason it's doing that is because there's that big white block right there. So that's part of what's already drawing our attention to it, making us go, wait a minute, something is missing there. Something is like, it looks like something is supposed to go there. So it would not be as noticeable if that was all that color. Let's see if we can, let's do this. Let's take this guy out. And let's bring this guy in. So now not as noticeable because it's one solid color, but to me that almost looks worse, right? It almost looks worse. Scrappy Lisa just brought up another design principle. I'll bring this guy back in, called trapped white space. So trapped white space, sometimes you hear me talk about that when usually I find trapped white space when I am working on one of my about last month lists. And I probably don't have it here because I always cover them up. But a trapped white space, here would be an example. If I didn't put this tree right there, that would mean I had stickers right there and I had all these things right here, but that was a big white space. That would be trapped white space, okay? That would be, wait a minute, something is really weird right there. You've got something above and something below, but that white space is just trapped in there. That is what trapped white space is. So that's kind of another thing in layering. If you have a big blank space or a big white space like there that truly is white in this case, it's calling for something, right? It needs something there. So we can look at it. We may not know that that's called trapped white space, but we don't need to know what it's called, right? We don't need to know that it's called rule of thirds. We just know what kind of looks right. We don't need to know that that's called trapped white space. We can just see something doesn't appear right there. So if I wanted to take, I don't know, let's just look. Now that I would say, nope, don't like that. I don't like the way that looks. You know why? Because it's too similar in shape to that. It looks like I've just kind of filled in that square. So I would say, yep, nope, I don't really like that. And then I would keep playing. Maybe I would take this and maybe I would cut my scissors, or not cut my scissors, but I would cut that apart. And maybe I would take this little guy and say, okay, maybe one of these works. Do I try to pull the yellow? Maybe I like the way it looks, but maybe I need that more over here instead. Maybe we need it a little bit more over there, right? We just brought in another color. So maybe we like that. But then if I have something there, we still have our white space that we haven't dealt with, right? We still have our white space that we haven't dealt with. So now that's when we don't give up. We just keep looking to see what else we might have that could go there. We just keep looking to see. I'm still in my die cuts. I'm over here to the side just looking to see what we might have in our little die cut pile here. So that bird could go there. Oh, I know. Karen said, okay, of course Karen would be the one telling me. Right? All right, guys, we're going to take a brief break. We are going to, I've got to turn off these harsh lights because, you know, I'm middle-aged. Harsh lights aren't good, women of middle age. I am going to unplug and I am going to rotate. Rotate so we can all see each other. Stamp out the date on that white space. Ooh, whoopsie. I totally could, right? There's still some things I could do there. But let's take a break. Let's take a break and have a cheers. Whatever you are, whatever you're cheersing to, whatever you're cheersing with too. If it's a chocolate chip cookie, if it's wine or water or tea or Coke or whatever your beverage of choice is. Somebody said mimosa. I think she was one of our Australia New Zealanders, right? Because it's morning there. So we're going to toast. I think, let's see. 2020, I didn't do it because it was the first year. So 2021, no. Is this the third time we've done this? I don't know. I don't know. Yes, it is. We did it in 2021, 2022, 2023. Wow. This is to you guys, okay? This is a big cheers to you. Thank you for everything. Thank you for being here with me. Thank you for being my sanity in the whole pandemic, because this is where I got my connection. I was in a house with the same people, my husband, one of our cats. Sam was here and then not, and then Jack was here and then not. So the Saturdays here, you guys, were the world to me because it made me feel like I was connecting. I normally, pre-pandemic, was traveling all over the world and teaching a lot. So I'm very much I call myself an introverted extrovert, which is a whole other conversation. But when you are used to talking with people all the time, and then all of a sudden you're not talking with anyone but your family, sometimes you need other connection. And I know some of you were not even talking with family because you were by yourself. You were living by yourself, or you had family members in other places. So really it was just you. And I know some of you lost some very important people in your lives during the pandemic. And I know that was I can't even say I know. I can't say I know. I can just say I'm sure that was so incredibly difficult. It can't be easy at any time, but to lose someone during the pandemic, just so incredibly difficult. So, for me, this was such an amazing place, and it continues to be such an amazing place to hang out and be social and to play. This, you guys, I love this. I love this playing and hanging out. It's just when this is your world, when your world is this product and it's designing and doing classes, it's very much sometimes forced. These things that we do on Saturdays for me are not forced. This is where I get to play and just have fun. So thank you for that. So this is cheers to you guys. And now I'm going to sip, and I'm not going to spill it. I'm going to sip. It's red wine though, so I can't have very much. Also, we still have to work, so I can't have very much. Carmen said she lost her dad. I know you guys lost family members. I know you lost spouses. I know you lost pets. We lost Poe during the pandemic, and believe me, I'm not trying to parallel our cat to a spouse or a parent or a friend or anything, but it's hard, right? It's hard losing people, and it's hard losing pets, and it's hard losing friends, and it's just hard. So just know, even if I don't know you, if I don't know you went through something like that, some of you were very open here in the chat on our Saturdays, letting us know what was going on with you. And I love that you felt that this was a comfortable place for you to do that. I think that's amazing. And those of you that didn't want to share, I just, it makes me happy that you came here to hang out, just because it gave you some space, and it gave you some much needed time away, mentally, physically, whatever it was, just to be able to put things aside for a little bit and be creative, because that's the one thing that we all have in common here. Even my friend Karen Petrowski that does not do these things. We all have something in common. What we have in common is we all love some kind of creativity. Whether your creativity is with paper, whether it is with fabric, whether it is with yarn, whether it's with paint, whatever it is, that's what we all have in common. And so for me, a place like this is a safe place, and it was a very safe place for me to play. I mean, you guys see, sometimes I totally mess up. I drop ink on my project and I get fingerprints in places, and I'm like, oh crap, that looks bad, and I almost say a bad swear word, and then I don't. But it's a safe place. It's a place for us to play and hang out and just be creative and just kind of, be friends. So thank you for that. And if you're new, just know it's a great community. This is a great community that, like I said earlier, this is one that you guys have built. It's not me. It is you guys. I'm just here talking about paper and stickers. It's what you guys do in the background that has made this such an amazing place. So thank you. And I'm going to have another sip of wine, and then we'll keep going, because you guys hear me talk all the time. You don't want to hear me continue to pontificate about, being thankful. But I am. And I am going to come back. I promise you, I'm going to come back and read through the chat, which is interesting. If you're watching the replay and you didn't know this, you can turn the chat on, and you can see it will play live as it took place. So you wouldn't see this part until you got to this part in the video, but sometimes it's kind of fun to see what people are talking about, because this is the chat is super different from one of my classes, because the chat doesn't happen like this because everybody's working on the same project. But in something like this, there's just tons of chat going on in the background, which I love. Okay, one more sip. They're not big sips. And guess what? If they were big sips, this is a no judgment zone. It is a judgment-free zone. I just noticed this off to the side, so I thought I might as well bring this back in. This is what we're looking like dry. On the right, in this hand, I don't know if that's my right, in backwards in the camera. This is the one that I laminated, and this is the one that is not laminated. Okay, I think what we're going to see over time, I'll keep these out for next Saturday. We'll take a look. I think this one will start to lose just a little bit more of its color. This is still pretty fresh, where this one is basically baked in. I think it's always going to look like that. So we were talking earlier about if you could laminate your swatches, and we just tried it because I think what's going to happen, this is going to be much more saturated looking over time than that one is, but we'll see. I can see, looking at them both right here, I can see a little bit of a difference, but like I said, I think we're going to continue to see a difference with that. All right, my friends. Jen Ran, I just saw that. I'm usually a lurker and still enjoy the community and hanging out. I love that. That is, that's wonderful to know. That's great to know that there are some of you that never really say anything, but you just like being here, and you probably still read the chat and watch and listen to me. Blah 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 blah. I know for some of you, I start to sound like the adults in the Peanuts, like the Snoopy cartoons. Wah, 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 wah. That's what you hear. Yeah. Anyhow, so you guys, I have missed a ton in the chat, but like I said, I'm going to come back and I'm going to come back and look. Kathy brought up a good thing. She said, maybe we need to swatch every couple of years. You might need to, right? You might need to, just because just over time, it's just a lot of that pigmentation is going to just kind of fade away, I guess. I don't know. Hi, April. She's new here. I love that, April. I love all of you. You know that, but I have a very soft spot in my heart for the new people because I think it takes a lot to pop up and say, hi, I'm new here. It's like being the new person in high school when you're a sophomore to walk in and say, hi, I'm new here. It is nothing like sophomore year of high school, I promise you, unless you had an amazing sophomore year of high school. Very friendly bunch. Very friendly bunch. All right, guys. Ashley said she's just been a creeper. That sounds a little odd, Ashley. I know what you meant. You've just been probably a lurker until the last couple of weeks, and now you love chatting. I love that. And you know what? I have some very dear friends. Big Cheryl, you're probably not still out there, but Big Cheryl is very much a lurker. But every once in a while, I can convince her to say hi. Okay, guys. So thank you. Thank you again for an amazing, like crazy last 3 years. Thank you. All right, so I am going to flip the camera again. Oh, look at another lurker, just a girl and her paper. Lindsay Heilman, she want to be me when you grow up. Oh, I'm sorry. No, I don't mean that. I mean, oh gosh, I can't imagine wanting me to be me. That just sounds weird. I know. That just sounds weird. That was an inside conversation that I had with myself that came out. See, I told you, no filter, no filter. All right, friends. A looky-loo, right? A creeper. I know I always probably say creeper is like a Chester the Molester. That sounds horrible. Every once in a while I see a guy with a mustache, and it's not all men with a mustache, but some men I see and I think in my head, oh, look like a Chester the Molester. You look like a creeper. All right. So, I would think, yes, Miss Waddell, your non-laminated would be a more accurate color representation. Absolutely, because you are inking on paper. That's your non-laminated, and you are inking on your paper when you're on a project. So that's definitely going to give you the more accurate color representation. But and some of you have asked before in the past, could you laminate? And so I tried it during the break. Linda May, hi Linda May. We are not getting snow today, are you? We had just a few flurries, but it's blue sky here right now. It's blue sky with beautiful, beautiful clouds. I will tell you, well, we're not going to get to the About Last news list, I don't think. Although, I don't know, we might, because we just really have a couple more things to do. We have 2 more lists to do, so we might get there. I'll tell you about the snow in Utah. The ski resorts by our house, as in like 10, 15 minutes from our house, just reached 700 inches of snow for the season. 700 inches. Snow that we haven't seen. Yes, Jane, aka the porn stash. Snow levels that we haven't seen since 1983. That would be, 40? Oh gosh, I'm so sorry to even bring that up. 40 years. 40 years. That's math we did not want to do, did we? I hate to think that 1983, when I was in high school, was 40 years ago. Yeah, it's a lot of snow. It's a lot of snow. But you guys, one quick thing that I did you just notice what I did? This was down at the bottom, okay? Look at the difference when I pulled this up giving a little bit of breathing room down there, giving that white space, that just made a big difference. Don't you think? That made a huge difference, I think. The placement of this little bird, if I had put the bird right there, I still have my problem. I still have that trapped white space right there. But by kind of bringing the bird up here, I have just a little bit, so it's not bad. If I were to bring this guy, I don't want to move it over, but let's just pretend I moved that guy over. Let's pretend it was over all the way. This is a really good example of trapped white space right there. That white space looks really weird right there because it's trapped. It's like it's trapped and it doesn't have anywhere to go. But when I pull that away, see how that opens that up and gives it a lot of breathing room right there, right? A lot of breathing room. So all those things that we just went through, your rule of thirds, starting large, going smaller. Now, even though I kind of mixed that up a little bit, I started large and went smaller. I don't consider these pieces that I tuck in, I don't really consider that like a going smaller under the large. Those are just like little accent pieces sticking out. So in my mind, that is okay. All the pieces are touching here. Now, I never really thought about this, but somebody brought this up 2 weeks ago. She said that she had learned from someone recently that when you layer, all the pieces would touch. And it never really occurred to me that they wouldn't touch. But if I put this guy right there, that looks really weird, right? Because it is not, it's like out there in no man's land. It's like, what did you do? Why did you just put that there? It doesn't work there because it's not touching. Now, if I put it over here somewhere, it still wouldn't work. The reason it wouldn't work there, why? Trapped white space. Trapped white space doesn't have to be white, but that right there is trapped white space. That's why that looks really funny, because that right there is trapped. So, not touching looks really weird. And then up there, it didn't work either because trapped white space. Focal point. And this one I have a little bit of a hard time. Floating fluff. I love that, Scrappy Lisa. I love that, floating fluff. A focal point. So to me, my focal point here, it's probably the flower, right? That is probably my focal point, but I kind of have a lot going on here, right? I kind of have a lot going on. So it's kind of the flower. It's kind of this area, right? It's really more kind of that palette also really sticks out to me. So that kind of area right there is kind of the focal point. The last thing we talked about a little bit, different shapes, different sizes, different colors, even different textures. So when I say texture, that to me is texture, okay? That, all those little pieces coming out, texture. As opposed to that has no texture. Even that has a little bit of texture. Even this has a little bit of texture, that little stamped edge, right? But texture. Adding a little bit of texture at the end, I think really helps it as well. So what would happen right here is I go, okay, great, Lael, that's awesome. But guess what? All those pieces now, I like the way they look. Teresa, they are not written out, but you know what? I can go pop those into the Facebook group when we are done. One of the things Creative Cindy just said, let's talk about this. This is where when you are layering in different types of projects, that there's some other things that you can do to add dimension. Now, generally, I wouldn't do this in my Traveler's Notebook. You never see me add any kind of extra dimension like pop dots or foam squares in my Traveler's Notebook pages, because when you go to turn the page and then try to white, when you turn the page and try to write, it makes it very difficult because you have a pop dot under there. So in my Traveler's Notebooks, I would never use a pop dot in the interior pages. But if I was doing this on a layout or in a mini book, I would absolutely pop dot that guy up, because that right there, look at this. Let me just grab something, because I don't know if you'll even be able to see this. But let me grab these pieces and see if putting this under here would make this, see if you could make it look like it looked like it would pop. Well, not well, but so that's a very much an exaggeration, because it's not, I don't want to add any kind of foam square or something to it. But if that is popped up like that, that gives you now so much more dimension, so much more dimension. All right, so now here's what I'm going to do. Dora, do I ever outline the die cuts in pencil? I don't. I'm not sure why you're asking, but I think maybe why. I think, are you saying because then I would know where to put them? Or would it just be for an accent? This is what I'm going to do. I need to now get those to, I would now need to get those to stay there. I don't want to pick them all back up. If I pick them all back up, they're not layered nicely for me anymore. I've got to remember where all those things are. This one is bugging me. You know why that one's bugging me? It's like dead center. Back to our rule of thirds. It's like dead center in the layout. It's dead center in this piece too. So if I move that over, oh boy, a little bit, then it's not so weird. Now we're back to our pieces touching. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to take our double-sided, for accent. Every once in a while, I will outline something with a black pen. Sometimes I will do that. But generally, I'll show you what I would do here once we get all of this done. Creative Cindy, you could take a picture. Absolutely, you could take a picture. Sometimes I do that. Linda May, enjoy your date. Thanks for coming. What I'm going to do, I'm going to use that highlighter tape again. So we did this earlier. I am taking this highlighter tape. It is repositional removable. It's meant to be used as like a highlighter pen in a textbook. Repositionable, removable, reusable. That's why I have it here. So I am going to, this little guy still isn't right, but that's okay. I'm putting on a few of these pieces so everything sticks together. Let's see, I need probably just one more right here. Now, I can lift up this entire thing in one piece. Now, a little bit of this I'm going to struggle with. I will, that one, those two, this one, and this one to start with. Okay? And I will do that probably about right here. Now what I need to do, I'm going to grab my little glue pen. So I have so many layers here that this really wasn't anywhere that I could get glue behind it. So I'll just lift that up, or my adhesive when I lifted that. Lift that up, lift this guy up a little bit. What else do I need to get? Oh, I need to get this guy too. That guy a little bit. And probably this guy, just a little bit. Put a little bit of glue pen right there. All right. Now, if I want this to bleed off of the edge of the page, that trimmer is buried under like 50 layers of things. Creative Cindy, great question. What's the difference between the pink and the blue tape color? That's all it is. And I have a pink and a blue. The reason I have two colors on my website is because I think I started with the pink and then they sold out of the pink, and then so I got the blue, and then the pink came back in, and then so I got the pink again. So no difference other than your personal preference. Alrighty. So now all we have to do is come back in and peel those little guys up. And nothing was removed, right? None of, especially some of those pieces from the paper repacks are really pretty thin. And that just pops right back up, and it didn't remove any of the color. It didn't remove any of the design. Prior to someone introducing me to this, I would use washi for this. And every once in a while I would get burned, where the washi would just like pick part of the paper up and part of the ink, and it would leave a weird residue. Also depends on how the product is printed. Sometimes it would totally just pick up the ink using washi to do that. So there we go. There's our little layers. So that's a kind of a quick lesson on layering. Like I said, I will put those in the Facebook group. I will kind of boil all that down into 5 or 6 bullets and whatever those tips were. And there you go. But that is a start to a list. This could be, I mean, really, this could be a left facing, it could be a right facing, or like this little piece that I just cut off. If this is a 2-page list, I could put this on my second page. My second page is here, and I could be doing my writing or put a photo there on top of that. That would, let's just pretend that was let's pretend like this was the second page. I wouldn't use that, but, well, I guess I could. Having that there bleeding onto the second page would help to join those two together, but then I'd probably put something right here. So this little guy wasn't just sitting right there by itself and then putting something there, if that makes sense. So there we go. So someone asked, did I ever outline with the pencil? Not with the pencil, but this is what I would do here. And I do this quite a bit. It's my outlining. So instead of outlining the edge of the my list, or in this case, the white, come in and outline all those pieces. Someone also said that if you ink the edges of things, that will help them stand out. Absolutely, 100%. Generally, I don't do a lot of inking of edges. Every once in a while I do on something, but more often than not, I will do that, where I outline instead of inking the pages. And then, of course, I would do this because, you know, this would drive me crazy. That there would totally drive me crazy, having that be just white. That, if you ever see me ink edges, that's generally what I would ink the edge of. I would ink the edge of that white. But no right or wrong. Ink them all, ink none, do some of this, some of that. There you go. Creative Cindy, this is a, so what, great question. What acid-free pen do you use to write on the back of photos? It is this. This is a Zig pen, and it's called a photo signature pen. Usually I would use this to write on the front of photos. So every once in a while, I will write something on a photo, more of like a doodle or an outline or something like that. If you have the right kind of photo, if you have, let's say, a lot of sky in the photo, then you can even do your journaling up in the sky. Some people will do that. But this photo signature pen, and these I have on my website. This is photo safe. It's permanent ink, fade resistant, water resistant, dries quickly, will not smear once dry. So that on the back of the photo or on the front of the photo is what I would use. If you've ever tried to write on the front of a photo before, and you'll start writing, even if you write with like a Sharpie, like I use all the time, even you start writing and then like the ink stops working because the ink is kind of reacting with the ink in the photo or the processing of the photo, however your photo is printed. That pen, it is meant for writing on photos. So you don't have that, problem. All right. We already looked at that. That was the package since you couldn't see the package. All right, guys, give me like 2 minutes so I can kind of pick a whole bunch of this stuff up, okay? Hi, Doreen. Doreen said, what a fantastic day. Thank you so much. Happy anniversary. Thank you. You know what? I'm glad I put that on the floor because guess what? We have some more prizes. I need to do some more prizes because you know what I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I still have 8 more in-person prizes to do. This is fun. Let's do these. I have 3 of these. One of the nice things about introducing Lily to picking orders now, like packing all of your orders, getting all the product and finding it on all the shelves and everything, is that I've really had to go through all of my product. You saw over the last couple of days, some things where I was down to like 1 or 2 go on sale. So I could clear them out because then Lily doesn't have to know what the really obscure things are from 2 years ago that I still have 1 or 2 of. But the other thing is I was going through that process, I discovered something that was quite the collectible a couple of years ago. Because the only way you could get them was by buying a stamp set. Andy is my friend that does, when I say does all of my stamps, Christine, as we talked about, Christine designed these, and then Andy did all the production work to get these ready. When they're not Christine stamps, like any of these that we've worked on the past little while, like, any of them, I'll just pull this one out. This is all Andy. So I decide what I want, I tell Andy what I want, and then Andy makes it. So Andy K Art is still very much part of all of my stamp designing process. I say all that because you may not know Andy's name, but you may recognize these guys. All of the listed stamps, the clip stamps, right? All of the listed clip stamps. There are 5 of them. Original listed, listed 2, listed 3, listed mini clips, and then most recently, listed love. And this was a really fun one. Listed love, different clips with your hearts. So clipboard, I do a lot of our lists, use the little clipboard stamp, right? And then my list is like a little clipboard, so it's kind of like that. Anyhow, what I found as I was going through things, Andy did a promotion with me a couple of years ago that for every, for a period of time, for every listed stamp that was purchased, you got one of these. Pip the Clip. Pip the Clip is an enamel pin. And the only way that you could get these was by ordering a stamp. I found 3 more of these. What was the stamp with the line she just stared? Sherry. Oh, Sherry, that was called right here. That one is called right here. That's one of the stamps that I designed that works really well for also that first page of your Traveler's Notebook insert. So, for example, right here. Yes, the enamel pins. Right there. So that is the right here stamp that I used. Oh, lots of questions now. Let's talk about, since I pulled some stamps out, now you guys are asking, let's talk about stamp storage here really quick. There are a couple of different things that I use to store my stamps. I'll show you what I stored them in. And these are all my Layout by Mail stamps. All my Layout by Mail stamps and all of the clipboard stamps I store right here in front of me so that I have them at hand. All of my stamps aren't in front of me. The other stamps that I use, like the Carrie Bradford ones and stuff. So I use these little containers from scrapbook.com. It is a super thick, sturdy chipboard. They fit lots of stamps, and I have them in these open, both ends of my desk have these open shelves. And so that's what I put them in. This is linked in the description box of the video under storage. And then I have all the little packets or pouches that I put my stamps in. So there's 2 different kinds. This one, scrapbook.com. This is linked in the description box of the video. They have different sizes. I think this one is a 6x8. There's a 5x7. The one that you saw that you were asking me about, that is a 4x4 size. So really great size for your 4x4 stamps. Then for my 4x6 stamps, I use these little stamp sleeves, and these I carry. These stamp sleeves are awesome. They're a really heavy plastic. So my 4x6s, lots of 4x6s in there. There's all of my 4x6s in those. And then there are also 3x4s. So I store my little 3x4s in those sleeves. So those are stamp sleeves. And then there are also 6x8s. So here is a 6x8, okay? So just nice protection, and you don't have to like unseal everything every time. They just slide right in and out. So the stamp sleeves I do are 6x8, 4x6, and 3x4. Some of you have ordered the paper curator stamps from me. One of the cool things that she does, all of her stamps come in the sleeve, already in the sleeve. So her 4x6s and 6x8s, that's how they come packaged in the sleeve, which is kind of awesome. So those you'll see on my website as well. Those are called stamp storage sleeves. But these guys I have linked in the description box, the video, under storage, okay? So there we go. I tell you what, especially for me, especially when I'm on a Saturday, I have to have things fairly well organized or I'm in trouble. Oh yeah, back to these. So I have 3 of these. I have 3 of these. I'm going to flip when I see what? When I see what? I don't know. I don't know. Oh, heavens to Betsy. Guess what that reminded me? That reminded me that I need to plug in my phone. That could be a problem. Yes, we have 3 winners. 3 of the Pip the Clip stamps. Not stamps, oh my goodness. Pip the Clip enamel pins. So I'm going to stop, One is Karen Haynes. One is Karen Haynes again. Karen, you get one. That's so funny. You're lucky. Karen Haynes, Ms. L, and Carrie Evans. Karen Haynes, Ms. L, and Carrie Evans, right? Karen Haynes, Ms. L, Karen Haynes, Ms. L, and Carrie Evans. All right, ladies. Send me an email, layoutbymail@gmail.com. In the subject line, put pick the clip prize. And then I will get that sent out to you. Those were so fun when I saw those again. I'm like, oh my goodness. So you guys, speaking of these, not a prize, but could be a prize. Well, oh, why not? Scatter is also an enamel pin. And one of the things that I started last night with the sale was that any order while supplies last, placed starting last night at 9 p.m. Pacific, running through 12 midnight tonight, and while supplies last, so I have no idea what's happening. With purchase, you get one of the little Scatter the Squirrel enamel pins as my way of thanking you guys just for all of your support and being so wonderful. So you automatically get that. You don't even have to add it to your order. It's just there. So let's do 2 of those 2, and then we'll get back to work. I don't even have these on here. So let's do Scatter. I'm going to do one now live and one for a post one. Okay. Meaning that anyone can participate in the post giveaways. All right, so the one now is going to stop Amy L. Amy E-L-L-E. Amy E-L-L-E. Shoot me an email, layoutbymail.com, scatter pin in the subject line, and I'll get that out to you. Oh my gosh, there's still so many prizes in there. Okay, there's a funny story about Scatter, but I won't share it now because you know what? We gotta get going. We gotta keep working. All right, that's our little layering example that I will use. I'm gonna put it in with the rest of my. It's going in back in Gingham Gardens. Look at that. There we go. It's all done and put away. Oh, except for that, I probably should put that in there. Hi, Patty. Nice to see you, Patty. Patty's my friend from Minnesota that I know from Firefly Farm, the store, retreat center store in Minnesota, Pine Island, Minnesota. Yes, I know Patty from there. I just was with her in October there. All right, you guys. Let's have another sip of wine. And then we will regroup. Mary J. Blige. I hope you never mind that I call you that. Mary J. Blige just brought up a great question. She said, what containers do I use to store all the collections in? These are, I get these on Amazon, and they are linked in the description box of the video as well. This is not a 12 by 12. I don't remember what size it is, but it fits like 8.5 by 11 things. So it works for me because, oh, the UPS man is here. What do you think he brought us? I'm sure he brought us all something good. These work really well for me because they're thinner. You know, they have 12 by 12s, but they're like really thick, probably like 3 inches thick. So these are narrower. But it fits everything that I generally use because I don't use 12 by 12 in a lot of the work that we do in our Traveler's Notebooks. That is, I love it. Mary J. Blige. You can call me anything you want, Lil. So Dawn, I've started over time switching out to these guys because what I found on Saturdays when I am trying to queue things up for all the things that I want to work on, this is what worked for me today. Look at, I had a stack of like 7 of these. So as I worked on one, I picked it up. Once I was done, moved it off to the side. Oh yeah, there's some boxes there. Moved it off to the side and went right to the next one. Amazon. They are linked in the description box of the video, Mary J. Under the storage. There's a whole little section under there called storage with links to all the places. Okay, so the other thing is I can label them. So there we go. That's my story. and they fit in the Ikea, either the Expedit or the, oh my gosh, what's the new one called? You know what I mean, the big things. Shanita wants to add to an order. Do you just stop like regular and email you? The Kallyx, thank you. Yes, you guys have it. The Kallyx is Expedit. The Kallyx is the new version of the Expedit. But what a lot of crafters use, the big things from Ikea, they fit. Here, I'll just show you this right now. I'm going to flip the camera really quick. And bin. You see that? Right there. There they are. There they are again. Those are not full because they're all over the floor with me. But that makes it really easy. Now, there's another thing that I have in here, and I think this is linked in the description box of the video as well. One of those paper, like, vertical paper tray divider things. This is like that you would have in an office. It's not like a scrapbooking thing, but that fits in that Expedit, or those Kallyx cubes or Expedit cubes also. And they just right in there like that. Well, and when I put them in the right way, then you can see what the names are. Like, that's Blooming Wild. I don't think I was going to use Blooming Wild. All right, so, ooh, see, that's the bright lights. Not good for, not good for people my age to have those bright lights. And we got to plug back in. All righty. Yeah, the washi fits in there too. It totally does. Totally fits. What is inside? What's inside of these? All the product. Like, that's the whole, well, not the whole collection. It's not the 12 by 12 paper, but generally I don't use 12 by 12s in my scrapbooks, in my traveler's notebook. So that fits the whole collection. They are about 12 by 11 and a half. So when I say they're not 12 by 12, a real 12 by 12 is more like 13 and a half by 13 and a half, or like 14 by 14. Oh, somebody just brought something up. Maybe use pot lid holders. Yes, there are pot lid holders. So dividers like that you'd find in the kitchen section. I don't know if you were at the store. Generally, I just don't leave the house, so it's Amazon. I know that sounds funny. I leave the house, but not very often. Mimi, you're right. The 49 to Market laser cuts do not fit in there because those are like 13 or 13 and a half inches tall. They are super tall. So you'd have to kind of figure out where you could snip it off in order for those to fit. Remember when I just showed you this a second ago, where they're in those little slots? I just put those right in the little slot right next to it. All right. So so Creative Cindy, they do make them to hold 12 by 12 papers. The problem is they're like 3 inches wide. I mean, they're really, really wide, which just, I don't know, that takes up a lot of space. That for sure doesn't work for me when they're too wide like that, because you really know where to put them, right? It's hard to find a place to put them. Okay, so let's keep going. Let's go to our next list. We have 2 lists, but guess what, you guys? They're pretty quick ones. So we might, I don't know, we might get them done. We might get them both done. All right, so let's grab our insert because that's where we need to be here. We have a 2-page and then we have a 1-page. So I'm going to turn the page and do my 1-page right here. That just means later, when I have another 1-page list, I will do the other 1-page list there. This one is called Today Looks Like This. I started doing this in December and then went, hey, this would be really fun to now start doing once a month because it's like a little time capsule. It's like a day in my life and it's never the same. And I just pick a day. I don't pick like a specific day. I just pick a day. Let's see. Do we have in here? Because I just have this one. Oh yeah, we do. This is the first one I did. This was Today Looks Like This for December 10th. So I use 3 products every time I do this list. I use the Today Looks Like This notepad. I use the 2023 month die cuts, and I use the chipboard numbers. So That makes it really consistent. Every one of my lists always has those three things. So in here, this is that what I was going to use? Let me just double check. That's where the things are. So let me look at my brain, AKA my handy dandy notebook. That would be over here. All the way, all the way, today looks like this. Oh yes, I'm using Pink Fresh and Flower Market together. So, no, I'm using Flower Market and Flea Market together. Holy cow, that is a mouthful. Pink Fresh is the brand. Flower Market is the collection. I didn't realize I had done that. Flower Market and Flea Market together. Wait. All right. So I need a piece of paper for my base. This is the notepad. This is a notepad from Everyday Explorers. These I carry on my website. This is one of, I don't know, I think 4 different ones. There's a weekly one. There's the Today Looks Like This. There's 2 others, but I don't remember what they are offhand. This is just a plain old 4x6 notepad, okay? No sticky, no anything. Fun little notepad, but what makes a list like this really fun and easy to do is it already has kind of all the prompts for you, right? Today looks like this. What's the date? What's the mood? Is this a list, a story, a plan, or other? One good thing today, and today was. So that is kind of the base for my list. Then comes this. These are the 2023 month die cuts. These are also on my website, also linked in the What I'm Using page for today. You'll see that link in the description box of the video. The What I'm Using will take you to the page on my website that has a whole slew of things for today because we've been doing lots of things. So this is March. So I've done this for December, January, February. You could use this, you could do these kinds of lists all in the same Traveler's Notebook insert if you wanted. So kind of exclude them from everything else and you just have a Traveler's Notebook with these. Or those of you that do, you could work them in your lists like I do. I just kind of put them, I just work and then, oh, look at, here we are, and then here we are, and then, oh, look, here it's time for my Today Looks Like This. So they just kind of go in my regular flow of things. Those of you that work on the 2023 year in review project with me, this would be a really fun list to do in between. You skip 2 pages in between each month. This would be a fun little thing to do in between those pages. So just pick a day in the month and you're just like, what did you do that day? This is, I think, a really fun way of documenting. I wish I had a list like this when I was 12 and when I was 20 and when I was 32. Wouldn't it be so fun to see how your list changed over the years and the stage of life that you were in? When I was in high school, when I was in college, when Nick and I first got married, when we had kids, my day in the life would be so different from one year to the next. I would love to have something like this of my mother's or my grandmother's. Think about that. Back in the 50s, like what did my grandma's day look like? I'm sure it was like, get up, go to work in the secretarial pool, go to lunch, have a couple cigarettes at lunch, come back to the office, have a cocktail in the afternoon at the office, because that's what they did. I mean, that was just part of the culture back then, right? 5 o'clock, have a cocktail, go home, cook dinner while you're smoking your cigarette. I mean, that's just what people did in the 50s. That was part of the culture. So it'd be really interesting to see how that differed, my grandmother's list in the 50s from my list in the 2020s, right? All right, so I am going to, before I do that, before I pick the paper that I want to be the base, generally I pick a paper as the base just because it can do a lot of the design work for you, because there's not a lot of design here. There's really not. But what I wanted to do was I wanted to pick, I haven't used this one. I haven't used yet Flower Market. I showed it to you guys a couple months ago, but I haven't used it yet. Now that it's starting to get spring, you'll see me start to use it more, a little bit more often. And I think what I'm going to do is, whoopsie, there went, that package was totally open. So I think this, I'm really digging that. I really like the colors there and I like that font. It's just kind of fun and free and I like it. And those are from the puppy stickers. Love this, similar, and happy day, very similar. So I'm going to use that sticker somewhere on there. Now that I know that I want to use that sticker, there is not a 6x8 pad that goes with the with this collection, with the flower market collection. So I was looking at flea market and I thought, there's probably something in flea market that might work really well with this. Because look at, now do you see why it made me think? I saw this. It made me think flea market, kind of that same little bit vintage retro-y feel, right? So this could be fun. That's a good stripe. But again, it's a vertical stripe. I don't like the vertical stripes. I like the horizontal stripes. I think I'm kind of digging this guy. I'm kind of digging that one. That's kind of fun. This, the other side of this, you saw me use in my little sample of my listing with Lael stamp. I don't know where the sample is. Anyhow. Yeah, it's such a mess in here. You wouldn't even believe it. There's stuff everywhere. I started out so organized, but yeah, that's all right. Okay, so this is going to be my base, this paper. And for the base, I need to trim that to 4 3/4, because that's what I always do, 4 3/4. So my piece ends up being 4 3/4 by 8. It just gives me a nice little border right there. Nice little white border all the way around. I'll have this be a left facing page. So I'm going to come in with my corner rounder and round there and round there. Right like that. Let's see. Shelly said, love the die cuts from Ellie's studio. Makes it easy. It totally does, because look it. This package of die cuts is 2023. The only thing that makes it 2023 is that says 23, and that big white one that says 2023, and the big black one, and then the little black one. So that's the only thing that makes it 2023. Beyond that, you have 24 die cuts. You have a cursive version of the month, and you have a just like plain old regular font version of the month. So I've been using the cursive, and let's get, where'd my little pad go? Oh, I took a paper. There we go. So this will go here. This will go here. I do the same thing every time. Now, here's a little tip, because then I use the chipboard numbers. Oh, okay, guess what? Generally, this tip is really helpful when you use it. When you forget to use it, then it's not so helpful. What I've done on the back here, days used. These are chipboard numbers. There's 31 pieces, so 1 through 31. This is enough for me to do 31 months of today looks like this. But on the back, I've been writing the numbers I've already used. I've used the 10th for December, the 19th for January. Guess what I did in February? I used the 24th. And guess what day I was planning to do here? The 24th. Now, I cannot change that on the fly, because I couldn't tell you the 9 things that I did any other day of the week besides yesterday, because I wrote them down. So I'm cheating. I am cheating. Just, if you're doing this along with me, do this. Write the dates down that you've used, and then refer to the dates before you already pick something like I did, okay? Do as I say, not as I do. So I'm going to find the 24 of this other pack. Unless, this could be really funny, unless I already took the 24. Oh, no, I didn't. There we go. Okay. So all of these things, the Cocoa chipboard numbers, those are 1 through 31. The Ellie's Studio months die cuts, and then the today looks like this. Now, you don't have to use any of this, right? If you just want to use the idea of once a month documenting your day, use whatever you have. I'm a big proponent, you guys, of using your stash, because if you don't use your stash, then you're just going to get frustrated, because you're going to have so much product that you can't even see straight, and then you're not sure what to use, and then you get frustrated, and then you don't work at all. Then you don't use, I just dropped a number. I'm gonna have to find that later. Then you won't do any project. You won't do any project at all because you because you're so flustered because you have too much stuff to work with, right? I know that sounds weird, too much, but you know, sometimes if you have like too many clothes, it's too hard to decide what to wear. Or if you have too much food in the house, it's hard to decide what to make. Usually that's other reasons why you don't want to decide what to make, not that there's too much food. All right, so let's get this out of the way. Let's go ahead and adhere this down. Peggy, I love it. Peggy said, if the 24 is missing from my package, I know you have it, Lael. Yeah, no, that will not go back into inventory. For some reason, I have 2 in here, in this little guy, in my pack. Well, I took it out of, I have a little bin, a little, whatever you want to call that storage container, that I call Evergreen. And it has stuff that I use like this all the time, Evergreen. So I just know that it's in there. So before, last night, when I was putting everything together in all the little bins, so I knew exactly what I would have at hand to work with, I threw those pieces into the pink fresh one, along with the paper pad from Flea Market. All right, there we go. And so this will go right here. That usually just goes kind of right there. Okay. So then if I'm going to use Take It Easy, we'll have to figure out where Take It Easy is going to go. Let's go ahead and adhere this down. Lisa said, I had to run to the store, but I'm back. Lael, you have to be getting tired. Pure adrenaline. It is pure adrenaline at this point, which is totally easy. What will happen if you were to come to my house tomorrow? I will be a puddle because it's a lot. It is a lot. I love it, love it, love it. I have so much fun doing it, but it's amazing. It's very surprising. People that don't teach really have no idea. Vicki and I talk about this a lot. You know, sometimes people might be on my live going, oh my gosh, what is wrong with her? Like, she's so disorganized, or she can't keep a train of thought straight, or she can't do this, or she can't do that, or that made no sense. It takes a lot of brain power, believe it or not, to be trying to work and talk and be entertaining and, you know, do all the things at one time. So tomorrow I will be a puddle. But that's okay, it's Sunday, so that works. All right, so this guy. One quick thing about chipboard, working with chipboard in your inserts. It's kind of, to me, like working with pop dots or foam adhesive in your inserts. Sometimes, if it's too bumpy, lumpy, it's going to cause you problems. Now, these are super thin. These are super thin, so it's okay to do that. That is what I did here with the 10. It might be Carmen. Carmen, I don't remember if it was you or somebody else, but one day, it was in my December documented class for 2022. We were using really thick chipboard in the mini book. I swear it was Carmen. Said, hey, you can easily separate the layers. So very carefully, you can easily separate the layers. I'm taking, oh, don't want that. That is a retractable craft knife. We do not want the retractable craft knife. We want the retractable craft pick. That would be right here. So Kathy said, can you peel the back? Exactly. Chipboard is just made up of multiple layers of paper. So you can very carefully, if you're using a craft pick, I just want to come in and start separating some of those layers. Do you see like that? Then I can peel that right off. Now, generally I'm not going to do this anymore right now because that will take me a little bit of time. I also don't want to stab myself. So I would use either the craft pick or I suppose you could just start trying to peel, but that probably would take a little bit more time. Some of the layers, depending on the chipboard, some a little bit easier to just like insert your thumbnail and then start peeling back. But that can take one of your chipboard pieces and make it much, much, much less bulky. The ones that we were using in that December documented project kit were, oh my gosh, probably like 1/8 of an inch thick. They were super thick, and nothing wrong with that. It was a mini book. It just was making the mini book super, super thick. So this guy would go right there. And let's do, I'll use a glue pen. These are not self-adhesive. Here's the thing too, if you're ever using chipboard that's self-adhesive, you absolutely want to add more adhesive. The self-adhesive that is on there is not strong enough to hold it over time. So you will lose your little pieces. They'll just fall right off. Anne is retiring in June after 42 years of teaching. Anne, that's so amazing. So amazing. Congratulations to you. 42 years of teaching. That is huge. That is huge. And I'm sure your students and I'm sure your students' families have appreciated you so much, right? I'm sure. That is dedication. That is amazing dedication. And you know what? Teachers, oh my goodness, like form lives, like, don't they? That's one of the cool things about Facebook. I am Facebook friends with my AP history teacher from when I was in high school. And he's a pretty amazing man. He was pretty amazing back then, and he is still seems like an amazing man. I haven't seen him since high school, but Facebook kind of does some cool things like that for us, doesn't it? All right, so there we go. There's the start. I think before I get too far in, I think I might just go ahead and figure out where I'm going to put Take It Easy. So this could be a little bit of a challenge. This is what I will do. So this works really well for mood, doesn't it? Take it easy. I don't ever pick other. This is always a list. So look, I can fit that right there. Fits very nicely right there. And then I'll add a couple more things when I'm done. So date, when it comes to the date, I always do this. I always take out my little small roller stamp and I stamp the date. This was March 24th. We know that, but I also fill that in there because there's a spot for it. March 24th. Needing your suggestion. Would you place the today looks like this before or after All About March? Dora, are you talking about in the year in review project? Is it in the year of review project? If it's in the year in review project, I would probably end up putting it after, just because if you're starting January, this is the first page, and then you're starting January right here. So then you would need to put the January after, right? If that made sense. If not, shoot me an email and I'll explain it a little bit better there. All right, so now there's my little roller stamp. Whoopsie, we're right here. And I need where's my black ink? Here we go. Oh, Anne, I bet. Anne says she has mixed emotions about retiring, but mostly think I'm ready, right? Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, 42 years is a long time, and that is a huge change, right? That is a big life transition, I'm sure not an easy one, right? It is not an easy one. And I'm sure part of it is you're, sad to be leaving the school and leaving your friends. And I don't know, maybe the administration, maybe not. It just depends, right? Okay, there we go. All right, now let's do this right here. March 24th, 2023. This is a list, because it's always a list. That's what this thing is all about. Then I make my list, bulleted list. So I need some bullet stamps. Before I pick which bullet stamp, I would like to see what else I might want to put on here. Let's look. Those are probably all going to be too large. Let's look at the little stickers. Oh, those are die cuts. I am a mess here now. I am a mess because they all fell out everywhere. Those were the little flower ones. So let's look. Oh, here's the stickers. But I think they might all be a little bit too big. Everything there is pretty much a little bit too big. Cherish the little moments. That could work somewhere, right? I could put this. Okay, probably won't work anywhere unless I put it there. But usually I stamp something right there, so we won't do that yet. Oh, I remembered something about stamping. That is going to be a challenge because I should have stamped before I put that down, not after. All right, what if we take this little guy? Oh, I don't know. I sure like these though. What if this goes over here? Would it work here? let me grab my little tweezers so my tweezers can hold on to it and I can see a little bit better where they go. Let's see. Sarah, thank you. I love it when you guys chime in too. Sarah said she put it after, so there we go. If this goes here, I think that could go right there. Oh, but it needs to go down a little bit because the one good thing today. That's fine. It works. It's just to get the day down, right? All right, so now we can decide what we want to use for our bullets. You know, probably what has me more than anything is that the entire time that I'm working, unless I'm on the computer doing something, and even when I'm like shipping, I'm still standing. I'm standing. So design, I stand the whole time. So I've been standing this whole time that we've been working. That's probably now all of a sudden, even though I have like flip-flops on that have a really thick padding, and then I'm standing on one of those padded mats, it's still, I'm like, oh boy. When I bent down there, I felt it. All right, bullet stamps. This is the bullets and more 2 stamp set. So there's an original bullets and more, and then this is bullets and more part 2. So I'm going to see what I might like to use here. I have the hiccups. That's not a good thing. Oh, let's see. What if I use... I think this could be kind of fun. I like this little citrus slice. That just seems to call out a citrus slice. So there's my little citrus slice right there. And I think I should find a color. Oh, you know what would probably work? Oh no, you know what? I think I'll use the blue. The blue would be really fun. I was going to use that kind of maybe saltwater taffy-ish, but that'd be too much there. I'd like to use that blue. So let's see if we can find that blue. Oh, what's going on? Skipping? Skipping? What's going on? I don't know. Denise, are you skipping? Am I skipping? I don't know. I don't know. Oh yeah, look, saltwater taffy would be a pretty darn good closeness. Cracked pistachio. Oh, that would be fun, wouldn't it? So maybe we go with cracked pistachio, even though that might look kind of funny that it's a piece of citrus that's cracked pistachio. I'd be okay with that. Let's look at the blue. Tumbled glass. Oh, tumbled glass is pretty close. No, the video looks good here. Oh, okay. All right. Okay, I'm not going to worry then. Tumbled glass. Should we do it? Tumbled glass or cracked pistachio? We can get both out and see which one we think we like better. I know exactly. Let's see. I know exactly where cracked pistachio is right there because we just used it a minute ago. Tumbled glass would be, oh, right there. Okay. You've got to call it a day. Enjoy, Terry. Thanks for joining us today. Thanks for joining us. All right, so let's see how our little citrus looks here. Our little citrus slice. We just put that on the end of the stylus. Oh my gosh, it's so cute. There we go. All right, see it? Isn't it cute, that little slice of citrus? So that is what it would look like in that color. I don't know, is it too weird that it's not citrus? Oh, my little chamois is just about shammed out. It's almost dry again. Let's look at the blue. Let's look at tumbled glass. A slice of lime. There we go, Peggy. That's what it does. Wow. Wow. I can't even that I said that. I'm like, does it look weird that it's green? Hello, a lime is green. It's probably going to look a little bit more odd that it is blue, isn't it? Aha, so guess what? That was not dry. So here's an example. You see right there? When now your email changed, you can't get to your account to order during the sale. You emailed me, but you don't know. I will see it, okay? When we're done, I will go see it. Gerda likes the blue. What was happening here, I don't know if you could see. I didn't get a very good stamped impression, and it's also a little bit blotchy. It's because I cleaned it, but it was still wet. Important to dry, and if you don't want to wait for it to dry, That's when your little microfiber cloth comes in handy. Oh, but guess what? It's creepy feeling on your hands. I mean, it's not, but it's just microfiber, so it tends to make all the dryness come out. All right, so what are we thinking? Blue or green? Blue or green? Blue or green? Blue? Blue? Here, we'll just do this now. But I need to clean it again because now we are, this is what I'm doing when I'm turning around. I'm just on the little chamois, but now I know I need to also dry it or else I'm going to have a problem. Okay, blue or green, blue or green, blue or green. Oh, I don't know. I think it needs to be green. When is the sale over? The sale is over tonight, March 25th at midnight Pacific time. So you still have time. You still have time. And if you're like, wait a minute, sale? What sale? Oh, my friend, we need to talk. This once a year, this weekend, the third weekend in March. I don't even know where that came from. The third weekend in March, oh my gosh, it's so cute. It's totally a lime. I am so embarrassed that I'm like, but the green is kind of weird. Duh, it's a freaking lime. Guys, thanks for being my friend and not being judgmental that I was not clicking that green is a lime. Oopsie. Well, someone took a bite out of that lime. All right, there we go. There are my little lime slices. Oh yes, sale. Yes, once a year. Not in October, in March, because that's where that is where we are. Peggy said I like the blue, but there's not any blue citrus, and that is where I have a problem. And you know what? If you can't get past that, then that is when you should do what exists in the real world. Some of you are like, you know what? Not at all. I could have purple. I guess purple could kind of be like an eggplant, but anyhow, you do what you want. You make it whatever color you want. I think the green worked, but the blue was just as cute. Alrighty. Oh, there it is. Yes, these little guys, you guys always trust me, put away right away. They're so little, if you don't get them put away right away, they will run off. They will run off on you, and you don't want that to happen. So always get them put away on the little sheet. Where's the lime? Oh yeah, where's the lime? Where's the citrus slice? Right there. Alrighty, there's a cute little bumblebee. There's like 72 on that little set. Oh, I keep talking about the sale. All of my Mail by Mail branded products, including the 6 brand new stamp sets, all 15% off until midnight tonight. That price is already taken off. You'll see it there, that it's the sale price. That is what you'll see. Also, while supplies last, and I don't know what orders have come in, so I don't know what that means, other than I know how many I have, and then once set aside for this, once they're gone, they're gone. But with purchase, doesn't matter what the purchase is. I guess if you found something for $1 and wanted to pay shipping, you would get it. The little Scatter the Squirrel enamel pin. That automatically comes with your purchase. You don't need to put a code in or anything. Terry, you don't need a code for the sale. All the prices for all of the items that are part of the sale are marked down. They are ready to go. All right, so here we go. Now I need to refer to my handy dandy notebook because that is where I have the things. And that started out, yes, that was for oh heavens, what was the very first thing? I don't know. I guess it was, I didn't write anything down. I guess it was I got ready. Just got ready for the day. Just get ready. The next one, ship orders. Yesterday, I was shipping orders. Lily did not come over yesterday because we had a lot of snow, big storm, so she did not come. Then Nick and I had lunch, but we just had lunch at home. Nick was home, working from home yesterday because he had been out of town and got home late the night before, so had lunch together. I worked on the idea book, which is, oh my goodness, going to be so fun. I just can't wait. It's going to go to the printer, hopefully crossing fingers, on Friday. and it will be ready that first weekend in May. It will probably be maybe ready a little bit before then, but that's when it'll be available. How wide do I cut the pretty paper to cover a page? That I trim it to because of the insert I'm using. This insert is called standard wide. It is 5 by 8.25, the insert itself. So I trim the background paper to 4 3/4 by 8. So since this came from a 6 by 8 pad of paper, it was already 8. So I just trimmed it to 4 3/4 wide, and that gives me that nice little border all the way around. I took a break. That doesn't happen very often. I took a break and I read. That was very relaxing for me. So that is what I did. Mimi, I am ordering lots. Yes, I know I'm ordering lots. It's a big investment, but I'm ordering a lot. A pre-order for the book. Peggy, as we get closer, I will. Probably what I will do, when I get my proof from the printer, then I may. The cover is, the whole concept for the cover is done. The photography is done for the cover. But now the person that does, the designer that kind of does all that for me behind the scenes now needs to actually put the cover together. So maybe once I get, I will do some kind of pre-order, but not quite yet. Then, I prepped for Saturday. That was today. Lots of hours for that. Prepped for Saturday. And then we had dinner. Nick brought home takeout. And then, what have I done here? I did some final sale preparation. Then the sale went live and I panicked because then I did, post sale panic because for some reason, and I never could figure it out, 4 of the 6 new stamp sets would not show on the website no matter what. You couldn't see them. And I could see them on my end. I could see them in the administrative part of my website, but they would not show up no matter what. So I panicked because, of course, I told everybody, come at 9 p.m. Pacific. You're going to see all the new things. Sale starts, amazing new stamp sets. And then you could see only 2 of the 6. So then I fixed that. So post-sale panic. And then I did more prep for Saturday. And then, what did Nick and I watch? Mind you, final post-sale panic was about 10:30 at night, 10 to 10:30 at night. Then I did some more Saturday prep, and then Nick and I watched something, but I don't remember what that was. What were we even watching? I'm going to have to fill that one out later. Can you do a don't panic? Karen! I need to do that. That is another Karenism. Don't panic. That's another Karenism. Was that the Karenism you said before? I can't remember. Don't panic. Absolutely. Look at how your little ears perked up. Don't panic. Okay. Let's do this. Let me just make a little note on my other handy dandy notebook. Don't panic. Don't panic. Panic. Let me write that over here. There's a running list of stamps. That would be fun. Don't panic. Nobody panic. Don't panic. That's what Karen says. Nobody panic. All right. So then I need to add whatever that last thing was. Now, normally what I do, you guys, right here is normally I take one of the monthly, oh, my brain and my knees. I take out the highlights word strip stamps and I stamp a little word right here. This is the problem. You need to think about your steps in your workflow. I should have done that stamp before I added the chipboard because you know what's going to happen? When I go to try to stamp that, I think what's going to happen is it is going to get in the way of the chipboard. I'm not going to get a good stamped impression. So if you're doing this with me again, remind me. No, I'll try to remember. But that 24 should be the very last thing you do. You want to do your little stamp there. All is not lost. I will not panic. Don't panic. Nobody panic. That is when our friend, I just have to go bend down again. That is when our friend, the word strip sticker comes into play. Oh boy, I just lost half of that. Okay, no worries. No worries. DP, yes. DP, an acronym. Don't panic. Oopsie, yeah. Okay, so you guys are bringing up all kinds of great examples. I could stamp it on a piece of cardstock and just stick it down there. Or I could come to my friend, the word strip stickers. Yeah. So I think I will just take a word strip sticker and just put it right there. Be open to whatever comes next. Kind of that. Adventure awaits you. Adventure certainly awaited me last night at 10 p.m. when I was panicking. So let's see. Adventure awaits you. Does that work? Right here? Kind of. It's a little bit long. It's a little longish. So, make it happen. How about that one? That one is not as long. Make it happen works great. Make it happen works very well for make it happen. It was make it happen. There we go. See, no one will even know that I was supposed to stamp there. And supposed to. It's because I did it that way before. There we go. That is today looks like this. So, to recap that one, that could be using these products. It could be not. I think the whole point behind that is to take a day, one day a month, even if it's in a little spiral notebook, right? Just jot down what you did that day. It's kind of a fun thing to look back on. Again, I wish I had that when I was in college. Or I wish I had that, yeah. Study, go to party, study. Watch Days of Our Lives at the sorority house, study. It was a lot of the same thing, right? Yes, the snarky ones are great too, Kristen. And you guys, I have tons of word strip stickers on my website. Tons and tons and tons. I'm just trying to push those back. Alrighty. So it is 6:19. I said we were going to end at 6:30. Well, 5:30, 5:19, but I'm Mountain Time. What I'm going to do right now, we're just going to do our last list, because guess what? If we do our last list, that means that we pretty much did everything I had planned today, which, oh my goodness, that would be amazing. So let's do it. Let's do it. And then the cleanup. Oh boy. I wish I could just have somebody clean it all up, because you kind of have to know everything and know what things are. I couldn't just say, hey, Nick, come clean this up. Because you know what Nick would say? He'd say, yeah, Karen knows this. He'd say, I'll bring in the big blue dumpster, right? Or the big green dumpster or whatever. That would be his version of cleaning up, throwing it all away. Okay, our last list of the day. Oh yeah, I will not do it tonight. Don't kid yourself. I will not be doing it tonight. Our last list is a list that we do once a month, and it's called In the News. It's called In the News, and let's see, because this is the only insert that I have. I'm sure there's one in here. I'm sure there is one in here. There has to be an In the News. Oh, here we go. Here's an example. In the news. I just make a list of some of the news events that happened that month. So for example, in the month of September 2022, these were some of the events that I chose to highlight. This is your list. You decide what you get to highlight. It could be all politics. It could be all weather. It could be your city, your state, your country. It could be across the world. It could be whatever you want it to be, because this is yours. You do you. So that's an example. I always do a list over here, and then I always do some photo-ish thing over here. So that is what we're going to do. There's a question that I get every time I do this list. And finally, last night I did something about it. Karen, this is why I texted you and asked you the question that I did. There are a whole bunch of different news sources that you can go to find out the news. It's easier for me to do this on a daily basis, and I don't take any extra time. I might be watching the Today Show, and I hear that, oh, the big bank crashed. The banking system is crashing, whatever is going on. SBC, I've got that in my list for March, but this is February. When I hear that, I write it. I have an ongoing running note in my phone. And so I just add it to the note on my phone, add it to the note on my phone, add it to the note on my phone. So I'm not actively going out and searching for things. Things are finding me. I'm listening to the radio. I am hearing on the news. One of my friends in a friend chat says, oh my gosh, did you hear that Queen Elizabeth died? Those are all things that are going on my list on my phone. When I am ready to do this list, usually the night before, I sit down and I transfer those things to my handy dandy notebook. Then I look for photos. So I go to Google and I look for photos that would that work with the things that I want to put on my list. So I do subscribe to some news feeds. I will not tell you which ones I subscribe to because to me that's very personal. For example, CNN does one, MSNBC does one, Fox News does one, NPR does one. Those are all different variations of political viewpoints in our country, right? Because that's just the way that it is with those news services. So what I did last night, I came up with a list of maybe 10 of them, and I added them to the Facebook group. They're all free email newsletters that you can subscribe to, and they are daily. Some of them are 7 days a week. Most of them are 5 days a week. Some are very, very, very neutral. Very neutral. The Skim is one of those. That is a very popular one. The Skim, SKIMM, super neutral. Some lean one way, some lean the other way. So it can be just as easy as finding one of those that you like and subscribing, and then once a day you get the email and you look at it and go, oh, that's something I'll put on my list. Then when it's time to do your list, you have all of those things to choose from. You're not trying to like right now go, oh my gosh, it's March 25th. What the heck happened in February again? That makes it really easy. So Facebook group, it's the Lail by Mail Facebook group. There's a Facebook page and a Facebook group. The group is private. So if you're on Facebook, all you need to do is find the group, Lail by Mail Facebook group, and request to join. And then I will approve you. Unless you have never been a Facebook person before and you just create an account for being in the group. If I don't know who you are, I see that and go, this looks a little suspicious. This person's never been on Facebook and all of a sudden they want to be in my group. So if you're doing that, just let me know. If you've ever tried to apply and I have never responded, that's probably why, because I thought, who the heck is that? There's not enough history, or I don't know what it is. But that's where you can find that list. If you're not on Facebook, that's okay. Shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. I'll be happy to copy that and paste it right in my reply to you. And then that will give you a whole bunch of news sources, all right? There's one more that someone had recommended that is the very bottom of that list in the Facebook group, and it is called, I think it's called like Front Page, like frontpage.com or something like that. And it is the front page of a whole bunch of daily newspapers. They can be, I don't know if they're local. I think they're national. And then they're also world. So that is more of you have to go out and get it. It does not, as far as I know, it doesn't email you. You just have to go look every day. So it takes a little bit more work on your part. But it's kind of cool because you get the front pages of the newspapers. Okay, so this guy is going to go over here. This is a 5x7 photo. I use the Epson PictureMate PM400 printer. Other than that full-size photo that I did before, this cannot be used for, you can't do this on the Epson PictureMate. That is too big. That is a 5 by 8.25. So this I did on a larger printer that I have, but we also talked this morning that persnicketyprints.com can do those size prints for you, specifically made for a traveler's notebook. But this guy is a 5x7. So, I know you guys over there talking about the Chiefs on there. I don't even really follow football, but that was something big that happened in February. So on my list. So that Epson PictureMate prints 3.5 by 5, 4 by 6, and 5 by 7. This is a 5 by 7 that I printed off of the Epson PictureMate. It is linked in the description box of the video. If you want to know more about it, there's a link to it, and then you can go find out all the information. I don't sell them. There is a link to Amazon. If you buy anything from my Amazon link, being totally transparent, any of my Amazon links, I make like 2 cents. It's not much. Well, it's a little bit more than that for the printer, but under $10. It is not. It's people that are making money as affiliates. Let me tell you, unless you're like Kim Kardashian or something close, you're not making a living on your affiliate things. Anyhow, I just want to be transparent with that. The way that I got the photos like that, there is a free app that is on the iTunes store. It's also, I'm assuming, on the, Android store or whatever you call it. Uh, let's just cover that up, right? Let's just cover that up. It's causing too much controversy, the Kansas City Chiefs little logo there. But the app's really cool. The Epson Creative Print app. It's a free app. It has a bunch of pre-configured templates in it. This is a pre-configured template. I look at all the templates and go, that's kind of a cool one. 1, 2, 3, 4 square photos and 1, 2, 3 rectangles. So I say, yep, that's the one I want to use. Up comes that template. And then I just add all the little photos from my camera roll on my phone. Super, super easy. None of those are my photos. I was not anywhere near close to the Chinese balloon. Not close to that. I was not in Ukraine when Biden visited there. I was not in Ohio with the big train crash. I was not in Syria or Turkey with the huge earthquake. I was not here, but I was close to here. This is about maybe 15 minutes from our house. That's one of the ski resorts. That is a building. That is a building that is literally, even though this is 5 in the center there from the staples. So I need to make that just a little bit narrower. And just have to bring that up because then someone says, why did you cut that? That's why I'm cutting that. I need to trim it down just a tad. Just a tad. There we go. And I'll trim this side just a little bit. Actually, let's see. Are we good now? You might be looking at this going, Lael, why did you make all those photos black and white? I'm sure they didn't come black and white. Are we buffering or something? Breaking up? Oh boy, what's going on? It's nothing there. I have no idea. No idea. Buffering is, my phone's plugged in. I am plugged in. You guys, who knows what's happening? I am moving very slow. Maybe. Are we okay? Who knows? This is probably the YouTube saying, Lael, it's time to leave. Let's see. Is it still? I'm skipping and buffering and, well, why? Why? No, it's plugged in, friends. It's plugged in. Phone is plugged in. Phone is plugged in. Let's just see. Let's see. Let me see if Nick is here. Let me see, because I'm going to have him check the Wi-Fi. So hang on. Wi-Fi issue, maybe? Let's see. Nick? Honey? What? Can you see if we lost the Wi-Fi? Or something's happening with the Wi-Fi? It's very much skipping around, they said. All right. I mean, not that there's anything we can do with it if it is the Wi-Fi. Am I here? No longer buffering? You guys, no clue. No clue. It comes and goes. It's working fine. Refresh your screen, squirrels. Did Nick turn on Harvey? No. Buffering in Australia too. Oh yeah. Okay, so let's try that. Dora said she refreshed and its screen is good. I'm good. Try to refresh. Refresh your screen. Let's see if that will help. Refresh your screen. A black screen and buffering. What? Well, okay. I'm just gonna keep, I don't know, I'm gonna add some adhesive and see what happens. Of course it would do this at the very end. We don't even get to say our goodbyes, maybe. Refresh, fix the issue. So let's try that, friends. Oh, see what just happened? This is the universe telling me it needs to be over. We're having these weird technical issue, and you see what just happened? I just ran out of my adhesive. So that's okay. Never fear. I have a whole store full downstairs, but I won't do that. I just have this one. I'm going to use this one instead. Yes, adhesive runs out. The universe is saying, Lael, it is time. It is time. But it's not, because I'm going to keep going. So I may just be here talking to myself. It's funny, when I really start going and I don't look at the chat for a minute, it seems to be okay now, dear.
Yeah, it's all fine.
We don't know. We don't know what was happening.
Super fast,
super fast, but I don't know. Refresh second time, fine now. Okay, I think we're good, friends. I think we are good. I think we are good. I didn't want to lose you. Didn't want to lose you before we could even say our goodbyes. Ooh, that was not very even at all. What did I do?
How much longer are you gonna be?
Not very much longer, honey. He's like, famous last words, huh?
Well, I need to make dinner.
Oh, I don't know. You better come back and check in a little bit.
Okay.
Nick's like, I need to make dinner. When? Yes, he did. Karen, he did. He did the ping. He pinged up and down. Everything is super fast, so I'm not sure what's going on. Hey, how about that? How about a price? All right, let me look at my prize list. This really may be it, you guys. If the universe really wants me to end, then let me look at our prize list. Prize time. Let's see. You can hear me now. Oh, you can hear me now about the prizes, huh? That's always when Nick has selective hearing. Can you see me? I only know how to do the A, B. I used to know the alphabet. I can't even sign to you guys. All right, so let's look. Let us look. Oh my gosh. All right. Oh yes, let's do this one. Okay. This is a bundle, one of my washi bundles. That is the first set of 6. I know it's probably Nick, right? It's probably Nick is the one who is making it go all funny because he wants me to be done. No, he's good. All right, you guys, if you can't hear me, then guess what? This is what I need to do. Prize. Okay, we're just gonna do this. We can do this. We can do this. Acronyms, no. Prize. Prize equals washi bundle. Prize equals washi bundle. You can hear me. There it is. The washi bundle. This was the first original 6. This is like the OG. This is the OG 6 original washi that I did. So 3 of the ruler blush, the original or classic ruler, which is sold out. Can't get that anymore unless in the bundle. And then the navy, the scatter, the squirrel, the months, and the days of the week. So this one is going to rolling. Hold on. Oh, hold on. What happened to it? Oh my goodness. Okay, sorry. I just hit something as I did that. Okay, I gotta. That one goes to Deborah Peterson. Deborah Peterson, you get the washi bundle number 1. Congratulations, Deborah. Deborah, shoot me an email, lailbymail@gmail.com. And in the subject line, put washi bundle 1 prize, okay? Put that. And then I'll send that to you. Oh, also send me your address in there. All right. So this one is, I didn't show it, but this is the morning post prize. This is one of the morning post prizes. So this just means go back to the morning video. At some point before next Saturday, leave a comment on the video. Not in the chat because the chat's over, but in the video. This was the second washi bundle I did. So this one, the date washi, the outline circles, the floral, the chunky stripe. There were 6 other washi that I think came in between here now that I think about it. The small stars and the outline stars. That is a post one. So that's for this morning's video. Leave a comment there. Let's see what else we have. We need, well, there's another plan on it bag for the post this afternoon video. Oh, yes. How about this one? This is another live one. The person that won the washi bundle was Deborah Peterson, the first washi bundle. This is one. This is a brand new list builder. I heart this, right? This just came out last night. This is one of the 6 that came out last night. I used these on our list this morning. Why I love dogs, or what I love about dogs and what I love about cats. So this one is going to go to, scroll up, stop on Gracie Creates. Gracie Creates. That one is you. Gracie Creates. Please send an email, lailbymail@gmail.com, and put your, can you guys hear me? I assume you're hearing me, right? I'm assuming you're hearing me. I think, right? You can hear me. I think so, right? I hope. Tell me, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yes, anyone, can you hear me? I think you can. No one's answering. You can. Creative Cindy. Okay, yes. Thank you guys. Now I'll have like 1,000 yeses. Okay. So yes, this one goes to Gracie Creates, email laylebymail@gmail.com. Put I heart this prize in the subject line and include your address in the body of the message. Okay, you guys, so there are still lots of prizes. They are the after the fact prizes. Oh my goodness, after the fact prizes. After the fact prizes, after the fact prizes, after the fact prizes. These are the little notebook and pen bundle. So there's a ton of after the fact prizes for this second video and also for the first video. And when I say after the fact or post, that just means leave a comment on the video when it's over. And I'll draw tons of prizes from there too, because look that's tons of prizes. All right, so let's go back to our list because I am going to, I know you only hear, I don't know, you guys, I'm so sorry. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. And some people, oh yes, some people behind me in the live, absolutely. I don't know, you can hear me. Chat moves fast, I know it does, especially when I start doing the giveaways, because you guys know that's how I just scroll and wherever my finger stops. I'm gonna try for a little bit more, and if you guys can hear me, I'll keep going, but guess what? If you can't hear me, then I will stop, because then it's just silly. Oh, but some of you are fine. Okay, so I'm gonna keep going. So this is about last month for the month of February. So let me get these things. Oh no, not the dogs. Let's get the dogs and cats. They don't belong there. Let's get that put away. Because later I'll be like, what the heck happened to that? Oh, but I do want this. I need the in the news. I need the in the news stamp set. Another one of my stamp sets, right? My stamp sets, like I was saying before, pretty much out of necessity. If I do a list and I'm working on something and I'm like, gosh, it would be really nice if I had a stamp set that did this, then I make it. So in the news, very frequent, we do this. So there's a stamp set for in the news. If you are just joining and somehow have missed the fact along the way that there's a big sale going on my website, you probably want to know that. All of my Layle by Mail branded products, so the washi, the stamps, pencil board, the rulers, lots of things are on the website. Happens once a year, and it's today, 15% off. Oh my gosh, I almost got really generous, didn't I? I was thinking 25 because it's March 25th, 15% off. All right, so I thought it would be fun to use this typewriter paper. This typewriter paper is from My Story. I used My Story. Oh, I know when I used My Story. Where is it though? Oh, I won't look at it. I used My Story. I started a reading traveler's notebook when we were together last. But I thought this was kind of perfect because look, it has little typewriters all over it. And look at the, in the news stamp, has a typewriter. So I thought this might be kind of fun. So I need to trim this down, and I will trim this down. Oh, things are just falling right and left. I need to trim this down to, oopsie, need to put those away. Trim this down to 4 3/4. And then that way I have my little white border all the way around. 4 3/4 by 8. That will go over here. All of those photos obviously are black and white. They are black and white because if I don't turn them black and white, so I save them in my camera roll and then I change them all to black and white. If I don't do that, they look like that. They have lots of different colors in them. For some reason, almost all the newsy photos seem to have lots of red and blue. So if I want to use product that's not red and blue, I just change the photos to black and white. So that's what I'm doing here, or that's what I did there. Oh, Kristen, I'm so excited for you. Kristen said, my traveler's notebook is about to go to a new level. She just bought an Epson PictureMate PM400. You will love it. You will love it. It's a pretty awesome printer. It is a pretty awesome printer. Very handy. So I'm excited for you to play with it. All right, so there we go. Now I need to get a piece of paper. My white, oh good, there's a bunch more white. There is a bunch more white. I need to do two things here. I need to stamp my typewriter And then I need to make a list to go in the typewriter. Okay. So stamp a typewriter. Let's see. I don't know. I'm kind of drawn to this blue color, which I think that might be. Brain is not working. I don't know. What is it? Is it cracked pistachio? I don't think so. Just don't mind me. Speckled egg would be nice. I could have a speckled egg typewriter. Maybe that's what I should do. Evergreen bough would work. Evergreen bough is an interesting one. It's not really, maybe evergreen bough would be fun. Evergreen bough is not really like you would think a Christmas tree would be, right? It is definitely more of a, I don't know, a little bit more of like a teal color. Speckled egg. Julie said speckled egg. Like speckled egg? Okay, let's do it. Let's do speckled egg. We've been doing speckled egg. We've got speckled egg. Should be just front and center here in the big stack behind me. So I'm going to stamp the typewriter first. Speckled egg, right, Sarah? It might be too light. It might be. So here's the beauty. We can test both and see what we like. We can test both and see what we like. Now, where is a stamping block? Oh, I'm starting to slow down. You can tell I am starting to slow down. Oh, that's not big enough. I know that. I know that. That's not big enough. Getting out my layered stamping blocks there. There's my typewriter. And in this case, even though I will clean it in between, I will for sure start out with the lighter color first. Someone was asking before, much earlier about stamping in lighter color first, especially if, let's say I was going to do this color and then stamp in black. Even though I was going to clean it in between, I would stamp my lighter color first, just because. That's the Wizard of Oz. Time for dinner, movie, and an easy chair. That sounds pretty darn good, Carmen. I still have quite a bit of wine in my glass because I can't work and drink wine at the same time. That doesn't work. I would like to, but I got to use my hands. I was teaching a class and I needed to run downstairs to get something. And so I had to make that little sign. So if people were looking and they weren't sure where I went, I'm like, oh, be right back. The video did not freeze. I will be right back. That's what that was. BRB, one of our acronyms, BRB. All right, so it will work. It is a little bit light, but I have an idea. Let me see here. I've got to try to get at this without stepping on a whole big stack of things on the floor. And hopefully having things that don't fall out everywhere. The watercolor pencils. So are we using speckled egg? We are. There's a speckled egg watercolor pencil. So this is my thought. Now, I use these as colored pencils. I do not use these as watercolors because that's not me. I don't watercolor. I just don't use water in my things. Nothing wrong with it. That's just not me. Especially like in a traveler's notebook. I use them as colored pencils. What I'm going to do is I've got the speckled egg pencil and I just stamped with speckled egg ink. So what would happen if I came in and just did a little bit of coloring so that it's not like super stark white? I do that, then now it's not too light because I've given it a little bit more color by coloring it in. So I think that will work. I think we will do that. I think that will work. Then it just has a little bit more color to it. Okay, that's what I'm going to do. So that's our little test. We like the way the test worked. So now we will come back in. We will re-ink up. Ashley's been here all day. How many of you guys have been here all day with me? It's a lot, huh? We've been at this for many, many hours. Many hours. But we have to. It's an all-dayer. Karen loves the all-dayers. Karen Haynes, don't you, Karen? Karen's always like, all day, all day, all day. It's a lot of planning for an all day. All right, I think that's nice and inked up. So let's do this. This will be my little typewriter. Jennifer Eldridge, all day. I love that. Michelle Batty, Carrie Evans, Christina Charles, Tracy Carell, Monique, Linda, Beverly. Oh, and this crazy thing again. Hang on. Let me just block this. Report. Golly. There we go. Go away. Now, please, Tinder chat. We have no interest in you. Whatever you're trying to make us do. Put user in timeout. Could I? Oh, hopefully I didn't just put somebody else in timeout. I don't think I did. Oh yeah, I timed out. Oh, only for a little bit. Thank you guys. I know, silly, right? We are not interested in whatever you're trying to peddle here, you Tinder chat, whatever you're trying to make us do. Go away. Blocked, report, yes. Sometimes I don't see that soon enough. And then I'm like, oh no, oh no, oh no. All right, we got it though. Okay, nice, beautiful. Look at how nice that is. Just, it's stamped so well. It's so nice and crisp. Now, I will tell you, one of the very first dies that I will come out with will be a typewriter die. Because I do this a lot. And won't it be nice when we can just roll this little guy right through the die machine? And if you don't have a die machine, that's okay. You just fussy cut it. Or you say to heck with that and you just stamp it on and move on. Timing on the dies. So the first dies that you will see come out will actually be the clipboard dies. And those, I will carry them, but they will not be mine. Andy is producing dies to go with the listed stamps, which I'm so excited about because those will be so fun to have as die cut, you know, little dies. You can make your own die cuts by running through your little die machine. So Andy is in the process of sampling dies. She had some made. They needed to make some changes. And so she's on round 2 of that process. So she's the guinea pig. She's going to do it first. As she does it and gets it figured out, finds the right manufacturer, everything is good. Then she will do whatever she needs for my stamps, the ones that I decide I want to turn into dies, and then we will have those made into dies. So that's the process. What else was I saying earlier today that we needed into a die? Oh, one of the new, I know, the listing with Lael one. The new listing with Lael stamp set will be really fun to have the die, because then you can just, it'll die cut that circle right out for you, and then you just stamp and, you know. All right, so we're just giving a little color by using that to color in. Now, I can't show you because the Traveler's Notebook is not here getting photographed, or it's done being photographed, but Amy actually has all of my Traveler's Notebooks because she photographed them all. I will tell you this week, I did a couple times back and forth, overnighting, and then she'd photograph and then send back to me, like the samples for the new stamp sets and some things like that, because I needed them for today, but then she needed to be able to photograph them. So, all of that to say, I've done this coloring like this in different colors, where the stamp outline of the typewriter is one color, and then the coloring in is a different color. And then I think I just like colored in the keys or something, but this kind of looks like one of those fun retro typewriters, right? A fun light blue one that you might find. Or I know normally you wouldn't change direction, but I'm changing direction here. All right, we're all colored, just about all colored. Oh, my knees are screaming at me right now. They're screaming. They're like, we want to be done. Okay, there we go. There is my little typewriter. Monique, I'm really excited for the book. I really am too. I really, really, really am. Guess what, Tracy? You don't have to. because all the dies, all they'll do is what I just did for you, for me. I just fussy cut. So you absolutely don't have to have them. They will, I will have dies that go with some of my stamps, but you don't have to have them because then you just cut around it, right? That was not painful. It was not painful to cut around that. Some of you will disagree and say, oh my gosh, I hate that. I won't use it unless there's a die. Then you get to stamp in the die. Otherwise, oh, where's that lid? Oh, it's underneath. Yes, I will show the typewriter up close, Sarah. Thank you for asking. There we go. Okay, you see that? There it is. Hopefully you can see that up close. Okay, this is what I'm going to try to do. I am going to see, I have a stool here, a bar stool that, thank you, Denise. Now my legs, there may not be enough room for my legs. Oh, okay, let me just bring this back again. That was necessary, sorry. My legs feel like they're gonna fall off. A die. So Mimi, what I mean by that, a metal die. So I don't think I have any up here, but basically it is a metal die. It's kind of like a thin metal die. That would be the shape of the outside of this. And what you would do is you would, you could do it two ways. You could stamp first like I did, and then you put the die on top of it and you run it through with plates, a little machine, and it goes and cuts, well, not, it goes like that, but it would cut out the exact shape of that. So that's basically what a die is. It's a thin metal die that will cut out a shape. So it would be like that shape, and then you'd stamp right there and it would be there. Oh, Tracy, I love it. Tracy said, actually, I really just want an excuse to buy a die cut machine. There we go. All right. Oh, that's much better. I'm sitting down now, which will make it a little bit odd for me to work here because I don't ever do that. The one thing about sitting down is things are never straight when that happens. So there is that. This little guy will go right here. Now, I know it seems like a lot of typewriter on typewriter on typewriter, but I'm going to do my list. So let's get our list ready. Where's my cardstock? Oh, now I gotta reach. Now that I'm sitting down, it feels like, oh, I could totally have a glass of wine now that I'm sitting down. All right, let's trim this off. And let's see. Actually, let me see. We want this to be, it is going to look like my list is being typed out of the paper, out of the typewriter, right? I mean, really, it's not, but what happened to my pencil? I haven't seen my pencil in a long time. Okay. Have the wine, have the wine, have the wine. Yes, right? So I'm going to say that this little guy is going to be right about there. I will tell you what width this is in a minute. Whoa, whoopsie. I didn't have the wine, but I totally just made that go crooked. All right, this is going to be that centimeters, can't read that. Just about 3.5. It's just about 3.5. Gerda, this is the same like the rest of us. We have to stand up every now and then Lael has to sit down. That's funny. All right, so here's the list, or here's the base. Here's my little typewriter, and my list will kind of come out of it right like that. I could probably even go a little wider if I needed, but oh well. I better go a little wider because this is not, I'm going to have a little bit of a hard time maybe fitting what I need to fit on there. So let's just go a little bit wider. Let's go maybe out to about there. Even though technically, well, I don't know, it could be a wide, maybe it's a wide format typewriter, right? Maybe it's a wide format, but it needs to be, that's about as wide as it can be right there still. I don't know if that probably didn't even give me any extra room. We'll see. We shall see. Okay, that's a little more than 3.5. So it'll give me a little bit more than 3.5. Like that. All right. And then we want it to be, now what's going to happen when I stamp, I am going to have to stand up. That's another thing. I don't talk about that very often because I'm always standing when we're together. So I don't really have to talk about like, oh, you should probably stand up when you're stamping. That is a really critical thing. From my perspective, that is critical, critical, critical when you're stamping. If you are not standing when you're stamping, there's probably a really good reason why you don't like to stamp. You need to have that leverage. You need to be above it. If you're sitting like this, like just your little high joke before, but your little T-Rex arms cannot get enough leverage because they're even with what you're trying to stamp. So you don't have enough leverage to be able to get your pressure. If you're standing, you have all of that leverage. So that's really important. Oh no, which one was that? Golly, Lael. I made a mark. Now there's mark on both sides of my paper. I don't know. I think it would be that one. Okay, this one. Yeah, standing, super important when you're stamping. And this may be even, if you're new to stamping, just try. Sit down and stamp and see what happens. Then stand up and stamp and see what happens. You'll be like, holy cow, that is a big difference. See you, Cheryl. You'll see a big, big, big difference. Standing versus sitting in what your stamp looks like, your stamped impression when you're done. All right, there we go. So now, this is so hard for me to sit, you have no idea. I just don't ever sit doing any of this. So it's all gonna look just really funky maybe. We get our outlining in because that's what we do. All right, there we go. And now, oh, stand up. Then it's sad, right? Creative Cindy, when will the new color of Distress Oxide come in? You mean Lost Shadow? Lost Shadow is here. That is the newest one. I don't think that Tim has announced a new one yet. Lost Shadow is the newest one. And I have it. It is here. Maybe I need a drink break. There we go, Ashley. Drink break. I like you, Ashley. It is time for my drink. I know Melissa's like, wow, still on. We're almost done, Melissa. We just had one list to go. And I'm like, we have to get it done. Creative Cindy, it says it's pre-order only? Oh gosh, well then I need to change it on the website. No, it's for sure here. Whoopsie. Yeah, it's for sure here, friends. I need to fix that. Yeah, it's here. Whoops. It looks like I forgot to change that. Sorry about that. It's for sure here. Yeah, you're like, what's the problem? Why don't you have that? It's been out for quite a while. Too much, just too much. It's just me trying to do it all. Something's got to give. Apparently the thing that has to give is the Lost Shadow still showing pre-order. Sorry about that. That's not good for any of us. There we go. That's when I always say, hey, if you're on an airplane and you're flying to Phoenix and the pilot says, hey, we're off to Cincinnati, ask. Don't assume the person knows what they're doing, right? Then what I mean by that is, yes, if it seems like something should be on pre-order, you can shoot me an email and say, hey, I have a question. Is there, when is this coming out? Just like Creative Cindy asked, and I'd be like, what? What are you talking about? Oh, whoopsie, I forgot. In the news. Okay, there's in the news. In the news. We need that like little ticker sound, right? In the news. I think we're just going to do that. So let's do, I won't do red. Red is kind of bright in your face. We'll just do black. We're just going to make it easy. We're just going to go lazy. We're just going to go lazy. Here we go. In the news, we'll go right here. And are we straight? There we go, but we better test it first to make sure we're okay. Ho, 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 big mess, stuff everywhere. I will take a picture. I'll do a little video, probably tomorrow. I'll do a video tomorrow morning and I will post it, whoopsie, in the Facebook group. So you can see what it looks like because it is a mess. Stuff everywhere. All right. Oh, test first. Tesla, test first. Okay. I don't know if you guys can tell, but it looks quite a bit different when I stamp here versus when I stamp on the cardstock. And that is just an example of really cheap, inexpensive, thin paper in a composition notebook. And not expensive, everyday kind of run of the mill, nice 80 pound. I don't remember what the pound weight is on the white cardstock, but paper makes a difference. When you're stamping, paper makes a huge difference. Texture, quality, I always just use that Nina Bright White, and it's linked in the description box of the video. There we go, in the news. And I think I will do a little underline here, like this. All right. This is the Crafter Math. Yes, it's very much the Crafter Math. It's very much the Crafter Math. All right, so here we go. And I think what I'm going to do over here, oh, sit down. Let me look and see what we might want to use. I'm thinking we might want to use that guy. That is the 2022 About Last Month stamp set. And this one has has a little grid and has numbers and letters, numbers and months and all kinds of other things. But I'm thinking this was March and it was 2022. So what if we just kind of did March 2022 right down here? Like that. I think that would work. Sure. This is going to be totally plain over here just because it is what it is. It's the news. How do you jazz up the news? Especially when it's the news. Oh, yes. February. Thank you, Tracy. Thank you, Tracy. Yes, it is February. Wow. That could have, oh my heavens. You guys. Literally, I have had like 3 sips of wine. It is not that. My brain is just fried. This would be February 2023 and not March 2022. Yeah. Actually, I kind of have an excuse for 2022 because that's always right there front and center. So let's try that again. I was just checking to see if you guys were paying attention. Clearly, some of you were. Some of you were just right along with me, but that was my way of making sure you were paying attention. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, where? Here we go. Here we go. Here is February. So hopefully, if I was with myself, just me, hopefully that would be something that I would catch. And if I didn't catch it, guess what? It's okay. All I would do is stamp the correct month and on white cardstock and just put it right over the top, and no one would be the wiser. Now, what if, before we do that, I was trying to make this simple. I was trying to just make it so simple. I was thinking though, maybe what if we just did the blue down there? I think the blue might be nicer down there. That's what I'm going to do. We'll do the blue. We'll do speckled egg down below. We believe you, Lael, because of all. Oh, was that a nice thing? Thank you, I think. I know it. Think Denise. Denise is like, put a fork in it, put a fork in it, you are done. Clearly, I don't know what year it is. I don't know what month it is, but even though it's really March, it's February what we're doing. Yes, that's what I'm going to do. February. That will go right there and there at the bottom. We'll just add a little bit of color over there. That's a lot of black and white. So the things on my list, I will list those and then we will call it a day, a marathoner for our day 1100. Day 1100. If you missed that earlier, this is 1100 days, 1100 days since I did the very first video on YouTube, the very beginning of the pandemic. That's where our whole listing journey started. 1100 days ago. I can't believe it has been 3 years. That is insane. That is insane. I remember if you go back and watch that video, I'm like, oh my goodness. I'm sure in a couple of weeks, everything will be fine. We'll all look back on this and go, oh my goodness, do you remember that time? And then, oh, how naive we were back then. We had no idea. I'm not getting political because we don't want to get political. I'm just stating the facts that we had no idea what was in store for us, right? We made it through it. Some of us did. I don't know, some people came out a little worse for the wear. Some of you went through a lot of hard things, and I'm so sorry. Okay. All right, here is our 2023. I didn't even test it first, so hopefully this is okay. I'm going rogue. That's how you know I'm not testing. I'm just going rogue. And then I'll be like, oh my gosh, why didn't I test that first? We're going to do it. Yes, Peggy, I absolutely am. That is one of the, in May, we will do one of our lists, that first weekend in May for National Scrapbook Day. We will do a list about all the stats, like the listing with Lael numbers. So how many hours, how many videos, how many days, we'll do all of that. That'll be on a list. So those of you that want to do that list with us, you can. It'll be kind of fun. Denise always tries to find the good in the bad. Oh, thank you. She said that I am one of the good things that came out of the pandemic. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so let's put this guy away and let's go ahead and put this over here. The in the news is always kind of a hard one because there's no, I mean, you can only do so much with the news, right? I mean, yeah, so it's just always a lot the same. Sometimes it varies a little bit, but that's okay. Then at the end of the year, I always do a list that is in the news for the full year. So you get once a month. And then what's so easy to do is the year one is really easy because you have all the lists from the month. So I just go to all the lists. The heck is going on here? That is totally crooked, but oh well. It is what it is. It is now down, even though I'm standing up. All right. So the news items, again, if you missed it earlier, I get my news sources from lots of different places. Last night in the Facebook group, I did a post and I pinned it to the top of many different places that you can go to get your like daily news email. We'll email you with the daily news. I tried to cover all bases. Well, not all bases. I mean, I think I put like 11 or 12 on there. From different news outlets, okay? So I'm trying to be very news agnostic, okay? I don't want to be slanted towards CNN or slanted towards Fox or any other news sources that have a slant. So I was trying to give lots and lots of different options. So please don't hate me if I put one on there that you don't like. I'm trying to please all the people. Please, all the peoples. Okay, so in the news, on my list, things that happened in the news. Where is it? Oh, yes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 9 things on my list. So if I wanted, I could 9 or 7. If I did 7, I could probably number them, but I don't want to do that. I'm going to make this quick and painless. Maybe if I can find that pen. It is not there. So let's do this. Let's make it a little bit more painful, but not much. Just not much. Let's look for the Bullets and More 2 stamp set. I know, Denise, that's what I was looking for. I was looking for the dot marker. I don't know where my black dot marker is. It should be here. But it is not. Oh, look at here. Oh. Oh no, that's different. Okay, here it is, black dot marker. I don't know, after today, I think there were only a few of these left, so I will have them back in stock again. But dot markers are pretty cool. I showed the mild smoky ones earlier. Dot markers have a dot on the end, right? It is a rounded tip. So depending on the pressure, you get different size dots. So those make great bullets, okay? They make great bullets. So this is what I'm doing right now. I am just going to, instead of using any kind of bullet stamp, I am just going to use this bullet. And the first thing on my list, Utah reached its annual snowpack months early. And that is as of now. We have like crazy, like 40-year records happening right now. All right, we had the Chinese spy balloons, right? Multiple Chinese spy balloons. There's one thing I usually like to start with, friends, before we start talking about in the news, and I didn't say that yet. And I never would have thought of this. Someone emailed me when I said we were going to start doing it in the news list year and a half ago, whatever it was. And she said, I love the idea, but I'm afraid something is going to happen. She said, I hope you don't mind me saying this. She's saying all this in an email. She said, I'm concerned that a list like this could get political in the chat when you're doing a live. And I said, oh, I never thought about that. So anytime we do it in the news list, this is all just fact, right? It is fact. It is not, well, part of it has to be political because it's politics. Like you can't deny that President Biden, whether you agree that he went or not, that President Biden went to Kiev in the month of February. So all just facts, and we refrain from having any kind of chat, political chat about the news one way or another. And you guys have always been so awesome. You've always been so awesome. Scrappy Miss said, is it hard to get consistent size dots with the dot marker? Well, I just did 3 there, and they're all a little bit different, right? But they're all pretty similar. You have to press pretty hard to get the big dots, and you have to press very, very light to get smaller dots. Denise said, no, not at all. Ashley said, I don't find it difficult. No. So as long as you're not looking for an exact same circumference diameter circle every time, I think you'll be fine. So like, look at those 1, 2, 3, 4. Those are all pretty similar. And if you're the kind of person that wants it to be exact, then you'd be better off with a bullet stamp. Like one of the circle bullet stamps would give you the exact same thing every time. It's just sometimes this is just easier. You just have to push it down right. Anne said with about the same amount of pressure, and you get a feel for it. But again, that's where playing first is your friend. You play first so you get a feel for the pressure. All right, Chinese spy balloons. The earthquake in Syria and Turkey. So basically one earthquake, but affected 2 countries. With a death toll, so sad, of 50,000 people, which is just so scary. And that is all photos from the internet. I just Google and I right click, save them to my camera. So there we go. That is the snowfall at one of the ski resorts. There's the Chinese spy balloon. Now I'm going to get really controversial, even though I said I wouldn't get controversial. The Kansas City Chiefs. This can't be controversial. It's a fact. The Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Not controversial. It's a fact. Right? The Kansas City Chiefs. Oh, I know some of you want to make it controversial. The Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. It was a pretty darn good game though, wasn't it? If you watched it, I know Karen. It's all Karen. Karen is the controversial. She's the one who, no, just kidding. Just kidding. Okay, Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl, but if I recall, I think it was a pretty good game. Pretty darn good. My favorite commercial from there, Ashton Kutcher and Mia, what's her name? What's his wife's name? Mia, whatever. And she's on hold with like the insurance company, and they're dancing around the house to the, look at me, I'm dancing sitting in a chair. They're dancing to the hold music. Mila Kunis, thank you. Mila Kunis, something. Mila Kunis, yes, Mila Kunis. Yes, such a good commercial. If you don't know that one, go Google it. It's really, really good. This is the hard part though. I think it's a beer commercial. That's the hard part. You don't remember the brand. You remember the commercial. Sometimes you don't remember what they were selling, right? Okay. Kansas City Chiefs won the Super Bowl. Yes, another sports related thing. The NBA All-Star Game. was in Utah. Even though some of the bigwig basketball announcers had a lot of bad things to say about Salt Lake and how it was so lame and there was nothing fun to do. That's okay. That means that people won't come here and we're okay with that. Okay, anyhow. Another controversial thing I'm talking about. Oh yes, February. The first anniversary of Russia invading the Ukraine. Now, all of this is like super heavy stuff. Well, except for the exception, unless you're Karen, that's not super heavy, but if you're Karen, that is. I mean, Karen Haynes, not like a Karen. And then this one is not, you know, heavy stuff. And really the snow is not heavy, although physically it's heavy. It weighs a lot, but not heavy. All the rest of this stuff is pretty heavy. So you don't have to do your list. You're in the news list doesn't have to be all like this kind of heavy. It could be good news. I think I saw at least one of those news feeds that you could subscribe to that was good news. So you could do a totally different list of in the news, like good news stories. Good news stories. All right, we're almost done here, friends. President Biden, not surprise. I don't mean like surprise. I mean like, oh, surprise. Because they didn't want anyone to know ahead of time. President Biden's surprise visit to Kiev. And then we have, there's a massive coast-to-coast winter storm. The weather, holy cow. Massive coast-to-coast winter storm. And the last thing on my list was the Ohio toxic train wreck. And that, my friends, is it. The good and the bad news. That could be fun. Yes, the good, bad. Well, technically, then you've got to do the ugly too. You know, like the good, bad, and the ugly. Oh, creative Cindy, do not feel bad. I feel bad, but I have to go. Oh my goodness, Cindy. No, guess what? It's perfect timing because we are done. I am going to try not to break anything here. It's now almost dark. Well, darker. Well, dusk, I guess. I am going to, I had to turn on the overhead light or else I'd be in the dark-ish. And I'm going to rotate the camera so we can say our goodbyes. All right, friends. Oh, golly, I have to like squeeze in and out of places because there's so much stuff. All right, friends, I am rotating, flipping. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Oh, all right. Ooh, Kelly said, fun time today. It's been a while. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Yes. Marathon crafting and lots of giveaways. If you missed out on any of the giveaways, remember just today, those were the live ones, you guys. There's just as many. Actually, there's more on the replay. What I mean by that is once the video is over, the morning one's already over. Once this one is over, go and leave a comment on the video. Just say hi. Leave a comment on the video. Next Saturday morning, I will draw lots of not random prizes. I will draw random winners for prizes. I just basically scroll and where my finger stops on those two, then those are the winners. So lots and lots of prizes still to give. And those are for the people who couldn't be here live. They have a chance to participate also. But you guys participate in those as well, right? Because anyone can play. Anyone can play. Oh my goodness, you guys, thank you. I swear, well, at this point, I don't know if I could go much longer. Just my brain stops working. It just, those little synapses are firing in all different areas and things don't make sense a lot when I've been doing this long, but I swear I could just keep on doing this. I just love this. I love the time that we have together when we get to play, and I say I play. Hopefully you guys are playing with something. Hopefully you're playing with whatever craft it is that you like to do or doing something at least at some point today that made you happy because being here and doing this really, really, really makes me happy. So I love it. And I love, oh, hold on. I just noticed no lid on that. That needs a cap. But I love that what started 1100, literally today is day 1100. What started 1100 days ago in the craziest time that I have ever been through while I've been alive, and hopefully it's the craziest time I'll ever be through, right? None of us wants to go through anything like that again. That this wonderful thing came out of it. And the wonderful thing is you guys and being here with me where we just get to craft and play. So thank you, thank you, thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. Thank you for all of your texts and emails and the happy mail and the notes and the squares of fabric that you guys send me because there's squirrels on it. I mean, I have a whole shrine. I'm going to take a picture. I'll put that in the Facebook group. There's a whole shrine in the shipping area downstairs of all the squirrel things that you guys have given me in person or sent me. And there's a whole squirrel Christmas tree too. So I'll send a picture of that. That just means that you guys are thinking about me, and that just makes me so happy. So thank you. If you're shopping, remember, you can shop. Well, you can always shop. I'm never going to stop you from shopping. But if you want to take advantage of the sale, you should do that until, well, even after, but midnight tonight Pacific time, March 25th, 2023. That sale, I'm going to tell you a secret. I am not going to be up at 1 a.m. changing all those prices. I will do that tomorrow morning. So if you get up early and their sale prices are still there, that means you still get the sale until I change the prices, because I have to do that manually. And then shipping. So it will take some days to get all the orders out. So goal is to have everything out by Friday. It's Friday the 31st, I think. Whatever the Friday is after March 25th. I don't know. I have no calendar in front of me. So that is what the goal is to have everything out by Friday. So crossing fingers. And you know when your order is shipped because you should receive the email shipping confirmation. So if you need to add, and you can always add until you see that, then it means it's already shipped. You guys, thank you, thank you, thank you. I have missed a ton in the chat. So like I said, I will go back and I will watch, because I would love to read all the comments. There's so much that's happened today, and I know you guys have said a lot of really nice things, and I appreciate that, but I missed a bunch of it. So I will for sure go back and read the chat, because it's very important to me. I know you guys took time out of your days to be here with me and to write nice things, so I want to make sure that I read those things and have the nice feelings that you guys are sending my way. Okay, Lizzie. Hi, Lizzie. Have you? Did you just pop on? Because I just saw you. That's fun. Lizzie is responsible for my relationship with Christine and the new stamps, because that's how I met Christine. Pop Daisy Art. I met Christine through Lizzie. So look at what a great matchmaker you were, Lizzie. Thank you. Let's see. Cindy said she missed part 2. Your husband surprised you with dinner plans. It's so fun. I'm happy for you. All right, guys, I am going to sign off. So thank you for joining me today. Don't forget about all the prizes. And I hope to see you sometime soon. Oh, I know, Wednesday night. We'll do a What's New Wednesday. And Christine, she won't be here in Utah with me, but she will. I still have to figure it out. But I can bring her onto YouTube, so we can maybe do a side-by-side, and you guys can see and meet Christine, and she's just a wonderful, amazing person. All right, guys, I'm out. Thanks so much. Bye. Oh, and see you next Saturday, because every Saturday in April, we'll be together here listing. Okay, bye. I need like one of those hooks that just like pulls me off, because I'll just sit here and keep talking. Okay, now, goodbye. Bye, friends.